What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Wait for a few people to pop up in here. Happy Friday, every single person. I hope everybody had a great week. I mean that too. Today, we are going to be vibing out. Let me know in chat how your day/week went. Mine was absolutely beautiful. I secured a job worth thousands of dollars on my own, well, with the help of my mom too, with a local business owner. And it's a hefty amount of weed eating, but I'm working on my own, and it's a farm job, so I'm like weed eating a lot of like farmland. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely great. What's up, everybody? What's up, everyone watching this Saturday morning? I really hope that you have a great Saturday. Yeah, we are live Friday night, vibing out, waiting for a few people to roll up in here. We are going to be chatting. We're going to be all over the internet probably. Might play a couple random games, maybe. Yeah. For the most part, going to be staying on this screen and just talking with everybody. Going to be a personal, like, one-on-one live. Yeah. Had a beautiful day today. I've been pretty much as productive as I could possibly be. You know, productive as I could possibly be. There ain't no much more than I could possibly do in a day. It sure seems that way right now. Looking for a couple things around my table right now. I have a few really nice coins to the side here. I have a coin that I want to show everybody. It is, let's see if we can get a light on it. This is a 1984 red orange toned BU Lincoln Cent, front and back, absolutely immaculate. It might be one of the nicest ones maybe that I've seen, you know. Toned. I got a lot of rainbow toners. We can go through rolls of rainbow toners here one day. Basically, they are completely, in some cases, rainbowed front and back. I made rolls of them. Yeah. Really beat right now, but I am really feeling live. I'm gonna stay live for a while. Weed eating is something that just takes a toll on the body over like a day of doing it. You sit there and hold a weed eater for like 1 day straight, let alone like 3 or 4 days, boom. Arms hurt, body hurt, leg hurt. What's up, Joseph? What's up, man? Congratulations on your Coinstar finds. I'm serious. I haven't seen a Coinstar in a minute. I've been kind of local, if you will. But I seriously am so jealous. And what is the word? Happy for you. Yeah, that's a sentence, but yeah. Wow, I sent that. I sent the Happy Friday. If you guys are seeing that, you're partying. Hell yeah, dude, that's great. Glad. I haven't partied in a minute. I haven't even like really partied in a minute, but seriously, even just on my own, you know. Honestly, my birthday's coming up on June 22nd, and I think that we're gonna go live, and I'll take you guys live with me somewhere. we'll go do something fun on that day. It's going to be gorgeous here. There's going to be a bike rally all around. There's going to be tons of people in my area. I am planning on going live pretty much up at the places where all the people are at. It's going to be really interesting. So yeah, look forward to that. Definitely going to have some GoPro footage as well. I am going to get an audio recorder. I think it's going to be amazing. I think it'll be amazing. When I'm cruising through town on my bike, I'll be able to actually make a video and narrate basically what I'm seeing. I can go to anywhere and make a video, and it should pick my audio up pretty well if it's like strapped right to my neck. I'm thinking. Microphones seem to be pretty directional in some cases, like the phone ones. For instance, my phone earlier, I was like recording something and I stuck it down and I was just talking to it and it sounded so different versus when it was up to my mouth. So yeah, some of these like little lavalier microphones, they should be really awesome. I'm gonna be able to make some really cool bike videos. Yep. We're gonna do like food videos where I basically just run and get some food real fast. I'll keep my helmet on the entire time, roll up in the restaurant, and yeah, interact with everybody, and probably end up giving people rides eventually. And yeah, it's definitely gonna be awesome. Eventually, we'll probably be having a 360 cam on the back of the bike. That's also what I want. It'll actually provide the front view of me in everything. So if I roll up to somebody at a traffic light and I'm talking to them, I can actually narrate the entire thing. And with a 360 view, you can actually turn it, from what I understand, you can actually turn it to the whatever you want to show somebody. So it's actually recording everywhere, and it has all this other footage that you can actually go left and right on. And that's how people make those cool videos where they're rolling up to cars and like talking to people, or yeah. It's going to be high 80s tomorrow. Oh my goodness, dude, that's going to be great. That's going to be great. I've been taking some nice drives lately, and I mean absolutely breathtaking, peaceful drives where I just don't want to stop, you know? I really just don't want to stop. I love a good old country drive. Me and the dog are going to take one here soon, yeah. Me and 8-Ball are going to take one soon. I really think that's something that it's pretty regular at this point. It's pretty regular for me to just kind of get out and go somewhere. And I'm going to start just going live randomly in the car like I've been talking about. I'm getting my setup in the car ready to go. I am going to have something that'll hold my phone really nice while we're rolling. And yeah, definitely get a nice angle in the car and basically just make some interesting streams from there. I definitely know that when I'm driving, a lot of different things pop in my head, so it's never going to be boring. Yeah. Especially if we're like going to see things and everything, like there's a lot of stuff that'll just like pretty much arrive at my, you know, doorstep as I'm driving around, that either something that happens or, you know, just in general seeing something cool, taking you guys places. Been thinking about it. I can't wait. Been thinking about also just different things that I could do on this channel. You know, different things that I could do, that I could start doing, continue doing, you know. Really getting back into posting recently, so I hope that everybody's been enjoying the videos, because I have been absolutely loving it. I've been feeling it so much lately, and honestly, I'm just going to continue rolling with it and build my audience back up, and yeah. I was surprised that Canada made silver quarters. Yeah, dude, I saw that. It's really odd, like the increments. You'd be very surprised at all the different percentages out there. I'm sure there's even 50-50s, you know, like something that has 50-50, you know. But yeah, 80-20 for sure. I wonder what the other one is. Is it aluminum? I wonder what the 80-20 is in a silver quarter. Yeah, I know. It would be silver and something else. What else? We always see 90% and 10% copper, so I'm thinking it might be copper. That's what we see in the Morgans, and they look good. Yeah, they got the percentages down to a science. Even for like all the golds and stuff like that, if you've watched Tracks NYC even once or twice, luckily, when he was doing this, he would be in the foundry and he had the measurements lined up for like rose gold, 24 karat, 14, like all this jazz. Man, can you imagine like in New York they have all these little like foundries and like casting places tucked away in these big buildings? That's where he goes. He just like pops up a stairwell, elevator, boom, he's there. Then he's in like a jewel empire pretty much at the top of this like building. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, copper. Yeah, it took me a second to think about that. I'm like 90 and 10, you know, we've seen that so much as we're looking at Morgans. Yep. Really hope everybody had a great Friday, a great week. Oh my goodness, absolutely peace. I am at peace with my life right now. I swear to you guys, there is nothing but up from here. I swear to you. Um, yeah, got a really awesome, really good paying job right now, and I have been just busy getting it taken care of. This farmer let his field get really, and like three other places, really out of really grown high, and he got a hold of me through my mom, and now I'm like working for him weekly. Yep. And I'm gonna be cutting this stuff weekly as they mow it. It's good money. Yep. It's as much as the cemetery was gonna pay me, which is fascinating, because I can't believe it. Everything happens for a reason, you guys. Everything. It's mind blowing to think about it, because if you start to think about it, then you start realizing when it's actually happening in the moment. Things just line up when you're doing right in this world. When you're just doing nothing but right, not bothering anybody, just going about your business, you will have pure success in the form of one thing after the other showing the right direction ahead. If you're patient enough to see it. I've been working on my patience recently. It's one thing that man, you can kind of lose your patience. Like certain things will take your patience away. You could lose it, and it's something that you have to get back. Um, it's amazing to think about, but once you finally realize, like, oh my goodness, I got my patience back and everything, I'm working on myself every single day. It just, yeah, feels really good, you guys. Feels really good. I'm really optimistic about the future of this channel too, for real, because you know, we really we're really only up from here. It's gonna get pretty wicked at certain points in the future years. We're gonna have many bit of people here at one point, and it's gonna be very different. It's gonna be quality content all day long, every day. At that point, I'm gonna have drones and everything included in the videos and music and all this stuff. I'm just getting there, you guys. I've been trying my best every single day. I'm learning the software. It's starting to make perfect sense to me. I'm starting to add videos and stuff like that. I'm starting to really put together videos differently as well, you guys. Yep. I'm gonna start to really go like full screen and like make specific videos on things where like like I'm pausing and like getting information and going back to the video like consistently. Yep, it's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really good. I can do it with my phone too, but I'm gonna do it with a computer as well. I like screen recording. A lot of my shorts will be screen recorded, but it's like really good information. It's really good. The stuff that I come across on my phone, I really want to show you guys sometimes, so it'll be posted for anyone to just randomly come across. Yeah. Really think the random stuff that come, you know, out of me, like content-wise, is just like, you know, it's so random that, you know, it's not really, can't predict it. But at the same time, I feel like lately some of the shorts and stuff like that are just really musically like put together in a way where like, oh my goodness, I'd be sitting there just looking at some of the stuff, like the reverse proofs in the music added together. Oh my goodness, killer. If you guys haven't seen that short, I just put it out like 2 days ago. It's the reverse proofs. All you gotta do is look for the Morgan. The song going together with that, like till the end. I mean, yeah, it's great. Starting to really try to like, you know, make people really discover things in their pocket as well, the way the Coin Channel does consistently. You know, he just gets me excited whenever I am looking through something. It's like the way he says it. It's his excitement. He starts it out with, "Hey guys, don't spend this quarter," and then he'll have like a video going of somebody dumping something in Coinstar, and he'll be like, "Wait, this is worth so much money," and he'll like straight capture your attention from like beginning to end. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just certain things out there that really people are doing well. I've been taking notes, trying to just. What's up, Serpent Silver? How was your week? How was your week, my friend? We are just chatting. Gonna definitely switch it up. I don't know what we're gonna do, but it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something, you guys. I got rolls to go through. I got stacks of coins to go through. Got the microscope. One night, I will strap one camera straight towards the microscope and we'll go crazy looking for errors. I mean, absolutely, like the good ones too, like 04. There's a lot of different errors. We got to get into that. We're going to make it like a regular monthly thing where we're just checking out errors in certain streams. And yeah, it's going to be on the microscope. We're going to be catching that. A good $35 microscope can actually gain you so much value in your coins. It literally, you can find Van Morgan dollars with it. You can find anything, and I mean anything. There are quarters out here that you can't see the details until you put it under a microscope. There are the dimes. A lot of the dimes from the 60s, 64, the nickels from 64. They made so many. Those are definitely doubled like crazy. Yeah, you could probably make full rolls of doubled nickels from 1964 and quarters. In God We Trust on them quarters look crazy, like blob crazy. Yeah. Yeah, this week. I'm sorry about last week, and I'm glad that this week was better. Seriously. Yeah, me too. Shit's up and down, you know? It just feels like sometimes you can't catch a break, and then it feels like, why is this break so long, you know? At the same time, I'm starting to realize, like we were just talking about earlier before you got here, everything seemingly happens for a reason. Even like the worst things that have ever happened to me actually shaped me into the person you guys are speaking to today. Like, I'm like, it's crazy. All the stuff that I've been through in my life, you know, it has truly made me me. I don't think I would be the same person without going through all the good and the bad, you know? It's crazy. And think about life if it was only good. I mean, would that be great? Yes. You wouldn't know bad. But at the same time, that's like a different dimension, you know? That's like straight up not our universe. There could be a dimension out there where everything is good and everything is bad, I'd imagine. Like the infinite universe theory, infinite dimension theory, or whatever. It's cool to think about, because like I've thought about it quite often whenever I'm having a thought, and I'm just like, well, this thought is definitely not this realm, but it's somewhere else, you know? Love it. How much do those Canadian silver quarters go for? I am extremely curious. Well, I'll tell you, it's circulated, so they sell by weight. Like the 80-20%, the 90-10, the 92.5 would be sterling, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's what it is. Yeah, sterling is like 90 some odd percent, and then something else. I believe there might be two other in sterling. I don't know for sure though what makes sterling. Something does though. Something different. Love some sterling. I always feel like royalty when I'm sitting there touching some good sterling, like silver platters or something like that at a, oh, we gotta go. You know what we're gonna do, you guys? I'll take you guys live and we'll go flea market hunting. Not flea market hunting, let me think, I said that wrong. Yard sale. Yard sale. They have yard sale days near me where the whole town just goes balls to the wall and puts stuff out for sale, and we could go and try to snipe anything, really. But silver or precious metals or anything that somebody might just be trying to get rid of, yeah. Absolutely. What's up, Susan B. Anthony fan? Cherry Pickers guides have a lot of doubling to look for. Yeah, I need to get me a cherry picker guide, seriously. I have the Van Morgan dictionary, and I need to start going through it. I have a lot of like nicer Morgans that I would love, that I can't wait to actually make videos on and put under the microscope so that we can discover VAMs. Yep. I got to learn how to read the dictionary more. It's very, very detailed. They have like a lot of different descriptions for coins, and it gets confusing as you're going through the page. It really is packed chock full of information, but I'll get it. Yeah. The thing that I think I struggle with the most is they'll be showing a picture, right, in the dictionary here, and then you'll be looking at it, and you're going to go from that picture to trying to find where the date is, because there's a list of coins. It'll have like a list of coins, and then it'll have a picture, and it'll basically have the picture numbered with the coins, and you got to kind of line them up to figure out what you're looking for. It's interesting, and that's VAM hunting. So yeah, we definitely are going to get into that in the future. It's one of those things that'll turn a $40 or $50 Morgan into a $150 Morgan real quick, or even 125, 130 if you really wanted to sell it quick. Yeah, it just depends really, especially on the years. If you got some good San Franciscos with Morgan, with the VAM, yeah, it's definitely good. And Carson City, if you can even try to find a VAM in Carson City, I'd say that could be probably a home run. So that's something to think about. Yep, finding a Carson City and, you know, maybe a little double profit action. You never know. Especially with them Carson Cities, you know, you find a Carson City that ends up being a VAM, that's like, boom, 2 varieties right there, and you don't even need a grade. That's the best thing about certain errors, or most of them, as a matter of fact, is that you can see them with your eyes, and if you can't see them with your eyes, you can definitely see them with the microscope. Yep. I spent like 2 hours here 4 days ago on the microscope, just looking at all these quarters. It was so fun. Absolutely love it. Still have, I think, probably half a box to go through. Got a box. It's like this square box, right? It's like the size of a what are we gonna say here? Skyscraper? Yeah, it's the size of a skyscraper. And yeah, I basically just started filling it up with change, right? And it's got all kinds of stuff in it. Like seriously, like I get excited going through it sometimes because like I have it layered perfectly for like brand new at one level, regular at another level. It's really nice, like organizing coins and having them somewhat organized and, you know, chilling. Yep. Got a lot of Sacagaweas that I've been realizing recently. We really stocked up on Sacagaweas this past year. I mean, I got toner 2000p sacks, like, I mean, 2007, 2020. I really wanted at one point to get a roll from every year, and I still will. That's one thing that I will do. That's doable within like the next 5 years, to have every single Sacagawea and every single Susan B. Anthony that we could possibly get. And you know, right now, I mean, there's really not that many Susan B. Anthonys, but there's a lot of varieties, and I would like to stock them up. I feel like, you know, they're just the one coin that, there's a lot of them, but I mean, rolls of Susan B's, that's pretty nice. I like going through stuff like that. I've only got one Susan B. Yeah, they're I haven't seen one in a minute, aside from like my collection, and I haven't looked at it, so I haven't seen any in a minute, but I really, really love them. A lot of wide rims, that's a big thing. It's really hard to tell though once you start looking at them, like, oh, this one is a wide rim. Nope. you know? And then it's really confusing because some of them are like wide on certain sides and then on the other, and you're looking for like wide, you know? It needs to be kind of like even. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes what you're looking at or what you're looking for. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are chugging along this Friday night, you guys. I am absolutely so blessed to have all of you with me. We are going to have a beautiful stream. I am just figuring out what we are going to be rolling into. I just am thinking about what to possibly do. I'm just going to BS for a little bit and just roll with it. You know what I mean? Chat's rolling so good right now, and yeah, it's a beautiful night. We got rain coming tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You said it was gonna be 80 in California. That enjoy that. I'm glad. I guess you can't have it everywhere. If it's hot there, it's gonna be raining here. You know, it's like sending it somewhere. Someone's getting it. You know, and the ocean ain't getting it. That's the thing. You ain't sending that stuff out in the ocean. It's coming here. For some reason, rain just continuously chills over land. It's just our clouds. You know, it's everything about it. I think there probably are good rainstorms out there in the ocean too. There has to be, but you know, no one's out there seeing them except for the people in the boats. And God bless them because they are doing God's work, hauling around our crates and stuff that we are buying on Amazon and stuff like that. I feel for everybody that has to deal with packages at this point. It's a pure mess, I'd imagine. I've seen some of the pictures on Facebook of the postal service carriers getting wiped with like a full truck full of stuff, and I'm just like, man, you know, just working for that retirement. It's really hard life, man. Some people are working harder than others every day. Yep. My goodness. My goodness. Let's get into this thing right here. This is my collection of special half dollars right now, I believe. We have to get some of these bicentennials out of here. I have two of these tubes somewhere, and this is the one that confuses me. There we go. This is the Monroe Adams Monroe Doctrine. 1923, you guys. Look at this coin. I'm going to put this camera, the second one on. That's not too bad, actually. I like that. I could put the second one on, too, really fast if I want to, but I really like this, like, big setup. It's nice. Ooh, this is a good one. These are readily available on eBay, and oh man, look at that. Proof half dollars are extremely affordable. I would say like $3 or $4 in some cases. Wow. Just every field of light that goes off of that is just insane. Looks like water. I say it looks like, you know, the tide coming in and out type thing. Oh man, I absolutely love proof half dollars. They are just beautiful. Capture your whole attention for days. It's almost hard tracking down each half dollar that I have. They're just spread out like a eagle's wings right now. We got an uncirculated Colombian 1893. I love this coin so much. Oh, she's got her luster like nobody's business. This is just one that I would say coin collectors alike have something with this coin because we all can get it. I like things that everybody can have. You know, that's really a good thing about this thing, is that not all coins are super rare and super expensive, and these This was the first $50 that one of my friends showed me that he had gotten. Shout out, Mike. Micus, homie. You're the one that showed me these 1893s, 1892s, and got me really into $50 to the point where now they're my favorite thing to collect. Not only are the mintages just perfect, they did it so well on all of these. Yep, there's just not a lot of everything $50 wise, aside from the newer and modern JFKs. I would say the Franklins, there's a lot of them, but not nearly as we're talking about like new modern coins and stuff like that. We've really ramped up production, I would say. It's happened like 4 times over history, maybe more. I mean, quite honestly, probably more, but 4 good times of just like, the population growing and them needing to make more coins. And you can go and look at it in the books. I love this. When I go and see these, when I'm flipping through books, I can see basically when they were ramping up production each time. And even the last live stream, we were sitting there looking at, what were we looking at? Engelhard's website. And I was just looking at how they went from like literally making like 25 to going up into the hundreds of thousands to going back to 25. It was like they made the most very quickly. Actually, it was within the first 3 runs that they made a lot of bars, and I would imagine that they like the exclusivity of having a limited run. Yep. So that's what they just continuously did, and I'm talking like 2,000, 5,000 and below all the time. Now we look at the Perth Mint, they do everything. I would say they do everything, and they move weight, like big time weight, government weight. And yeah, it's fine to think about the fact that certain places got it down to a knack, the bullion market and the coin market. They have it down so good that their designs, the way that they handle everything, is completely the most professional that you'd ever seen. And it don't seem like they miss. And that's what I see with some of these companies, is that they just don't miss, you guys. Everything is there. That's not even including APMEX. I mean, they're just the most expensive, but if you look at their catalog, it's so wide. There's nothing else like it. It's almost like YouTube. There's so many people on here right now, so many people live, so many people on right now. It's just like YouTube. Massive. We got Liberty Bleeds in here. What's up, Liberty Bleeds? How are you doing, my friend? How is Las Vegas on this beautiful Friday night? What are they showing on the dome? Do you know off the top of your head right now? You may not be on the strip or in town. I'm just asking. I'd like to know. They always switch it up, and I've seen recently that they've been getting really creative with what they put on it, like really cool graphics and stuff rolling around on that dome. How close are you to the strip, if I may ask? I've heard Scottsdale makes coins for other countries. I guarantee it. That's iffy though, because they are American. I mean, I don't think they're outside of our country, right? They're in America, from what I understand. So, that is iffy. And I wonder who, for that matter. I wonder who. Let me ask and just see if we can find anything on that real quick. We'll actually go real quick and get this ready to go, and we'll look at if they... I gotta look at this real fast. Scottsdale. Let's just see if we can find anything on that. Scottsdale Mint making coins for other countries. Let's see if that's like public information. Curious about that. I'm gonna type this in real quick and I'll get you guys on here. Okay. Okay. So let's see if we can find anything about Scottsdale Mint making anything. Foreign coins made by the U.S. Mint. Huh. That's interesting. Foreign coins made by the U.S. Mint. I kind of want to see what that's about, dude. Is there a record of all the coins minted by the U.S. Mint for foreign countries? Oh, this is great. I know we've done a lot. Red Book has some in the back. We'll get somewhere here real fast. Wow. That's a really nice coin. Wonder what this coin is. Does anybody in chat right now know what this coin is? Because I'm not really picking up on any of the words on this coin right now. We got 2.5 G. We got Munt van Curaçao. Curacao. Damn, that's hard to pronounce. But look at that shield. Holy. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. There's a list. Other non-USA coins minted by the U.S. mints. We got 20 centimus, 1941, minted in San Francisco. Look at that. This is what I wanted to find right here, you guys. They actually put where some of these were minted, which is not what they did here. Oh. USA. Oh, there we go. That's a Denver. The Niederländisch. 1/100th rupiah. It's crazy when you start literally seeing different denominations and different names. It's almost like the tongue doesn't even know how to say it. For me, at least. I don't know a lot of these. Look at this. 1941, 42, 41. I wonder, in the war times like this, what would make our government use the Philadelphia Mint to make rupiah? Isn't that a good question? Did you see the shout out? Oh, you're good, Liberty. They are in Arizona. No, you're good, dude. I really like Talk to Text as well, man. I was really like using it in the past months, like to type comments and everything. I just recently got back into like typing better with my phone and with like a keyboard, so it's like, yeah, we are absolutely rolling along here on this Friday evening, you guys. Okay. Back to me. Yeah. Absolutely really interesting. The fact that different mints are out here using the San Francisco and the old Philadelphia to just, you know, make some coins. The 1941 centimus, I'm pretty sure I have that. I'm going to get my coin book here in a second, and I will show you guys some of the really special. I'll show Joseph because he's still here. I'm pretty sure everybody just left in a moment, honestly. But, oh, Serpent's still here. It doesn't show me accurate numbers on live. Like, it just never does. I can't ever tell who's here, and then two people pop up and I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah, we are doing, you know, if anybody ever finds anything cool, you can send it to me and I will make a cool video on it. Yeah, I'll do that for anybody. Not only that, I just really wanted to because I was like, wow, that's insane. The fact that, you know, that is happening in this country right now, I mean, I'd like for other people to know, to look, you know. Makes me excited. I ever see a Coinstar, the first thing I'm going to do is look down because honestly, people are so fast with a Coinstar, they don't think about that. They'll leave rejected coins and take that slip and go and cash it out so fast, you guys. So fast. Pounds probably. Thank you, dude. Oh, you're good. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, dude. Joseph be finding literally like gems out here in the Coinstar slot, and it's pretty fascinating because these people are just like, they are absolutely too quick with a Coinstar to even think about hearing the cling, 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 cling of like 15 or 20 quarters. I remember the first time Joseph told me that he found something in Coinstar, it was like a lot of coins from what I remember. Did you not say it was like multiple dollars worth? Like, what was it, $6 worth, you said, I remember? So, yeah. And then ever since, I'm pretty sure he's gotten another 2 times since, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, that's just fascinating. And I haven't found one piece of silver in circulation aside maybe, let me think here, there might be one that I'm forgetting, but no, I buy silver from stores that sell it specifically because they sell silver. I can't seem to get lucky, you know. We had what, Silver Seeker, he got lucky and they called him up and he got face value, what, over $100 worth of quarters. I think he got around or over $100 face value of silver quarters from his bank, and they split them up like 4 ways from what I remember. There was probably $300 or $400 worth of quarters that just walked in his bank one day, and it was from somebody's collection. Boy, imagine not knowing what to do with that, you know? Take them anywhere but there, you know? You'd be better off just going to any old gold or silver buyer. Even if it's a gold buyer, they would pay you more for, your coins. People drop them off at the bank and just think, wow, cash. But then I've seen a couple videos, one that really bothered me the most, where this girl got her grandfather's stuff and immediately was so excited to get rid of it, and she was already sitting at the bank when she made the video. It's just like, yeah, it's rough seeing that stuff, man. My pap gives me something, I'm gonna have to make sure that whenever I go, somebody else gets it because it's not going to the bank. Yeah. And my collection's not going to the bank when I die either. It'll be spread out between probably 20 people by then, most likely, or at least a lot of people, so that everybody could at least prosper. And who knows where I'll be at that point in my life, and who knows if I'll even, still be on here or anything, but the videos will still be here. And hey, I know that my collection at least won't go to a bank. Hopefully somebody will at least know what to do with it. And I'm going to have fun with it before I die as well, and just go crazy selling what I can. And yeah, after you collect all your life, I'd imagine you can basically just go crazy selling if you're in your 50s to 60s. And not crazy, but if you've done well enough to the point where you're, sitting there looking at a substantial amount when you're older, I'd imagine making sure that you're good still would be important, but at the same time, I'd go a little crazy. Especially with multiple different types of metal. If you focus on some platinum, some gold, a lot of fractional and stuff like that, spread your wings pretty wide, and next thing you know, you don't even know where you're landing. You're kind of soaring through the air. That's pretty much where I want to be one day, just with coins. Just kind of so much that it's confusing, almost a pain probably. And if you ever have to move and you have a lot, that's a big pain. But at the same time, yeah, gold is definitely lighter. If you guys, yeah, it's mind-blowing how light gold is compared to everything else, especially galena and silver. Yeah, I realized that when my last purchase, I'm like, holy, that's amazing. That convert that into silver, and we're looking at an entire table full. Seriously, a full table full of silver probably. And it would have taken me multiple trips to get everything. Especially if it was fractional. But even bigger bars, that would definitely not even been able to carry all the silver. So that's a problem in its own sense. If you can't carry it, and you got to make multiple trips to go and sag your car, and your car looking like an armored car as you're rolling down the street with 2,000 pounds or whatever, it's like it probably gets dangerous if you actually are trying to move way too much. I'd imagine. Say you fill your car up and the trunk, you're riding low, my friend, sagging like I'm trying to think of a funny example. I got a picture in my mind and I'm trying to think of how to word it. Sagging like I don't know, the minivan whenever the shocks go out of it and people are still driving it around, and that thing is just like back, practically grinding, exhaust grinding, hitting every pothole. Just like that. Yeah, we are chilling, you guys. Man, it's in the 40s here tonight right now. It's like 40 something outside. Crazy. I got something up here that I want to show you guys because I'm pretty sure, Liberty, you're here right now, and I want to show you this because I still have it. Check this out. This is amazing. You're gonna love this, dude. You're gonna love this. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah. Sun-kissed orange. You name this, and that's what it looks like. It just has the most beautiful tone to it. I'm trying to figure out how we can get that through. That's pretty much, I mean, it's not like up close or anything, but that is a channel coin. We got to make another one. I'll just start posting toners, and we'll name another one, you guys, because this is something that, like, this is something special every time we do it. And this thing is gorgeous. 1981. And it's really just got this, like, it's got its, like, original luster all around it with just beautiful orange and, like, purplish hues. Yeah, I got full rolls of toner Lincolns. Some that are insane, like all purple, all blue, all green. Yeah, it's wild what actually exists with copper. It corrodes with practically all metal and like oils and like acid or anything, and quick. I mean, like, next thing you know, you're sitting there, a little dirt on it. Next thing you know, it's a whole different coin. You lost the luster, but you got a tone. Yeah. I've been wondering recently how in the hell these people are out here toning coins on purpose. Now that's something we got to talk about for 2 seconds. Like, there are people out here literally toning coins on purpose. They figured out how, what, and they just let it sit there, and both sides come out flawless in some cases. And that's what I think we saw with them Mexican onzas on there. So be careful with that, because if you try to send a coin in like that to get graded and it was dipped or treated, they're going to say, okay, that's unnatural. So like a completely unnatural tone or whatever, and they'll put that on there or something. Yep. We are going to definitely be sending coins off to the grading company. I can't wait. I want to do a big order, and I'm going to start figuring out what coins I want to send. That'll be a couple future live streams where we basically sit down and find some of the most beautiful coins from the past that I have capsuled. I have them separated, and we can look through them at any given point, and there are so many different beauties in there. And I mean, like, MS-70 coins, perfect coins. Yep. We really be out here finding gems and beauties. Wow. Pepsi has a grip on me and the nation. My God. Not just Pepsi, Coke too. My goodness. Put a little pep in your step, and not the good way either. Sugar, honestly, I really feel like I used to have a grip on sugar and now I just seemingly don't. It's not that I don't have a grip on it, it's that I've kind of started to just drink a few cans of soda a day and just really not monitor my sugar consumption. And in the past year, I've really wanted to. Something I really want. I don't want to, have sugar issues. And that's like a nationwide problem right now, I would say, you guys. Kids don't even realize it because they're consuming sugar so bad right now. But for the most part, diabetes is quite literally going to ruin the newer generations very quickly. Yeah. So many ways to tone coins. You can basically create whatever color. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With especially with different things, and when you sitting there pissing around, you really figure it out. So yeah, all these people in their little basements and everything with all these like junk coins that are scratched, hold, whatever the case, can't sell. They'll go down there and just throw it in there, and boom. Next thing you know, it's sought after just because it has color. Pretty odd, Pretty odd. And yeah, that's pretty sketchy. I really don't like that, that people are really out there faking the tone on coins, all to create value and trick somebody, most likely. And that's probably going down in China, but not only China, America. This is America. Don't get you slipping up. Yeah. People out here literally toning coins, and I swear to you guys, it will catch your wallet very quickly, because we were looking at them coins and everybody's like, oh, that's nice, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. But then once we started to really look at them, I seen a couple comments saying that don't look right, that's too colorful. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then I went back and looked at it and I'm like, oh my goodness, that shit's coated like front to back, like no way to see the actual coin because it's physically toned so crazily. And that doesn't happen. No, you can actually almost always see the profile of a coin while the tone is there. In most cases, you can see where it started and what direction it went in. If it's perfect, in a perfect condition, it'll start on the outside edges on a round, perfect sliver around the outside, right? It'll grow into the stars. It'll grow into past the stars. It'll fill the inside cavity space. It'll go right on the top of the face of the coin. It almost too slow to capture, but it grows. And a good tone, man. I was looking at some coins like that are graded on eBay on the previous streams, and they are mind blowing. I mean, pastels, oranges, suns, purples, blues, everything you can imagine. And it's so fun sitting there looking at, like, I wonder what the hell made this happen. I wonder how this story went down. Let's be real. How cool would that be if there was a coin that existed in the future where you could actually sit there and just kind of go through a flip book of the coin's life? The best moments, at least, throughout its life. I always catch myself wondering, like, okay, so somebody got this coin at one point, it was brand new. How long did it stay brand new before it just straight went into circulation? I can't wait to see how the toning turns out on my 92 Eagles. Yeah, dude. See, that's the thing. Like, whenever you actually have... What's a clamshell case, if you can clarify that? I don't know what that is. But, yeah, you can definitely, like, just sit and let coins go for years, and I am too. There's certain ones that I just really want to kind of use the oils and everything in the straight environment. And the this stuff isn't perfect. Like these things right here. This isn't perfect. It looks clear, but it's purely synthetic, and it will tone a coin. This, in the right condition, will tone a coin, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it will naturally, over a very long period of time staying in this capsule, I'm sure it'll actually grow a patina that will probably work into a color of some sort, just from the acids in this. And that's not even to talk about the cellophane. I believe this is cellophane on the both sides of this. It's very flimsy, but it's actually a sealable cellophane. I don't know. I think it's cellophane for sure. But yeah, this stuff most definitely is produced so cheaply and with every chemical you could possibly imagine. And the cardboard itself, that's a huge toner, you guys. We had to talk about this one. Cardboard. If you guys like toning coins naturally, throw them in a box probably and just let them sit upstairs in the attic with like moisture. You'll have toned coins. Yep. Silver will always go color of some sort. It will do something in most cases. It ain't gonna do nothing, that's for sure. It's an interesting topic, and I don't know. It's like people are doing it. People know how to do it. I just think it can be overdone. One, if you're actually sitting there dipping this stuff, if you're dipping the coins, I mean, they got to be junk already. In most cases, those Mexican onzas, whoever truly made those coins that colorful, yeah, they created value by tricking somebody with their eyes to see vibrant colors. And someone will buy it and cherish it and show a lot of people. That's the thing. They're going to show everybody, they're going to cherish it, and they're going to fall in love with it themselves, and they may not realize that it was a dipped coin. And it's not graded. So if they do get it graded, it's going to come back that it's altered with chemicals. They actually put it on the grade. They put it right on that sliver, toned unnaturally with certain chemicals or whatever. They just have a way of saying it. Getting purple around the edge. Oh man, that's great, dude. That's killer, dude. I can't believe. I have no coins that are actually going purple at the moment. I need to just see. I need to actually see, because I got certain ones that are setting out too, and I'm just like, yeah, these might change, just by chilling in the natural environment. It takes a long time for a coin to tone, man. It's like a lot of oils going on. It's like a lot of different things. I think the oils are really something that makes the splotchy tone. Darker colored splotchy or toned, really random. Definitely really random. Yeah. And then there's the ones that actually happen naturally, and you can tell because they grow in perfectly in some cases. It just depends on the environment and how long you leave it there. And another problem that I've seen is that in most cases, how do you get both sides? Right? I see people that have fully toned coins on one side and then the other side's completely bare. And I get it, Why wait for the other side? You just had that thing toning for however long to get it to do that. And why wait for the other side? But I guess some people have figured out that if they enter this coin into an environment and stand it up, it might actually do both sides. I'm thinking. It seems like those clear plastic sleeves for the 1 ounce vintage bars always leave a weird tab shape. Yeah. Think about what they're made of, Even, I just think that this harder stuff, like flimsier stuff, lets go quicker, I'd imagine. It seeps out quicker. I'd imagine with light, that is the ultimate killer of plastic. It degrades it over time. It releases things. Things are happening as you have a coin. That's a good experiment. Take a coin. I'll take a coin that doesn't mean that much capsule wise, and just put it outside, and it'll be like an experiment, and we'll see what chemicals release into the capsule onto the coin. That's exactly what I would say, and that's maybe what, because I know some people are using like basements, moist basements, or attics, and they'll just throw a box up there, because cardboard, you can smell that. A cardboard factory probably reeks, because you can smell cardboard if it's fresh. I've gotten a couple fresh boxes before, and they just like reek like ink. Whatever it is, they have a lot of different material in it. Yeah, and it's definitely a real chemically packed thing, if you will. Yeah. Man, absolutely great Friday night, you guys. I swear. Really just wanted to BS with everybody and just, continue to get to know every single person that just pops in here and really enjoying the chats. And seeing all the new people that pop up every now and then. That's the thing. Once we have like a bunch of regulars in here and everything, they just stick around, and more people will actually feel more comfortable popping in. It's, I don't know what it is, but this is how it is always. You know, I see it this way with a lot of different channels too, where they're like, they just have a few people. Next thing you know, they're, you know, into the 10s, 20s, 30s. Yep. Even 10 or 20 different people will keep the chat rolling so crazily. Like, you guys have no idea. So anything past this and the chat's actually going to be going pretty quickly. Yep. Hope you have a great day, Liberty Bleeds, and night, and weekend, and next week. Peace out, homie. Yeah, we just here vibing out, brother. Is agave a good alternative to sugar? I bet you any fruit is a good alternative to sugar, Joseph. Yep. Any natural fruit releases sugar in a way where like no ice cream or like candy ever will. And yeah, I've noticed that when you eat a banana or an apple, the sugar, it's actually quicker to get in your body. It'll, because like there's barriers for like this type of sugar, and that's what causes diabetes and everything when you're drinking it. Yeah, kind of just did like a Pepsi ad while I literally like talked about the downside of it, but seriously, yeah, Pepsi's one of them things, dude. I worked for Pepsi, you guys. I was an old Pepsi guy. I was in this aisle one time in a store, and this kid, he really wanted soda, but his dad didn't want to get him soda, and so he almost had his dad talked into the Gatorade, and I'm like, I had to, because they're sitting there asking, and I'm like, I'm the guy that sells this stuff, so I'm going to answer your question. And I went up to him and I said, it's pretty much the same thing without carbonation. I said, and I actually bought a bottle out for him, and I said, it's still, look at the ingredients. And they looked at the ingredients, and it had everything in it that except for carbonation. And I'm like, they just, you know, it's electrolytes. And not gonna lie, Gatorade's great. It's not bad. I love it. It helps me get through my day when I need it. I've been just drinking water lately. I haven't needed Gatorade, but I was an avid Gatorade drinker. But I had to tell the guy because the dad's literally sitting there like wondering, and I'm like, yeah, well, but I would still get it, you know, because there's really nothing, you know, aside from water. This is it, you know. Give him some water, give him this, you know. Trying to just like help people out. I was definitely always down to answer a question or even run the whole way across the store for somebody. Yeah. Yeah. Really liked working for Pepsi. Probably end up doing something like that in the future. I'm a really good merchandiser. Yep. Enjoy that type of work, going in and out of the stores, seeing all the different people. For them, I drove all over Pennsylvania. I mean, down to the border of West Virginia and back, like, you know, everywhere. Every city, pretty much, every state around here. Not every state, but every place around here. Yeah. Definitely enjoyed it, too. It was my first job out of high school. It was the best job that I ever had at that point. I've had a couple good ones since. But yeah, it was my favorite. And that kind of, like, fizzled out weirdly. It's one of those things where you're working for such a big company, they can quite literally do things for their purposes. And what Pepsi does is they literally hire kids like me to replace somebody who's had surgery in their back because they're always getting hurt. If you work there, you're always getting hurt, and you actually get time off just because you hurt. Well, then I get used to the store, and I'm enjoying it, and then as soon as the guy comes back, I go somewhere else, and I'm needed somewhere else. Well, guess what? They hire so many people like me, and guess what? Everybody comes back. Well, when everybody comes back, now I go from working full-time to absolutely barely surviving, and that's not happening. So I quite literally had to leave Pepsi because I needed a better job and more hours, and I found it. It sucks. Because that's the type of job that you could keep forever and have 401k and all that. And honestly, I don't think I'd want to do it forever. God blesses me and leads me in the right direction every day now. But it's always been that way. You can always accept signs just as they're happening. You just got to see it. You just got to know that it's happening. The gut feeling is what I like to call it, but it helps me actually move the right direction at this point. And I really get a good feeling for, certain things that I should or shouldn't do at this point. Certain things really light up immediately as the right thing, like green almost, and then certain things will like almost pop up red for me, like stay the hell away, or just go the other way. In most cases, it's saved me. In some cases, I probably bet. There's been a lot of things that have. There's been a lot of things in this world that have showed me that really, the one thing that I can always count on is my inclination. I'm really good with my guesses sometimes, especially out in public. Whenever I really get a good feeling about almost most things. To kind of like, oh, stay away, or like, oh, I can like BS with all these people, or oh, I feel really unsafe, I'm out of here, like peace out, you guys. Like I got really good senses, instant, and they keep me safe. Even if we ever went into a mine, I'd be really safe. I remember saying that because we were talking about that in the previous like live streams, how I'm actually going to go up to this one mine. I don't think the bars are bent. I think they put a gate up, and I don't think that anyone's found a way in since, so we're not going to be able to go in. But if you could go in, I'm sure it would actually have moments where like you're in there and it gets sketchy real quick, I'd imagine. Hell, I watched a video like 2 weeks ago. These guys were going in this guy's backyard, and next thing you know, they're actually in an underground waterfall / cavern system, and I'm just like, what? And you know what's crazy, you guys? What's even more insane about that story? This guy that owned the property knew that the waterfall was in there. All right, how'd he know? I guess water was in there, so he assumed there might be a waterfall. I don't know. He definitely didn't go in there himself, I can't imagine. But these kids were so anxious to get in there, they actually went, they brought ropes and everything, and they actually lowered themselves down the damn waterfall. I mean, like, the balls on these people. They actually lowered themselves down the waterfall. They anchored themselves at the top and went down. And I'm just like, wow. Could you imagine just hoisting yourself down real slow as the water's flowing right in front of you? I mean, wicked. And not only that, the cavern that they were in, it was actually, that's the crazy thing. When water goes underground, it makes tunnel systems almost. They look like tunnel systems. They get flooded every time, and they usually disperse somewhere. Where does it go? I don't know. I think the universe just swallows the energy of the water up and just evaporates it or something. I don't know. Or it finds a way out into there's a lot of underground caverns too. Water caverns that we just haven't found yet. I'd say probably a quarter or so of the coal mines that are beneath my town aren't unused, haven't been tapped into in a long time, and are very likely flooded because they just weren't patched up. A lot of these people just left the holes there, and every time the water would get in there or a stream would run into it, it basically opens it up and makes it wider. That's what this guy's backyard did. The water basically started coming in, and next thing you know, it's got a waterfall. It's tapped into a whole underground system. Yeah, that'd be scary. And imagine it's growing every day too, so you're living beside it, and the cavern is quite literally growing. I mean, I know out in California, Joseph, that literally they have, what is it, Highway 1 right now? It's actually falling into the ocean, from what I remember. I saw the videos of that. Mind-blowing. People are driving like 2 feet to the right of this thing, and it's collapsing in the moment, and there's a guy standing there filming it in the news. Balls on people nowadays to get the camera shots, because they know that the cameraman never dies. That's some BS, dude. Plenty of cameramen die. You just don't see the footage because they died. Scary. I see that all the time, though, because the videos that exist of people getting away on video, make people think that it's safe to film things and not be scared. I'm serious. Now imagine certain people, right? This is gonna happen to somebody. I don't know who, okay? But they're gonna have their phone out on a trip through Africa, okay? And they're gonna be so encapsulated in filming something. Maybe they're out of the car for a moment, whatever the case may be, that they actually get attacked and mauled because of the phone. And now I know it's already happened. I'm saying it's going to happen again too, because everything repeats itself. People do repetitive things by accident. I've seen so many people nowadays that are in national parks that actually almost die by grizzly bear just because they think, or moose. Yeah, moose is quite another big animal that will rage your car and flip it over if you got something that it can flip. They're big, big horns on their head, man. You can't get around that. That is a stomping ground. And you know what? People think, oh, it's cute. Let's take a picture, and they're filming, and next thing you know, it's flipping their car and running into them. Or in most cases where people get too close to something on a trail, or if they're just like, I don't know, I've seen a couple kangaroo shots too. That's usually somebody with a smaller animal. The damn kangaroo will just like kidnap somebody's animal and just go and hold it hostage and look at you like, what are you going to do about it? And then you got to go and fight a kangaroo. I mean, that's just the craziest thing that could possibly happen. Oh yeah, there's definitely that here, especially. Yeah, dude, I was looking at even just like the video of it crumbling the one day. Dude, Highway 1 is beautiful. I would kill to get on that highway, you guys. I would kill to get on that highway. It's the most scenic, beautiful, doesn't need to be there, but so glad it is there road. You know what I mean? It's one of those roads, it's very scenic and special and way out of the way, the longest way. People will not take that way on purpose just because it's so far. But man, that's the road that people want to take. That's the one I want to take, dog. Like Route 66, man, I'm here for the time. I'm not here for the, I'm not here because we're checking out. I'm here because we're here for some time. Like, some people are there for the checkout and some people are there for the moment, But either way, everybody goes home. But there's always somebody who has way more fun. I'd like to say that's been me for however many years, but man, you guys, like my earlier years, so much fun. I got plenty of good stories to add in as like the years go on, really good ones, bangers. College parties, absolutely just like, I don't know, I had the greatest friend group, multiple different schools. I went from like my first school to a second school, and then I graduated from there, and as soon as I graduated, I practically inserted myself into another school by accident. They were just right above my town, and I made friends with everybody. Next thing I know, I'm picking people up from there, and I got a girlfriend from there, and yeah, it was just great. School was so fun for me, it was hard for me to do good in it. Really had a blast. I mean, I guess, I'd be the person making everybody laugh and everything. I was always the one that was just a damn clown. I always had that smart remark that would just make everybody laugh, and honestly, it was needed sometimes. Shit was too serious sometimes, and everybody, the opportunity would approach. I'd be sitting there with the thought in my mind, like, should I or shouldn't I, and a lot of the times I would fire off. I'm getting right back to that sense of humor where I'm just like, I've been in my, a lot of people are in their heads nowadays, and I'm like one of them. I'm in my head quite often, but it helps me make videos and stuff. The fact that I can sit here and just talk, and it doesn't come naturally. Not to everybody. Not to me. When I first started this, like even till now, to like read a full script of a video, if I write a full script and it's like very well, like good vocabulary and everything, and big words and everything, like, yeah, it's not simple. I mean, it really does tongue twist me. I will sit there and just like really try to like not repeat things, and then once you start thinking about what you're doing, it makes it like 4 times as hard. So it almost better to just like walk away, forget about it, come right back, boom, try it again, you know? Most natural, because it's like, yeah, there's plenty of video creators out there that will tell you that, you know, there's so many times where they'll be rewatching it, or they'll know what they just mispronounced, or you just don't want it to be in there, you know? You don't want it, like, it's the one thing that throws off the whole mood sometimes, like a bunch of different things being said wrong, you know what I mean? So it's like important sometimes to kind of just have good pronunciation and work on your vocabulary. And yeah, I used to be able to read, but I think that honestly, like right now, I could read a book, but it's like glitchy. If I was sitting there reading a book, I would like read, digest that, read, you know. But I used to just like glare through the whole page. I think it was like the attention span of me in the earlier 2000s versus now. Right now, short form content, I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't get away from it. It is so entertaining. It seems like every single time I'm watching shorts, I find something that I want to watch. I could sit there and scroll for hours. It's almost taken over for long form, but I love long form content. I'll always watch it. There's always a video out there that I find long form wise, like from many different people that just blow me away. So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting how like over time my like the way that I watch videos changes, and everybody does. You know, I think about it all the time. There were people that I just loved watching, you know, that I just don't watch anymore for whatever reason, that I will go back to at one point and start re-enjoying, but it never really quite feels like, you know, the same, you know, from the start when you're like glued to a channel, you know what I mean? Straight glued to a channel. I've been glued to so many channels where it's just like, wow, I never could imagine forgetting about it. And then next thing I know, I got like 4 other new channels that I'm like really excited about. And it's something that you got to juggle in life, really, watching some of your favorite creators like leave your mind, you know? YouTube is so absolutely in its own realm. Who the hell even owns it now? It's not her anymore, so it's a guy now, right? Somebody else bought this place, like, the lights are still on, you know what I mean? Like, that's funny. It's a great Friday night, you guys. Really enjoy these streams, you know? Gotta just go straight one face cam and keep it real simple and just have fun some nights, you know. I stopped playing games on here, but I do think that we're gonna play like the goofiest ass games in the future, some random stuff, not dumb, but yeah, really fun old games. I gotta figure it out. I was thinking about actually like either being a movie pirate or a game pirate, but that's no fun. I mean, like, catch viruses all day long, and next thing you know, my computer won't even run a stream. I've kept this computer A plus, I would say, close to A. It's still good. It's still running flawlessly, and I've owned it for probably over a year. Now that's just something that not a lot of people can say, especially with all that I do on it. I mean, like, there's like 4 different streaming softwares on here for like multiple different things. Twitch, like, I got another one for Twitch, like, just because there's one that limits me, like 4 hours or something. It limits me. And then the other one's like unlimited, and I found it second, so I left them both on there. But yeah, it's like if you clog your computer up, you know what clogs your computer up the most? Video files. I'll be sitting there as I go through a month. When I get to the end, I have all these random videos that I make, and I'm like, okay, well, they're already cataloged on YouTube, and I just straight to bin. Yep. And that's how daily uploading, I think it's the easiest. Some people say they use externals, but my record is this platform. These videos will be on this channel if I upload them, so you don't need to keep, you know, all that data, because after a year of daily uploading, or even close to that, you're into terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes. It's like more than probably 5 per year of daily uploading. Longer videos, or even just like 5 to 10 minuters, you know? Yep. Definitely thinking of establishments that we can actually give a ring to in the future. Pitch me some ideas in the comments if any of you guys got anybody in mind that I could call. or try to call. I've been thinking. Business is for fun. We can prank call people. I've been in the troll mood lately. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have a lot of fun, quite literally. It's going to be like Sal talking to scammers, but I don't know. I really get under their skin, man. Especially if I start going along with it for a little bit, and then I really like pull the rug out. Oh, I love that shit. Oh, that's fun. You can't beat that. When you're practically where the gift cards are like being exchanged, and next thing you know, you're like a totally different person for a second, and they're like, wait a second, like, yep. And there's some that are pretty pushy, some that will claim they're from America, sitting in America, and they're really not from America, and they're really adamant. You know what's crazy? Yeah, there's scammers from other countries, but why is it always the same ones that we see? Now, how come I don't see like a Russian? How come I'm not talking to a Russian scammer every now and then? Or a Chinese scammer like that's trying to converse with me? It's usually just one single, entity, which is the Indian is calling and claiming to run Microsoft or Apple. That's just like, they've really taken it upon themselves to become the scam capital. I mean, like, where else? And yeah, there's like other places that you can get pickpocket in. There's a pickpocket capital. There's all this jazz, but yeah, the scam capital. I mean, we're talking about like scam centers, people that actually get rich off of like making grandmothers that are probably near deathly ill or dementia in some cases, get the cards for them and straight send it on over. Said. And that's been going on since the end of time. I mean, I remember when I first booted a computer up and me and my mom were sitting there looking at a couple emails, and I'm just like, yeah, probably shouldn't open that. My mom would be like, this Prince is messaging me or whatever. I'm like, we'll look at it. That's a scammer. It happened so quickly too, because that shit took the world by storm. At first people were clicking on them like, this is fishy, but at first people were probably like, damn, this makes sense. And then they get scammed, and then they say, oh my god, I hate scammers. It always happens where somebody's a victim and then they pass the message on. Too many victims, and then you got everybody. Now I can't even answer the phone and take them seriously. If they ever needed me to take them, if an Indian ever needed me to take him seriously, it'd be quite hard. I would never, they would have to have nothing to do with money or gift cards, that's for sure. Nothing. Because if it has anything to do with money, I'm just going to be like, no, bro, like, I'm sorry. That's too wild for me. Slow down. Another thing I realized recently, is random. I'm throwing it out there. We got to get this out here. Let's put it out in the air, you guys. Best Buy needs to get rid of their effing call center. Just get rid of it entirely and let us call the stores again. 2024, let's bring back call the employer. Call the employer itself. We don't have to call centers. It's worthless. Just recently, I get Papa John's quite often, you guys. I'll be up there first thing in the morning or randomly. I get a craving for like something and I'll go and get it. I've been really learning the menus at places. Taco Bell's got a secret menu, you guys. You guys got, it's not secret, but it's like, okay, you're looking at this stuff and you see a couple things pop out that are secret in price. And I learned this last night, okay? They have double burritos, like double enchilada burritos or something like that. I forget. There was like a double stacker taco, and I got 3 of these things, which is a full meal, okay, for $6 last night. It was like $2.89 for a big ass taco. Everything was $2 that I got, or about 3, but like in the 2s. Now look at this. I go and look at their new Cantina tacos. $6, $7 a piece. And I'm like, go and look at the other tacos. $6, $7, or the meals. And that's kind of what I realized, is that they left a couple things on there pretty decently priced for some reason, and you can actually get a full meal for what it used to be price wise, which was $6 or $7, and now everything is just cresting about 11 to 12 normally, and you just will just hand over $12 for almost anything in the United States right now. It's pretty wicked what the prices are doing right now because nobody's tracking it. Here's what I wanted to do, okay? We're gonna do this one. Oh, I gotta write this down. We actually have to track some prices, something. 5 things for God's sakes, but at least can go through the store, find some things that I want or that you guys, pitching me ideas as I'm sitting there live, and I'm going to sit there and write the prices down, and then guess what? I'm going to go back when it's like $3 more, and I'll be the only one that actually knows what the old price was. I mean, that's fascinating because, yeah, it's something, dude, imagine if other people did this. They would know, we would know exactly right now how bad shit was. Imagine if when everything got bad, few people even started to log the prices before they went up. I've been waiting for gas to go down. My pap said, keep fucking waiting. Crazy. And he's right. Keep waiting. Because look at what happens. It's just like, right now with election season and all their spending and everything, you can't expect nothing to go down. And if it does, the last time gas went down, we dipped into our damn reserves. Yep, we have gas reserves and we used them up. And there's definitely a depleted amount of that because everyone thought the last time when the gas went down that it was actually happening because it was just going down. But really, they were like straight Biden was dipping into the reserves. I've heard from a couple people online that our reserves were touched with and fucked with. Yep. It's no bueno. Because that's like the thing that we're supposed to actually have for war, emergency, cut the whole power of the nation, and we all need it. Get what I'm saying? Or just for them rich people to use it and let us not have it. But at the same time, whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen. You know what I mean? But still, I'm waiting for some prices to go down, y'all. I mean, literally, this thing that I used to buy that was 99 cents is practically in the threes now. And it's very expensive to buy. It's crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Not only think of that, cigarettes are literally the one thing that, I smoke tobacco throughout the day, but at the same time, I don't smoke as much as a single other person. What I figured out was that as people smoke cigarettes, the smoke goes away in the air, and half the cigarette gets blown in the air. So basically, and now imagine this, every $10 pack, throwing 5 and just ripping it. Just getting half the pack and just literally throwing it away, and that's what most people do. Well, I started just using a pipe and ripping a quarter of a cigarette, and that would be my cigarette, basically. And now I don't even need to have a cigarette. So basically a pack will last me many, many days. And I'm not even saying it's terrible to smoke, but seriously, trying to find a way to minimize it, for God's sakes, because all these people will just go and just blow through it and be proud that they're smoking 2 packs a day, and that's not me. Yeah, I've been looking for a way out of that. It's just like, there are alternatives and everything, but my goodness, it's just not what the leaf is, that's for sure. But yeah, definitely got to do something in the future because my pap's at a point right now where he cannot breathe at all. I mean, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. And he's at a point right now where he's going to literally need oxygen, and he can't get it. He already needs it right now. Can't get it. And all kinds of other stuff's going bad, too. So it's just like, yeah, at a certain point, I guess when you hit your, 30, I'm almost in my 30s, so I'm going to be out, 28, 29 type thing here real soon. And, yeah, definitely, when you hit your 30s, everybody's already getting really old, and you start to see, grandparents and everything just, on their way out and everything, and it's just terrible, bro. I guarantee life throws so many curveballs. It's got to be... You got to have a good sense of humor, and, boy, it'll be great to have you guys through life, honestly. I seriously think this. Because, right now, I'm still really young and everything. We can still take this for a while. Still do a lot. Quick cold turkey. Yeah, it's the way, bro. Cold turkey is the way. I mean, even if like like working yourself down just a little bit and then just jump in, it's the way with nicotine. It will not miss you. It will be uncomfortable, but you will get through it. I know. I already know. That's the sad part, you guys, is that like I even just tried, bro. I was using alternatives on my vacation and everything because of just like how could you possibly smoke in a car? You know what I mean? It's like with your family and everything, you can't. So alternatives, like seriously, but I thought I was like never gonna smoke again, really. At one point, I really quit, and I really thought I was never gonna smoke again. And yeah, I don't understand it. I think I started to rely on it for work at one point. It does unlock this creative ability in your brain. You're better on nicotine for whatever reason, and that's why they say a lot of the studies say that the smartest people smoke cigarettes for whatever reason. It's like they know how terrible it is and everything, but they know nothing's permanent. I think that's really what it is that people you're gonna go anyways, but nobody wants to go early. And the people that do want to go early, or they want to go for the wrong reasons, to have a legacy like too young, or to like straight just exit themselves from the world, straight delete. Nope. I'm trying to make it, you guys. I want to make it to like my pap, or close to my pap's age and everything. I don't want to go to 100, but straight up, I want to at least see this life through. And I used to think differently. I was just like, hey, if it happens, it happens. When I was younger, I lived in the moment so heavily. Like I said, it was just partying. It was just like, I never thought that was going to end. I never thought that was going to end. I mean, some of the biggest and best parties that I've ever attended, I mean, like, ones that had security guards literally at the door, and just, like, different colleges, states away, like, a lot of places that I've, like, had to rescue people from. There was this one time where me and my friends, we got a call that somebody was drugging my friend's drink, and she was an hour and a half away, right? And we get there, and we have to walk into the biggest party full of football players from this college that know none of us. And we have to take a girl that's drank a potential date raped drink, and literally, when we get there, she's falling over. So my friend literally puts her on her shoulder, and we go to the car. And they didn't say anything. I remember having to tell one kid, this is like a real random thought, but I just going back to this for a moment. I had to tell this one kid, like, we're taking this girl, like, I don't know what else to tell you, like, this is our friend, like, bye-bye. Do something about it, like, these people are weird, and it might have been the guy that gave her the thing. We didn't even worry about that. That's another thing. When you got someone that needs your help, like, just get the help, but, yeah. Little things like that, man. I just remember little stories like that just take me back, dude. I got so many good ones, you guys. There was this one from this local town down me. They have this party every year. It's called Patty's Day. Yeah, it's called Patty's Day. And the cops are on horses going through the streets, and it gets wild. I mean, like, you can make friends in this town all week long, and you will make the news probably if you stick around long enough, because they go crazy. It's the biggest party at this college, and I'm pretty sure in the country. I don't know if any that are this wild. It literally, like, burning couches and stuff like that. Like, I remember one time I was just walking by, and I see this whole couch burning on this corner of a side street, and everybody is just walking by like it's just a normal thing. I remember one time somebody burned a couch in their backyard and had like 50 people just surrounding it like it was a campfire. You know what I mean? Like, crazy. Yeah, one time my friend we were partying all night one time, and I remember my friend wanted to go see our other friends that actually lived in the other house, and he got it so confused and so messed up in his mind this night that he was going to tunnel to their place. So we wake up and there's an actual hole going through the drywall and everything, and our friend is just nowhere to be seen. And the whole next day we had to fix the wall, you guys. Plaster it, paint it, everything, just because he wanted to get a big board and go window to window, apparently, with our homies. And yeah, it was just absolutely hilarious. I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of good times, honestly. You know, I don't think I'll ever regret anything in life. I really think that everything is like really meant to be at this point. I had one of the best parties too that I ever been to in life. Literally, it was a field party that got so out of control, quite literally. I had left, me and everyone that threw the party left, and it was thriving without us. Thriving. With so many people, it don't matter who started it. You know what I mean? Like, it really don't. So we're basically like at a point where in the night where I was hungry and I was like a safe driver for everybody, so we would pack in my car and go to the store. And next thing I know, state cops are raiding this entire field, and people are calling us down. It's like, hey, where are you at? Here. Oh, all right, cool, bet. Like, don't come back, you know? And I'm sitting there, I'm telling my other friends, and I'm like, yo, we can't go back. It was amazing because I counted, and there was over 100 people that we had gathered from like probably like 8 different schools. We would send out these mass messages to anyone and everyone, and this one time everybody pulled up. It was crazy. Absolutely amazing too. Thank you, Serpent. Yeah, I don't know, man. Definitely try to. Started smoking. I never smoked. Great, Joseph. Honestly, the fact that you never smoked, man, congratulations, because seriously, I'm so disappointed in the fact that I started, dude. Like, I'm real disappointed. I remember exactly the day. It was one of the first things I ever consumed was nicotine. Yep. The first thing I ever had in life was beer, I think. It was like a family thing, you know, like dad sometimes usually end up being the ones, but yeah, it's like in some cases always the family that you drink with first, you know, and most cases, yeah, it was my thing. But at the same time, I remember a friend, you know, I just remember people popping up with cigarettes, right? And I'd be saying, I said no for so long. I'm like, no, you know? And then at a certain point, I just started saying, yeah, it's like terrible. It's terrible. And you know what's crazy? Straight rejection from the start. I should have never picked it up after the first time that it hurt so bad. It was terrible. Absolutely horrific. I mean, like, the first hit of nicotine and tobacco is literally fire in your lungs. Fire. Not any good either. Just burning. Wishing that it would stop, honestly. And then all of a sudden, you just, like, I guess you do so much damage that your body just, like, teeter-totters into, like, allowing it, I guess. And your senses automatically go, because what? It ruins your sense of smell. I know, dude. I know, man. Can you only imagine how much we've wasted on cigarettes, bro? Like, I did the math, and it's literally about $2,000+ a year, and most other people will go above that or below that, you know, but about $2,000 a year. Now, I mean, yeah. Now let's just do the math here. We're just gonna go and say, you know, for 30, we got 60,000. You know, 30 years, and you saved yourself almost $100,000 in pure cash. Now, let's be real. What would that look like? Big smile on my face. $100,000 from saving from not smoking. Yeah, that's the goal. That was the goal. I seriously tried, you guys. On the way back, we broke down so many times and got stranded for multiple days, and it was an enduring never relieving stress, enduring adventure each day. and you never knew when the test was over. And then when you thought it was over, it got worse and worse and worse. Now imagine worse and worse and worse. Every time you think it's going to get better, it gets worse. And then you start to see light. And then it still gets worse. Like, we actually broke down coming through Cincinnati again after we got the truck fixed. Now imagine, you get your truck fixed and you're like full steam ahead pretty much, and next thing you know, I'm sleeping, my dog's sleep, 8-Ball's sleeping on me, we're warm, cozy as can be, and next thing you know, we're on the side of the road again, and the cops are coming because they're the only people that can help us. Yep. And it's crazy because at that point in time, you guys, this is why I say everything is meant to be. And I want to tell you guys this. This is the most important thing anybody could hear tonight, seriously, because it ties everything that I believe in together, seriously. That trip, everything worked out to a T. And I mean, put my hairs up on my back, scared the shit out of me, got me praying, crying each time that it happened. When I couldn't do something that my dad needed to do that he couldn't do, guess what? The only other person that was with us, my mom, could do it. And I mean, did do it quickly, effortlessly. Now, I mean, each time I was fed up, my dad was so fed up, I'm the one laying on the truck each time because I'm super skinny and I'm up there and I'm young, so I'm up there. Now, after so many times of trying to get is in the back of the motor. Now imagine going at it all day pretty much with like pliers and grips and everything, and still slipping off of this thing over and over and over and over and over again, and then your mom slipping right off. Now imagine that happening twice. Not once, twice, when we needed to move. And I mean, from where are we at? Where the hell were we now? I can't remember. From where we were the first time, where we were stranded with her friends at a church. I was making videos from a Baptist church in Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee, I believe. Yeah. And Billy Ray Cyrus's house. And next thing I know, we were stranded there for 4 days. After we got that fixed, we got stranded again. I'm trying to think now. I'm going right back to the story. That literally took me back when I was thinking of Billy Ray, and it got me out of where I was at with the story. Oh yeah, she fixed the truck again in Cincinnati, and guess what? I was able to get the exact thing. Now, the idea that I had worked. This is the crazy part. My dad listened to my idea that worked to get us home. Now that's the crazy part. And everything worked out. He didn't want to do what I wanted to do. He wanted to get it fixed right. And I'm like, we ain't got right now. We're here. What do we have? Let's use it. So we decided we got to get this friggin' hose clamp off. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll get it off. And then next thing I know, I can't get it off. So my mom gets it off. I get it back on. It's a moment where you basically pray. I literally screamed to this guy, like, thank you. It brought me to tears. It could bring me to tears right now, how intense and stressful coming home was. And that is literally why I smoked again. Because it all came on me so weirdly and, like, so intensely. I was really trying to not smoke. And really, it's just one of them things that I guess I'll figure out, you know. If I ever need oxygen to the point where I'm dying, you guys, I'm probably going to go to, like, an alternative and get my oxygen. Like, I don't want to get to that point, yo. But my breathing isn't good. It's not good. I've been smoking for a while. It's not good. But yeah, I don't know, I get stuck on that topic because it's so real, you guys. Like, you know how many people out here are smoking themselves to death, don't realize it or don't care? Maybe they do realize it, they just don't care, or they don't realize it. Until they start feeling it. Once you start feeling it, that's a whole different story. When your lungs start feeling way down and you can't get a breath, and then you're like, you can't run and you can't do this or that. I'm so blessed to have 8-Ball. She has kept me in above ground shape and kept me above the base model for a long time now. The dog has got me ready for a lot more than my lungs are ready for. Legs definitely haven't worked out as much as I thought I would when I came back. I started focusing on really finding some work and everything, but I wanted to come back and actually get shredded. I wanted to just come back and literally just get absolutely shredded, but it's not happening. I'm staying skinny, but at the same time, I'm not getting as bulked up as I thought I would because I was literally down. Like, I was working out before I left, and I was working out while I was down there, and I really thought I was going to come back and keep doing it, you know? At the same time, I'm really willing to accept whatever. If I'm comfortable, I'm cool. I don't need to be, ripped. But it'd be cool. I always thought, because I used to be really overweight, and I swear to God, you guys, I never thought that I would be skinny. Never thought I would actually have a grip on my weight, ever. I used to weigh like 240 in middle school. And right towards high school, I lost a lot of weight. Yeah, I dropped almost like a fraction of my body weight and kept it off for pretty much my whole life. Yeah. At a certain point in my life, I never thought I would be skinny. I was praying for that. I actually never thought I would ever have the weight off of me. See, it's like crazy. Literally, like, life is a big struggle no matter what you're doing. No matter what, you don't do anything, you're still struggling with something. Food, weight, whatever, life's financial, everything. It just always piles on so weirdly and randomly as the world is, like, hitting you with your karmas and your comeuppance and everything. And your luck, as everybody would like to say. You get luck and all that. It's weird. What actually exists in this world, like, energy-wise? Like, luck? You can say it don't exist, but when you're the lucky one over and over and over again on a certain day, that's like undeniable. It's happened to so many people that's why luck is luck. I wait for luck to be at my front door. Sometimes I guess you can just try to just, wait for it without thinking about it. Now every week I put money I would have spent in an envelope. Yeah, dude, I was really doing the same thing, and honestly, that's always going to be something that I continue to do. Any extra that I get, anything special, always a reason to keep. And any extra that I get in the future, always going to be saved. Always. Just completely straight into a blind savings of my own, not a bank. Yo. Yeah, it's one thing that I never knew how to do when I was younger, and that's what's keeping me alive right now, my savings and everything. It's like, and especially since I got this weed eating job and everything, but yeah, it's like certain things are just meant to be, and certain habits are really helpful. Envelopes are very helpful, you guys. Anybody who's watching, envelopes, use them, or a book. Start filling a book up with bills, any book. And you'll start to remember that book quite familiarly. Like, yeah. And next thing you know, you're really finding a method for keeping hundreds to thousands of dollars per year, and it's transferable into your metals or whatever you want investment-wise, because don't keep fucking multiple thousands of dollars if you have the ability not to. If it's sitting there in cash form, you don't know what it's physically losing each day. Gold and silver, you know what it's losing each day and gaining. That's the best thing about it. I like to think about that. I was telling my family and everything, I'm just like, for real, you guys are like, okay, everybody that retires gets a portfolio, right? And they see what they lose or get each month. Now, back in the day, you'd see like pretty nice gains sometimes, or it would stay so, even. You wouldn't really be losing. You didn't really lose on portfolios back in the day, especially for retirements and stuff like that. That shit was always at least decent, and you could at least bet on that to at least gain a little bit as the economy was going along. But we're at a point right now where they're telling people that they're gaining like 5 cents, 2 cents. Now, what in the hell is that? My dad said, they said I gained 5 or 15 cents. I'm like, not even a quarter? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's a little thing like, that's happening with money all the time, and nobody knows it, right? Because you can't look up, even if you look up the dollar, that's not what it is, dude. It's like, that's just not like. So factually speaking, when you're sitting there holding, say, $30,000, incrementally you're losing a percentage every month as whatever happens that you aren't controlling or seeing or knowing about, right? But with gold and silver, the only thing that they can do is really what they're already doing with it, which is they're hurting money way more than they're hurting precious metals right now. And that's the one thing that we pretty much spent it to exist to near depletion, I would say. And it could always go levels deeper than this. We could always go straight Zimbabwe, full blown $5,000 bills, and we're straight buying Big Macs with it. But nah, I do think they want to keep it somewhat realistic still. I think they realize that like it's kind of one way right now, out of control, big old steaming train that people are basically trying to at the top. I'm sure they're at the top trying constantly to lower metals as they're going sky high. Like, I'm sure. You always see the shit level out, you guys. Always. And I always like to think that it's the people selling or buying, right? But what's really leveling out these metals each and every time to the point where they're not going above? And even if gold sees a record, that's the weird thing. Here's another good question, you guys. Silver hasn't done that. Silver hasn't done that. It's been low, it's been high, it's pretty steady, up and down. It is not, it has been in the realm of the 20s for a way, way long minute, and it has not broken out. But we've seen gold hit record highs, all this BS, all this, everybody's buying, selling, all this. Good prices, bad prices, people are still buying because it's an opportunity. No matter what, if you have it, you're doing better than if you don't have it at any given point. And that's the way I learned about gold recently, is that if you can buy it, you're better off having it. Yep. Especially with money. Because you will never know incrementally what the losses are on those bills, ever. And that is the fact of it. They are sending it over too much, too large amounts. The debt clock can't possibly be correct. They just show us numbers because there has to be some numbers there to show. We can't literally just hear, that don't exist no more. We're just going to tell you guys what the numbers are. Imagine that. But that's the same thing as the debt clock. Who controls the debt clock? With all of that going on, all those businesses and organizations are combined into one specific thing to show the national debt, and that's still not somehow correct. And that's even a fact because I had somebody, when I first got into silver stacking, you guys, somebody actually made a really intriguing video where they broke down the actual amount of silver versus gold, the weight ratio versus the dollar. And they did the math, you guys. They sat there on paper, on video, I watched it, and they actually figured out that the money is so overinflated that they could never possibly know just how hurt or how not hurt it is at any given moment. There's no level of measurement for the bills, and that's the reason that it is out of control right now, because any given president like Biden could go in there, and now we're aiding a war with hundreds of billions of dollars worth of items and funding. Yeah, it's just like little things like this that basically we've done it over and over again. We don't even remember the last time they spent $100 billion because they keep doing it. Each time they pass another one where, another 190 billion, 90 million here, 100 million there, 400 million there, it adds up. And it don't come back. And nobody wants to spend with us as a country. And that's why the metals are consistently rising, because they can't do nothing about it to stop it. I really think that's the reason gold keeps breaking through. It might be just the one thing that will always either be out of their hands slightly. I like to think about that. What metals are out of their hands right now? You know, not really any. They're all within the control of who is the bearer of our bonds, the paper printing man. And yeah, I used to really, I don't know, I've kind of just tied a lot of information on the world together and basically sifted it in and out as I figure out what is good or what is bad, you know. And I like to try to kind of see, you know, the good or the bad in things no matter what, right? If it's truth, I seek it like it's water. I just want the truth. And liars piss me off so bad, honestly. People that actually compulsively lie for fun bother me so bad because they're not good at it. Not only that, if you're going to do it, be good at it, but at the same time, if you're going to lie consecutively, no one will ever take you seriously, and literally everything will sound like a story to some people. And I've had people actually do it with their replies even. Like when you're saying something to them and they have like a, oh yeah, you know, or kind of shrug it off type shit, you know, to end the conversation or lead it into their conversation. You know, people do that quite often. Yeah, it's a bad vibe too, you know. It's not good conversation skills. Gotta listen. It's good to listen to people out there because, especially older people. I've learned recently, anytime someone old is talking, straight, don't say anything. And just, next thing you know, stories are coming out left and right that you're able to just be in amazement of. When my pap gets talking, I go silent so fast because the stories just come firing out like Eminem with a pen, writing a diss record, you know, like stories from like the 40s, 50s, grandfathers that I never met, people I never met. One day we were sitting there talking about how somebody from our family was over at Hitler's real house and grabbed a piece of the fireplace and he brought it out and showed it to me. You know, like, that's amazing. Amazing. Shit like that you can't make up. And then I'm sitting there on Google looking at, like, oh my goodness, is this it? I'm looking at it, and we're all like, it looks like it, but then, nah, it wasn't. Hitler had multiple fireplaces, apparently, you guys. And you know what's crazy? As they were actually leaving the nation that they were invading, everybody basically took a souvenir from his house. All the soldiers. Some people got guns. They were running out like, woo! Some people got a brick. But seriously, you know, it's really a really interesting thing when that happens. Somebody that's so hated in history, but you don't really know it yet because you're still fighting them. But you still know enough to take a souvenir. Everyone. And I mean clean the house out. Like, not only that, the letter that he wrote was amazing. He wrote a letter about doing it, about how where the piece was going, and he wrote it and he gave it to my pap. Absolutely amazing. History is amazing. The fact that through hands we can basically be looking at documents from the 40s or below. I got a Morgan dollar from somebody who actually bought them back in the day in the 1800s. There was somebody early as hell in our family that bought their 1879 and held on to it his entire life, and I got gifted it a previous Christmas, and it's my most prized Morgan dollar. Mainly because just nobody has ever given me one in my family, you guys, ever. I have never been given silver. I was the one to discover silver in my family, aside from my pap, and he was like a penny collector, and he has some half dollars and stuff, but nothing big. Like, I love silver. I'm the first silver connoisseur of the family, I would say. Yep. And now every single time I meet somebody else that has a collection, it basically, we have something to talk about, even if they don't do anything but collect their item. I've noticed you can always bond with somebody over their collection also, you guys. Coins. Because if somebody collects dinosaurs, or somebody collects hair dryers or paintings or some people collect old PCs. You know, they collect old PCs and go through the parts and repurpose them and make. Some people collect old PCs to make hood PCs to give free to people so that they can go and game, and that's awesome. Straight up with like the school computers, and they'll just modify it a little bit. With the right brain, this world is a great place. I've always thought about it, and I'm just like, you know what would be absolutely insane, you guys? If for, one day or whatever, everybody in the world got a micro dose of mushrooms. I mean, not enough to actually scare anybody, enough to just like change their perception all but slightly. In the whole day, the whole day, you guys, everybody is going to be the most peaceful, in love with the earth that they've ever been, and they won't lose that part of them whenever they come down the next day. It'd basically be like, for instance, I noticed this, like, I'm not going to speak about it on stream, honestly, but seriously, I am an avid believer that what I have done to get some light of the world, if you will, would have been mushrooms. I would say it actually has some properties that I would say nothing else in this world have. Medicinal use, depression, I've noticed, and I actually did a lot of research on my own on this, because I had at one point mushrooms for months, and I got used to eating them each day, and I realized that even if I ate it one time per month, that it took all my depression away the entire month. The best month that I could have ever had, and I acknowledged it the whole time. Now, that's just one thing. It really takes anxiety, depression away immediately, and I mean with a tiny little bit of a stem, and you won't feel anything barely. That's a microdose. And I honestly think that if the world got a microdose, we would basically see the 60s all over again, but in 2024. Now that's fascinating as hell to think about, you guys. Because, like, if the world could be changed for the better, that's one way. And I would never say, oh, let the world do drugs, you know what I mean? No, bro. It's not like that. But seriously, for the beauty of it and the peace of it, and for everybody to actually be one with themselves, I've even honestly recommended it to like family members, older, even some extremely close to me that would never eat them. I've still recommended it to them and told them it, even in the smallest amounts, will make you the best version of yourself that you could ever be. And I do believe that. It made me the best version. You can't overdo it. Like everything though, it will scare you out. This is what I like about them. Whenever I got used to eating them, I'm not gonna lie, I had a spiritual awakening, you guys, that scared me so bad, I haven't eaten them since. And quite literally, they actually scared me away from them. If you guys can even think about that, it's amazing. Right here at this fridge, I had the most intense trip of my life on them, and it was just like any other evening. I did nothing different, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it was so out of character for everything. I had everything planned out. Nothing should have went weird. But this is why mushrooms, when you're eating any more than a microdose, you're up for the day or the night, no matter what. Anything could change, right? Perception changes, my mood changed, and my vibe changed, right? You could watch one YouTube, oh, this is scary as hell whenever you're on them, one YouTube video where the person's vibrations, and I mean vibe and vibrations, because like it, the vibe is real. And you can feel it sometimes. When somebody's not feeling it, you can feel it. If I'm not feeling it, you guys can feel it, and that's like real. And I noticed that on them, like it basically like, oh my goodness, it scared me so bad that night. I was eating them regularly. I would say weekly even. It scared me so bad. I one, had to start praying, hands up, praying to God. And I'm not gonna lie, I'll tell you guys, because this is like the most powerful thing that they've ever shown me. And I've taken LSD to you guys. Like, I've definitely done my bit of experimenting, and honestly, I wouldn't recommend that to anybody, especially the world. I would recommend it to people that know what it is and are ready for it, because it's insane. And I don't even take it. I won't take it anymore. You know, it's just too long. Mushrooms are perfect for the world. They're natural. They're given to us from our Creator. You can go and pick them if you know what they look like. It's amazing what they do for people. I don't like what our society's done with literally legalizing everything, or trying to. It does not help. We look at it, all the cities where everybody, they're giving out everything. It doesn't help. It makes it more open market. We do need some type of control in this world. Like, everything's kind of going in a really addicted nature, and I see the whole nation pretty much changing. I went down south. It was the first time I haven't seen somebody up here addicted to meth. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Absolutely treacherous. I mean, around here, they're working everywhere. You actually get desensitized to it. In my area, it's terrible. You cannot go anywhere without seeing people that are in their worst states. Now I go down south in Florida. I was looking for it. Not the drug, but the people that I literally see up here. I'm like, yo, where are these drug addicts at that are up here in my state? Why aren't they down here? They just weren't out in public. I mean, seriously, the streets looked a lot different. People were very friendly down South Florida. I would say every place that I went to, no matter what you needed, you got your help. I got water from a gas station employee that was like never supposed to give me water, probably. You know what I mean? Like, little things like that. We went in a hotel in the middle of the night to get water. Nobody was there. The doors were wide open and we could use the bathroom and get water. Like, that's just like the type of things that just happen along the road that you can't predict until you're absolutely so deathly in need of it. And then you're like, oh my goodness, hospitality is real? Where is it around here? Around here, you go, you better be like blank faced until you're like out of the place. I mean, like, Subway. I've been miserable at a damn Subway up above my street like so many times, you guys got no idea. And it's literally because the workers are hating each other. I mean, and that's just like little things like that, you know. And then you walk into a place and everybody's vibing. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Everything's working good. The whole system's working good. It's few and far between here. And yeah, I'm not saying that my area is even as bad as, like, you know, New Orleans or, we'll think here, Oregon. Oregon did it. It was the places that basically pushed the cops away and legalized everything that actually saw the worst effects. Yup. I would say California isn't even on the highest part of that list, but they still ended up seeing, because people flocked to California for its beauty, for the opportunity, and for weed at one point. The whole nation, I remember, before it went legal, everybody flocked to California, and that's why, you know, it just became an epitome for homeless. We don't even have any homeless really around here, and if they are, they have a place that keeps them warm that's not on the streets, because it gets too cold here. You die. You know, it's little things like that this area, we got 4 seasons around here, and they're quite so random at this point. You would never want to be homeless here. Anyone, you know, has a thought like, oh, what if we just didn't have a home, you know? Seriously, what would it be like around here? Everybody thinks that, you know? Subconsciously you think, what if I didn't live here? What would I live? You know? I love my house. Got lucky the fact that was able to rent it from my own family and everything, but ended up just being a damn storage house at first. I ended up renting it with my friend from high school, and now I'm like almost 30 and I'm still here. I don't even know. I haven't even counted how many years I've been at this house. I just been here so long that it's home to me. It's like wherever you feel like home is, that's home. You know. Boy, we are on 2 hours 11. I love it. Beautiful. You guys. I wasn't ready for it. I was gonna read that, and then I ended up talking about this, but let me see where that is. Yeah, Servant Silver. I know. I remember seeing the message that you wrote. I don't know where it is though, but wasn't ready for it mentally when I tried it. Oh, you're talking about the mushrooms. Yeah, yeah. I'll be honest. You have to be actually ready for it. I would say if you're not ready for it, it'll scare the hell out of you. I had friends around me, and here's my introduction to them, and I'll tell you guys, like, seriously, it's kind of mind blowing, but I remember my one friend. She was like our best friend in our group, basically the nicest person you could ever meet. Miranda, she doesn't watch these videos, but it doesn't matter. She's like really the nicest person, and I've been at so many of her good parties where basically they were just bangers. I mean, Halloween parties, just everything. Everyone dressed up, having fun. But the first time that I ever ate them, it was with like two of my friends, and we planned it out. We were like, all right, we want to do this. I remember all you really need to trip is 3.5 grams of mushrooms. Well, we figured that out pretty quickly, and everybody knew a good dose was 3.5, so that's all we ever really needed. And I remember it was like $40, probably still is, but I mean, you can get it way cheaper. But that back day, like it was like $40 for a trip basically, and each person had to come up with $40. Well, me and two of my other friends, I remember this. And my first trip, it was beautiful, like literally. I remember just staring there, sitting there, looking at the traffic go by, and when you first take them and you take like a psychedelic dose, it really does give you the full experience. I would say it's very intense. You need to be kind of guided around at certain points, and sometimes you really will just want to. It'll get so intense that you just want to sit down and watch TV or a cartoon or something. You just want to laugh, and you'll get giggly and really laugh, like really laugh. I mean, it's so funny, like funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. And then there's so many phases to a psychedelic trip. It's like not a lot, but it's once you learn it, it's beautiful because it's almost like a play that's happening right in front of you. And that's the way I used to see LSD. I've taken LSD probably over 100 times in my life, seriously. And I mean, I lost count. But at a certain point, I just realized, like, you're good, dude. Like, no more, you know? And that's where I'm at, really. It's just like, I don't need it. And, you know, personally, I love who I am, you guys. Like, I love who I am, you know? If I could just, like, you know, stay on a good straight and narrow forever, I really would, you know, I love who I am personally and who you guys are hearing right now. Lots of wisdom packed inside of me, and I don't know what gave it to me. It was a multitude of things, really. And it's like, I guess once you line yourself up consciously to see the world, because let's be honest, not everybody sees the world the same way, man. There are people out there that are almost damn near in an animalistic state where they are acting and not thinking. And it's factual. When you go to Google, there are people that do not have thoughts in their head at all. I mean, it's called the subconscious, like, or I'm trying to think exactly I'm pretty sure it's the subconscious. No, there's an actual term for it. For people like me who have really random thoughts or just thoughts in general, it's the voice, monologue, internal monologue. That's what it is, you guys. I have the internal monologue, and some people don't. And that's what I mean with like animalistic, is that when you don't have nothing going on, no thought, I mean, you're just roaming, you know? Yeah, it's like some people are actually hearing things too much. Now we're talking schizo and everything. Every mental illness kind of plays into like the things that like certain people consider almost like superhuman. And I would say just the ability to like consciously unlock these thoughts. I've been asking questions for years, you guys. Like, once you start asking question after question and it starts making sense, things that don't make sense, you just disregard, and next thing you know, just like a dictionary, basically, you know? And that's really what I wanted to always be like, was just full of information and humor. And I think that, it's just like everything, it kind of happens for a reason, you guys. Like, it's crazy to think about it. That's been the whole topic of tonight, was that like everything actually happens for a reason. Even if you think that it's random, you just did that and it was already happening. You know, I like to think that even the things that I change my mind on, say something sways me so crazily or completely the other way, for whatever reason, that was almost the first way we were going, but I just didn't know it yet. You think about that, you know? Time is really a crazy thing, and when you're hallucinating, it actually can work against you or for you. Um, if you start to feel trapped, well, that's when your vibe will change. If you start feeling scared or anything like that, you know what I mean? You just got to be fully ready for them, really, no matter what. And you can eat a little bit too, like, you know, like I say, like, you know, around a gram or whatever, and like seriously feel like really relaxed, but not nothing, and seriously get a lot mentally. Uh, that's the thing about it. The less you eat, almost the better. And it's one of those things that it truly, I would say, it makes you one with plants, the world, everything. And it did that with me. I mean, seriously, like, I don't know if I was that way prior. I didn't really pay attention to everything and think, what I do now. Now I can't walk past things without enhancing the beauty of it by just standing there and staring. I see things almost as if it's a movie going by me in some cases. Like last year, I remember this. It was maybe 2 years ago. This one, it's literally stuck in my head, and it hasn't happened since, really. I mean, I pay attention to the beauty of every day, like sunset, sunrise, the trees blowing. I get pictures. Like, I'm really like just everything around me. But I was driving, coming into my town. I had just bought some silver. I had just bought some gold. I remember I was happier than hell. I'm coming back home, and I see these two bikes go by. Really random, a girl and a guy. And it actually looked to me like a commercial that I was seeing of them riding through, like a little commercial. As I drove by in like slow motion, I actually caught it, a glimpse of it in my peripheral, and that's all I saw was basically a very generic bike commercial that honestly I can't forget, and it's been years. And like ever since then, I don't know, it's even before then, but that's the first time I ever noticed it, that it was physically like I enjoyed that moment more than they even did. Obviously, just because my eyes saw it, you know. And there's people out there that have a photogenic friggin' memory. They flew this guy around New York City one time. It still blows my mind. They flew him around the whole city, and then they landed, and he drew every building in every window. Now, if that's not a superpower, I don't know what is, dogs. Like, I don't know what is, because like, now if you think about it, now I've already thought about it like a lot with like, you know, certain mental disabilities and everything. Like, we're talking like autism and everything. Some of them are really smart. Math, I mean, movies, superhuman ability, and they, you know, can honestly like really pick up on things extremely fast in certain cases. Lyrics, movie quotes. There's almost like for every person out there that has autism, there's a different side of that each family is seeing, and some are just terrible, some really completely inaudible or just not talking, and then some are brilliant. I mean, like instruments, remembering, memory, agility, socially amazing, a lot of them. Yeah, it's just physically amazing seeing what is possible in this world with what we were given. But at the same time, I really worked with what I was given and like worked towards at least understanding the universe before I left it. You know what I mean? For real. Been wanting to really get a good grasp on everything that I can. You know, and obviously everything else that I can't grasp. There's a lot in this world that we will never know, you know, a lot of questions unanswered and everything. I'll entertain it, but it's not going to eat away at me for sure. Keep on pushing, you guys. Keep it on pushing. And honestly, I think at this point I'm really headed towards a really great mental chapter. I really do, and I would like to help everybody, you know, stay in a good mental state as well. You know, anybody that's struggling mentally for real, at any given point, hop in my comments and seriously comment. Even an old video, if you want to, you know, be super private, like go to an old video. Yep. it will be the safest place. And honestly, any conversation I will pick up on within a day and seriously like go therapy mode if we got to. You know, it's like I'm there for just about anybody in this world. And I got that's why I made this channel initially, was because I was just working up at a place and I was so bored. I started doing crazy videos, impression videos, front porch videos. Someone said to me yesterday, I'm here from the front porch days. Like, wow, you guys. People are actually remembering when I started and sticking around just waiting to see where it goes, you know, and that's just amazing. To see that even happen, let alone have it happen again in the future, is going to blow my mind. It already blew my mind. I've had people say, you know, some people only know me from like one specific video that I made, which is an impression of a guy from Family Guy, and it got 30,000 views, you guys. It's the biggest video on my channel, and it's a short. It's a Herbert impression. They're like 28,000 right now. Almost like 1 million impressions, practically. Hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million. It's the biggest video I ever had. And it was just one of the first ones. And you know why it went so viral? For me, at least. Not viral, like that's 20 some odd thousand. That's what some people were pissed about getting. I'm still so happy about that, because I literally can do, or could do, I still can at some points, the identical impression of the original character from Family Guy. I don't even think the original person is there anymore. I remember there was this other guy that did the voice, and it was really crazy. It was like super whistly and everything. It was this old guy, you know, Herbert from Family Guy. And now they have someone new. You know what's crazy? They picked him from YouTube. They picked the voice actor from YouTube to do Herbert. It hurt me. I'm the one that, like, read the comments of the video and people were blown away at how realistic it sounds. And that wasn't even the best one I ever did. When I was younger, it was identical. The whistle, everything. My uncle trained me with Herbert. Like, he loved it so much, every time he came down, he made me do the impression. It's like when you can do a good voice, say you can do Mickey or whatever, someone's going to eventually love it and ask you to do it. And then that's going to be what you're known for. Well, that's what I was known for. My family was like impressions. And honestly, the only other one I think I could actually do was Tally from South Park, the literal Tal, the drug addict Tal. And it's ironic, you know, it's really just insanely ironic that it's just like, you know, these two crazy ass characters from like South Park and Family Guy that I can do a voice. But yeah, and it's like identical. I mean, like, yeah, I definitely will show you guys sometime, you know what I mean? It's hit or miss. Don't know how it's gonna come out. I haven't done it in years, honestly, since a long time. I think I made a short maybe over a year or so ago, just because I realized that I had one with like 30,000 views. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do another one, might as well. For anybody who actually finds that video and then, oh, there's a new one, you know? Because I used to actually update it. I did all the voices in the shows on the channel, and they're still on here, way back, way back. I did every single voice that I could, and then I would pick up on every mannerism that they had, and I would bring it to my impression. And I ran out of stuff to say. It was always the same at a certain point, because all these characters were pretty simple. They didn't like go very far, and yeah, it's fun. I used to really like those. The first thing you ever really saw on YouTube was like the man of 100 voices or 300 voices or whatever. Like, that was one of the earliest videos I remember seeing on here. It had to have been like well over 12 years ago probably. And I swear to you guys, like, this man actually would just go, he had a counter in a face cam for the character that he was doing, and you didn't need a face cam. It was identical. He was good. He did like hundreds of voices. And this guy, I mean, man, he was just going through a whole list of like hundreds. He hit every single person pretty much to a T. And there was somewhere it was like, all right, but yeah, you got the gist of it pretty quick, man. YouTube was crazy back then. I can only imagine what it was like to actually be here before like they released ads and everything, just to be there for like, just to be big, you know. A lot of those creators made a lot out of it, and then I know a few that just like absolutely got the money. They were getting like 50,000 a video and actually spend it all somehow. If you're getting $50,000 a video and you don't save any of that, man, terrible. Dude, if I got any chance to ever have that, I'm telling you what, I'll save it up and I will make a Mr. Beast charity. I swear to you guys. I want to buy I want to buy a big refrigerator warehouse that I could link up with Mr. Beast and be the East Coast distributor of what he does in the Midwest, which is basically, I don't know how many he has. He might even be already out here. But at the same time, I know Mr. Beast, he really definitely has these like big refrigerated units where trucks are running 24/7 and they're taking free food to homeless shelters. And he gets a lot of frozen Walmart trucks and everything. So he's tapped in like really well with charity work, but he's doing it in a way where it's so well done. I would like to join if I could in my lifetime. Just imagine like running, a place that just gives people food for free just because you're getting it before it's thrown away. And people will still love to eat it. We throw a lot of food away in this country, and it's a lot of it's really good. I mean, look, you literally just go find any Dumpster Divers channel and you see all the good finds that man's finding. He's still consuming the stuff, and looking at the stuff weeks later that he's just made a video on. He's still getting by on it. Like those cases of water, it's like we really do toss. I remember this one video, this guy literally just like pulling everything out, like food, cold water, literally freezing cold water. Somebody threw away like multiple cases of freezing cold water. He's out there in the sun jumping in and out of dumpsters, freezing cold water. Best thing in the whole world. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely every way to save in this world. I like, just minimizing what I use. So for real, you guys, I legitimately will minimize every aspect of what I use. Cups last me long, plastic lasts me longer. I reuse Walmart bags over and over and over again until they're just trash. I mean, it's just little things like that, I don't know. There's just definitely good ways to be minimal, and still live a nice life and everything. Because so many people out there just want like every single, everything, can't stop, won't stop for nothing, can't even smell the roses, But then there's like people like me and 8Ball, man. You give me a tent and a fire and some meat and I don't know. You could take a lot away from me. I was gonna say fun, but you could take everything away from me and just give me the dog and the food, and I'm cool in the woods. I want my family too, but yeah, it's like you just need simple things, and really everything's happiness. It's like the more complicated everything seems to get, even financially, everything is miserable. I mean, like more problems, more money, more problems. I can only imagine how that goes when you actually get rich, like Jeff Bezos rich. I mean, literally, imagine how many times a day this man just walking in public actually fears for his life, like, because he's such a massive target, and there's going to be somebody one day that just sees him and just thinks wrongly of him right there, and that's the wrong thing about it. But our world, we look at them like they're, we put them up on pedestals, and then when we see them in public, it's just like either a flip switch. It's like super happy or not at all. It's like one or the other, maybe in the middle, but it's hit or miss. I've seen people absolutely almost die over seeing somebody that they don't even know. It's like, and I know what's crazy. I have felt it too, so I know that there's some grip that these celebrities and everything have on us that we don't realize. Because, like, I remember one time I got out of school and they were filming a movie in our town, and Channing Tatum and Steve Carell were in our town. And you know what I did the rest of the day? I drove around trying to find the filming vans. It's so out of character for me. I'd never done it. And you know what? I rolled up on Channing Tatum in the middle of the street. And I wasn't the first person to find him, sadly. There was other girls. And I waited patiently, and he had to leave. I got so close to getting an autograph from Channing Tatum. And you know what? I watched the movie that he made in that town. It's called Foxcatcher. They filmed bits of it in our town, and I remember figuring that out. I remember learning about that movie while they were actually making it, and then wondering, when is this going to come out? What is even this? When did that happen? And then I learned about how this like crazy rich guy down here in our state somewhere absolutely he lured people in from across the world and basically made an Olympic team, and then killed one of them, you know, on the property of his like mansion and everything. What's up, Joseph? You back, bro? Oh, we got Craig. I see Aloha from Hawaii. Emperor Wang, you from Hawaii, bro? Oh, holy hell, that's confused me because you're the second person from Hawaii. I thought I missed somebody and I was looking for a different name. Oh my goodness. How are you doing? How was your Friday? How was your week? Honestly, a new name I have not seen in here. I welcome you, my friend. We are really just vibing out here. I was like super deep in the conversation. I mean, really deep, like almost like not looking at the phone every now and then, but seriously so tapped into the conversation. It was interesting. I like that. Yeah, I really like that. Really hope everybody's having a great evening. Yo, we were literally almost 3 hours into it. Seriously, I mean, seriously wild. Yeah, that's how it is. Seriously, every time I get to like 3 or 4 hours, there's like the most people in here and everything. It's just wild. I really hope y'all are having a seriously good weekend from the Friday start standpoint. We're approaching June and July. June 22nd is my birthday, you guys. I want anybody to remember that can or wants to, because I'm excited for it. It's going to be one to remember, you guys. I'm going to try to possibly get some fireworks maybe or something. I don't know. Something. I'm going to do something. Go somewhere. Do something. Make a really awesome video. Like an awesome video. We got to do that day. On that day. I don't really do too much, but I definitely feel like I could do something just really different. I don't know what. We'll think about it. We'll think about what to do. I've been really having all these random ideas for videos lately. You know, just random ideas. Nothing I could really like implement. It's so weird. There's like so many different styles of content out there. It just makes me wonder what I could actually, you know, what I would be good at, you know? I don't know. I'm not really good at like reacting to videos, even though it takes a special type of person to actually do these reaction content videos. I'm not kidding, because they are actually sitting there and laughing at the videos. They better not have ever seen them, because some people, I mean, you literally see something a few times, it ain't as funny, you know? Like, you gotta save the videos for when you're actually making it, and then what if you mess the video up and you have seen it like 3 times, and you can't let them know that you've seen it 3 times, you still gotta laugh. It's like hard, dude. Like, that's the type of shit, like, I would never, you know? Like, it's very hard, man. I don't know what it would be like to actually make reaction content, seriously. Because I was watching this one guy today, and he's so good. I mean, so good. Like, when I'm watching, it's so funny. It's hilarious. The way that he describes it, and he gets it all from the video. And I could see him naturally lining up, everything in the universe lining up to make this video hilarious. And it happens over and over for this kid. I mean, his videos are bangers. And it's not luck. It's pure work, hard effort, and definitely a lot of time and editing. I've been seeing a lot of different edit styles lately. I've been liking the way that, like, I'll put together a video and literally have like information now, and then the exact coin that I'm talking about, and then back to information. I'm starting to figure out ways to do that, and to put together videos with the pause button, which to me is almost like you're literally curating a video as you are filming, because you can now pause. That was never a thing. I told my dad about that the other day. He's like, how in the hell is the video pausing? And I'm like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how a video pauses. It just does. There's the button there now. Literally telling people what we have for technology, even like the simpler things that I'm using, like a pause button, is something that he didn't even know like we had, or that it existed, or how it actually worked or functioned. I don't know. How does a video camera go from filming to stop and waiting for it? And here's another question. When are we going to be able to go to the home screen from filming and go back to filming? When can we do that? Because that will unlock everything. They probably won't give it to us for that reason. If you can actually stay making a video, go and get all the information. Because right now, when you leave your camera on any phone, iPhone, Android, it goes away. It'll save the video, but there's really no app or anything on the phone to combine videos. So all we need is something to combine the videos, a good app, and be able to actually go back to the home screen and stay filming. The pause button's great though. It's the greatest step in the right direction, you guys. You're actually curating a video as you go. And you could actually switch it up any angle of camera. I realized recently I could hit you guys from the wall. I could hit you guys from a cupboard. I could hit you guys from outside. I could have a shot outside and go to the car and go somewhere else, you know what I mean, and start the video. I'm just recently learning that, you know, how I do the video could be really drastically different and look way better. Because, like, imagine, you know, go from a coin or something that I'm talking about in my hand or just filming in front of me to, like, you know, face shots from, like, a different, you know, a limb on a tree or something like that, or just like, hey, you guys, pretty much how, like, I've seen people, like, start the video by opening up the drawer, just like that. But, like, many different methods of doing that. It's interesting what you can actually do video-wise, all with a phone. What a time to be alive, you guys. What an absolute time to be alive. So far, so good. I've been subbed on your channel. Dude, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. You know what? Actually, I'm pretty sure I saw you before, honestly, your name-wise. It's really some certain people, and they pop up every now and then. It makes me think they're like a new person, you know what I mean? And I honestly recommend, I remember almost every single name. That's wild. You know, I guarantee that I've honestly seen your name, though, before. Emperor Wang. I gotta get that shit stuck in my head. Cause strange ass and everything. Netherlands. Like, I'm starting to remember people, like, you know, Craig from Hawaii. Like, we got you from the other Hawaii, bro. Like, everybody really from the different places. And it's really interesting because I like learning what the weather's like each time we're live for some reason. Don't know why. From everybody who's from a foreign country. It's like, if somebody was here from every country, I'd probably be just asking people randomly as they chat. Even somebody from Florida, I'm just like, every time Kevin pops in from Lakeland, Florida, I'm just like, dude, what is Lakeland like right now? And he never answers me, but I'm just like, yo, what is it like? It's alright. Some people really don't get past the first comment, but at the same time, it's just good that people drop in and say what's up, you know? And, yeah. We've been steady going live, and I'm going to continue to do it, too, because it's the most helpful thing for any channel in my state, or any state for that matter. Live is just, it's the most fun for me too. Most fun. I don't understand how me talking with Chad is like so much fun for me or anyone else, but it so much is. I value it so highly, you guys. I can't thank you guys enough for being with me on this Friday night and any night, because seriously, we're just building this from the ground up. I'm enjoying the slow growth. I really am. You know, just watching it happen, and slowly each person come and mean something to the channel, you know what I mean? People show up, and next thing I know, I can just tell when somebody's really vibing with me for good, you know? It's like really awesome. Yeah. Over time too, it's just going to be so much more natural. Like, it's really taken a lot of time to get to this point, I would say. There is no real easy way of starting any of this. Talking to a camera is so hard. And when I first started, it basically didn't make any sense to me. I remember I had to sit there and just think about what I was even going to say, you know what I mean? Like, I still do, but really, the whole thing was so simple when I first made my first coin video. I got to go back and even just see where, like, I started making and what my first video was, because I don't even remember what it was about. I don't even remember what started this. You know, I just remember I got an idea. I remember I started stacking, and next thing I know, I'm like, well, I'm gonna make a channel. Yep. And it's like a really niche avenue of content, you know. There's a lot of people that stack, though. A lot. That's the thing. There's many more smaller avenues of content that are still accessible to anyone, if you care enough. This is like passion, if you will. And, you know, I know it's like this channel is probably half and half, you know, just me and my wisdom, and like half medals and everything and coins and whatnot, but I'm slowly going to implement, like, you know, everything as time goes on and I master the software and everything. And I don't think I'll ever master any software, but enough to actually do what I need to do, like all these other people do, once I'm big enough and worried about all that, you know. Like, when I'm actually trying to edit everything, if that ever comes, you know what I mean? Right now I love putting together a video based on a script or something. I love writing down the information prior to me saying it. Now I can still freestyle a video, but that's the first thing I used to realize when I was starting to make videos. I almost felt like I was like, you know what I mean? Like, too many pauses, because your brain has to think sometimes. You can't just always have information on the fly, you know, and it shows. And that is where you lose people all day, you know what I mean? It's like, so I started to figure out, okay, well, what can I do to like write this down or at least make it exciting for people? And now we're just going to try to really get a grip on that, you guys. Like I said, the way that the Coin Channel does it, you know what I mean, where you almost just like get excited. I love that. That's why I started collecting in general, was because of channels like Silver Seeker and him. They were just showing me that this shit existed and where to find it. And the next thing I know, I find myself figuring out that certain people have personalities that I'm clinging to online. Like Sal, like, I'm trying to think, Harry's Coin Shop, and like the Coin Guy. They're really nice people. And the way that they talk, I would sit there and listen to them or speak to them on any given day, on the phone, in person, on here, in a video. So yeah, it's just nice. I don't know. Really finding the people of this community and seriously like picking which ones you want, you know, because we're all here. There's so many different kinds. You know, I've started watching people that I like I said, I stopped, but like for some people for like certain reasons, like certain people like really try to scare me into buying or selling, which, like, you know, like telling me things that don't happen or aren't gonna happen. For instance, you know, you ain't never gonna catch me saying, oh, it's for sure going up, for sure, like put all your money into it, you know, like, or it's going down, like you might want to sell now, you know what I mean? I'm not putting financial advice out for anybody at this point. I think the financial advice will show through what I do, you know, and everybody's different, you know, so that's why I think it's a safer way, because like I actually see channels that are legitimately trying to predict what is happening. They think so highly of their thoughts that they actually try to change other people's buying methods or fear monger them into actually doing one or the other. And I'm not mentioning no names or anything, but yeah, there's literally one channel that's the worst in my mind right now. The titles, they are scary. And I mean, like, the words that he uses, the way, all reds, greens, regardless, bright colors, capitals, and like a title that pops basically for somebody who stacks metal. And that's what he does, basically. He makes you scared into either or. And yeah, there's some people out there that show you things that you're never going to find ever, and they go viral for that reason. I like watching them, but it's a fantasy. Yeah, it all exists, but like saying that like it's going to be in everyday circulation or even anywhere close, like go and find this even though it's a $400,000 coin, yeah, good luck, you know. And that's the thing, everybody actually will have their luck, you know, but you can't go like, that's like searching for the VDB right now, you know. That's like actually holding it in your mind that you will find a penny with the VDB, and it'll be the one that has 400,000 made or whatever. And that's just, think about it, 1909 and 400,000. The math ain't mathin'. The only way to buy one nowadays is to actually pay out of pocket for the cost of doing business. I would say in this day and age, there's a cost of doing business for all these rare coins. It's like a tacked on price because of how old it is, you know, and how rare it is. I bought I think I bought a 1912 penny. I gotta show you guys this one day. It's fucking mind blowing that I did this. And I thought to myself, it's the lowest mintage. I am gonna buy one. How are they gonna get any more cheaper? They won't. So I'm thinking to myself, all right, so if I'm going to buy it now, I'll pay this price rather than wait 10 years and pay this price, because everything's obviously going to rise in 5 or 10 years. Yeah. Coins rise. That's the thing. If you got them, they're rising. If you hold them long enough, they are like metal, I'd say. You're going to watch the values go completely indistinguishable, and I think it's beautiful. It really is a true investment that you don't even know which way it's going to go. But you definitely know it ain't going down. These prices, I mean, the only way it'll go down is a true market crash, and that's like, you know, it'll go up first before it crashes and goes down. Yeah, I really love metals, you guys. We got to start stack. I just want to get like 1 or 2 bits of platinum, and I think I'd be seriously happy, and just continue to like focus on a little bit of gold and silver and single coins and some really beautiful Perth Mint and Royal Mint items, some definitely limited items. I'm feeling that. I've also thought about it recently, but I do mainly like to stick to generic, but I get caught so blindly with beauty. Any design that takes me away makes me think, wow, this is nice. Artwork is nice, you know, killer artwork. That type of stuff, I really sit there and take it all in. Like a painting. Like Ferris Bueller, when they're sitting there in the movie, they're at the art gallery, and they're staring at that painting, and it's like staring back at them. And every time they're getting deeper, it's like zooming in on the painting to like indistinguishable amounts. And that's almost how I feel sometimes, where I'm just like, damn. I'll say it sometimes too. I'll be like, I just enjoyed that moment to the fullest. Nobody else would do that. Well, not nobody, but quite a lot of people would just walk by on things that I see as valuable visually. Yeah, I never was like that before, you guys, ever. You would have never caught me being this way. Younger me in high school, I actually didn't like myself in like younger grades and everything. I don't know, man. I had a weird sense of humor, but I don't know. The reason I don't like lying now is because I did lie in school. It's like I took lying way too far with my sense of humor. I didn't lie like for, you know, really serious things, but it was a joke more or less. And honestly, if I joked all the time, then you're always expecting a joke. And that's what I noticed, was that people and my friends around me were always waiting for a joke, even when I was serious. And when you want people to take you seriously, you definitely don't want to people think you're lying about it. And so yeah, it's crazy, bro. But ever since then, I mean, ever since like decades ago, decades and decades and decades, I've just been like a martyr for the truth. Very weird. And like when I see somebody, I've even like had friends in my past and everything, or somebody like an acquaintance or a business I'm trying to think, acquaintance or whatever, somebody that I would do business with for whatever reason. And yeah, next thing I know, they're lying to me about something, really right to my face, and I'm like catching it, and it's bothering me. You know what I mean? Little things like that. And I don't know. I guess everybody tells like white lies and everything for convenience purposes or whatever. For whatever you need in your day, I guess most people do, but it's not like a regular thing for most people. You know what I mean? And I've gotten to the point where I quite literally just don't tell a lie. You know, really ain't at a point where I'm just like getting off on that type of thing anymore. I know some people that still probably thrive on that feeling, and it really makes me sick that like certain people can't get out of the pattern enough to even help themselves. They'll just lie to you over and over again and steal from you while they're lying to you, and hope that you just allow it in most cases. I'm a huge fan of American Platinum and just did a vid on one, but I expect them to go down. I do too. I'm waiting for that to go down, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of things will happen with Platinum that we don't know. It's already done. It's actually it's jumped the furthest recently. It went from in the 2s to the 18s to the teens to the low 9s to the 6s. And you know what, man? I remember the 6s because I really wanted to buy a full ounce, and I'm pissed that I didn't. I'd be $300 up, about 4, because it's going to hit 1,000 again probably before it goes down. You see what it happened. I mean, it went to 6. Did they let it go to 5 or 4? Like, what happens then? That's extremely affordable. You know what's crazy, though? This is how ass backwards our nation is, you guys. People will keep their cash even if that shit was $100 an ounce. And then the only people that would buy excess platinum are stackers that know about it, or people that are seeing that and realizing it's a good investment. There's a half the nation or more that ain't going to give a damn about platinum going $100 an ounce, but if we're going to get rich off of it, seriously, dude, any of these metals go down, down, down. That's the problem, is that it's a pretty liquidable metal as well, you guys. Most stores will take platinum nowadays. I've thought about that a lot. I don't have it for that reason. I want everything liquidable. You need to be able to sell for whatever reason. I can take some graded coins down and at least negotiate a price. Like, all right, give me that. You know, I need that now. Like, but with special items and everything, it's just like a whole tug on your heart when you got to get rid of a limited item. Don't really want to do that. So it's like, do whatever to make sure that don't happen, you know. And that only way is to have other things that you can get rid of, like buffaloes and generic bars and things that you can physically get rid of if you need to pay a bill. It's always a bill for me. If I need a bill paid, I will, I will. Because, yeah, letting your insurance and everything lapse. I mean, I got the bike and everything, and the bikes are another $100 a month, and shit adds up. Next thing you know, you're canceling subscription services, really weighing your options. I just did that too. I'm just like, you know what? I don't need Prime right now. 3 people in my family have Prime, Someone will get it for me. My gram has Prime, and she needs money from the bank without driving there, and her money's in the bank. And so she buys something, it gives her money in her hand. It's really odd. It's like buying me something gives my gram a way to not drive to the bank. Because then she actually... That's another thing, is that if you don't replenish it, then your bank account is like $20 less and you have the cash in your hand, So it is weird, if you're buying Amazon for somebody else, if you will. Yeah. Definitely tired of paying it, though. I did realize there is a difference in shipping, though, if you cancel. I thought there wouldn't be. I remember a time where shipping wasn't a lot and you didn't have Prime. I did not have Prime, and I was getting deals every now and then. They were giving me free every now and then. And I just went to buy 2 items, man. It was $20 shipping. I'm like, wow, I've never seen that before. I haven't. And I also, when I had it last time, no Prime, it was cheaper. And nowadays, boy, if you cancel Prime, you notice the shipping immediately. So it's not really worth, canceling it if you don't want to. But if you use the shit out of Amazon, I wouldn't cancel it. But I canceled it because I didn't need it. And yeah, I definitely noticed the order changed price-wise, for sure. It ultimately became extremely expensive to ship everything. Still got YouTube Premium, though. There's just certain things that I can't get rid of. Like, ad-free, I think about it all the time. I used to watch ads quite literally because I didn't care. It was like commercials to me. And that's how my dad's treating it now. Like, the commercials, we don't... And honestly, I was willing at one point, I was even... Like, when I first got Premium, I was just like, yo, I'll get you guys Premium. Check it out with no ads. It's beautiful. And, yeah, it really... I still think it is, because YouTube is my main avenue of entertainment. I know, like, many of you guys... Prime shipping is expensive, but I do have to save on shipping. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. And you know what? Honestly, they gave me a really odd number at the end of the year. They said I only saved like $200, and I bought all year. I know I saved more than $200. Because literally, if it's like $20 for every order that I was only getting, like, paying at most $2 or $3 on a given day where I needed to pay shipping, and every other time it was free, yeah, we were saving a lot of money. Didn't even realize it. And you know what? I saved all the money, so it's like, now I'll just go through somebody else who will buy me the important item that I need, because let's be honest here, you can't go to the mall, Walmart, any store and get what you need nowadays. Let's just say it, all right? I'm saying it. I can't go and get the things that I need in the stores in my area. I don't know about you guys. If you go physically try to go to a store and just find one effing item that you want, it's frustrating as hell. I mean, like, you seriously ain't gonna find it. You can go ask for a worker to find it. They're gonna be like, I don't know, we used to have that. Let's check over here. And I'm not mad at no worker ever, you know, especially Walmart or McDonald's or anything. You know, they're blessings in disguise. No one wants to do that. No one wants to work at McDonald's. Nobody. Like, I just can't. I watched a video of this kid literally working the line at McDonald's for like 30 minutes one day. It was a rush for them. And it made me think, I'm never working there. Yeah, never working there, you guys. It's one of them things, man. Some people are actual angels in this world because they just keep the world going round and round. And I think about it every time I get a bag of fast food and we call it fast food and we sit there and wait like so impatiently for it, because it's basically just like they're pumping it full of drugs at this point to keep us on it. Whatever the hell it is, it ain't drugs, but it's like the food's good enough to keep people there, physically coming back on a weekly basis, and that's like an addiction in my case. So like, or in anyone's case, you know, I love cycling back and forth from fast food, and it's been harmful for me because when I go to the supermarket now, it's weighing me half and half on convenience and price. And I'm like, dude, after a hard day's work, Taco Bell hits so damn good. I mean, like, why? I can't seem to come home and like make food after busting my behind. Like, I just can't do that, dude. Seriously. It's one of those things that, like, it takes a beautiful wife, I think. If I had even a fraction of a beautiful wife here, you know, she'd be making, at least helping me figure out the motivation to get a pan going of something, you know? And that's the way it was in the past. Like, every ex-girlfriend I ever had, I was at least eating normally. And it's like when I'm by myself and everything, I eat normally, but it's like I love fast food so much to the point where, like, I almost rely on it sometimes. Right now, even when we went to Florida, like, Papa John's was popping. Why is that? Local food, we tried it a couple times and everything, you know, certain places hit, certain places miss. Why the hell is Papa John's so good no matter where you go in the nation? All these places have it down to a science. And the only thing that is recently started to bother me is the quality of the chicken at certain fast food, like Burger King, McDonald's. No bueno. I mean, and you know what? If you start to think about the quality of anything, then you're just not going to want it, I guess. That's what I got to do. Just like think about it. I don't know why it changed though. I actually realized that Walmart sells grade A Chick-fil-A chicken, you guys. They do. I'm putting that out there too. If you want good chicken, like Chick-fil-A bites, I got these Southern Bite Tenders or whatever the hell they're called. And it's not even great value. Some random brand, and it just said Southern Chicken Bites, like basically in telling me it's Chick-fil-A, and I got them, and they are the best chicken nuggets that I could give my dog or me. And I'm not gonna lie, I've had some real bad experiences with McDonald's chicken nuggets, y'all. I'm talking pieces that ain't supposed to be in there. And I've been a connoisseur of those nuggets. And I fear it now. I fear finding friggin' foreign pieces that ain't supposed to be slipped in. They're in there. And that's the problem. It's all ground up. And when it gets through, bro, oh, it's a bad day, bro. Been thinking lately of just how to get a little bit away from fast food, you guys. It's valid. So important. I already drink more water than I ever did in my previous life. I was always a soda drinker, and now I drink a little more than usual right now, but it's like not anywhere what it used to be. I used to drink absolutely amounts per day that would go for 2 liter upon 2 liter. Yeah. I was just chugging it. The feeling of the carbonation was like my soda addiction. It's like just the feeling of it going down almost, and the sugar. Because like at that point, you're just consuming hundreds of grams If you were to weigh it out, you wouldn't be able to get it down. That's like how much they fit into these cans of soda. And everybody always has the dentist say, yeah, stop drinking soda, bro. Like, it's just bad for you. Drink water. And then it makes you want soda even more. But for the most part, I came to the realization this is tearing my teeth up, and I got to try to stop drinking, and I still can't. It's still the one craving that I absolutely crave, just like fast food, is a soda. Fucking soda. Papa John's is a salt bomb. Yeah, it is, bro. What's even worse is McDonald's fries. They're absolutely a nuclear salt bomb, if you gotta be honest. Yeah, we all gotta be honest here. It's like, why does everybody love it? Not everybody. There are people out there that resist the temptation of fast food, and God bless them. But, going vegan and everything, whatever somebody wants to be happy, I don't like the vegans push it all on the world and are upset at the world, you know what I mean? Like, you can't change the world, bro. Most people are going to eat meat, it's just a fact of life. If you were to look at our world before it even started, we were eating meat. Like, nowadays, the way we do it is wrong. I mean, it's not humane. None of the animals are ever happy. They're miserable, in pain probably, and strictly all for the body, not for the mind of the animal. And that is where people started saying, okay, well, we're going to call them cage-free or whatever, right? And we'll put that on the packaging. And those animals aren't caged. They're really just in a 2-foot cage or whatever. It's whatever the FDA allows type shit. That's what they're called, taking care of their animals. It's just you're never going to get anything good. But it's just interesting to think about how much people are in the drive-thrus nowadays. They're packed, yo. I mean, it's the most expensive that it's ever been in our nation. I don't know. It's never been more. I don't think the things have been more expensive than now, ever. Tell me when they have been. Yeah, maybe the '08 market, maybe in the crash. I don't understand that. I don't really remember it visually. I was 5 years before graduation, so I just wasn't involved in anything like that to see the true economic effect. Yeah, it's interesting to see how the prices change too. I gotta admit. Imagine, that was the most crazy thought of this stream, was that if I went over with a notepad when all that sickness started and everyone got sick and started dying, gotta say it, and I go over there and log those prices, how crazy that would be to see how much it's truly risen. Because, can I go online maybe in Google and find maybe a list? Maybe. I don't think there's one, though. I've tried, I'm pretty sure, to figure out, because that's the reason that I want to make a list, is that I looked for a list, I'm pretty sure, a grocery price list from a certain time period. I usually go right around the time where things got shit, at least, so I wanted to see what the drastic rise was, and because I noticed well before it got really bad that, okay, this is a bit different. Am I now willing to spend another $5 bill for this burger? How much more will we spend before it's just and I've already seen the companies coming out saying, well, it was McDonald's actually, they said, we're not going to raise the price anymore this year. That's what they said. It's very sketchy. It's almost like saying, we've already raised it, we're done, you guys just spend your money, and next year, whatever happens, happens. This is literally what they're saying. It's shocking on how the fast food places skyrocketed in price. Dude, I'm not kidding. And that was cheap, bro. 120. I thought you said 12. Sorry, bro. It's not cheap. I literally had a heart blocking that zero. No. Absolutely not, dude. I hope that you got your food and it was good. Yeah, I still drive for all my food. I never started using them. One, the tips, man. Dude, everybody needs a tip nowadays, and if they don't, they're pissed at you. Come on. Whatever happened to serving somebody, the customer, I'm just saying. It sucks working for a company where you don't make anything. It sucks. It sucks expecting tips. It sucks needing tips. Now there's certain jobs where like they only make what $3 an hour still, and they need tips. That sucks. It's our system's flaws, and it get burden on us. And then you go out of country, and they don't have the same things that we have. You don't gotta tip anybody. You buy in other countries, the price is the price. You walk from the aisle to the register, and it's the same number. Now, how gorgeous would that be if we could just figure out a way to include the effing tax on things? Why do we need to calculate it why does the register have to do math? Good question, I guess. It's like, why? Whoever thought about that other than me right now? Like, seriously, someone? Like, why are we making the register do this? I don't know. They're like little calculators. They're computers, but they should not be like adding anything on to a price that was already on the damn shelf. If we need tax, like we do, apparently, because they need our money that bad, every tax equates to these big sums of money that they are sending out. And as soon as they send that out, 9 months down the line, they go into the government shuts down. They go into this big argument about how nobody's agreeing and everything's fucked. And then next thing you know, they go back into Congress. They're fighting every day. They pass a bill, and that's what we see each and every time, pretty much. Now they don't got to go out of business to basically. They don't got to shut down to send that money. But in most cases, it's like a fight. It's a tug on both sides to either do it or not do it. And then eventually it just goes. Because that's the main thing is that basically we are always funding every other country. Depending on who it is and what the situation is. In this case, we're basically following World War III whichever way it goes. And from what I hear, we're about to meet, like, we're literally at the front door of World War III. And I think it's Iran. Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys. Is it Iran? I know that I remember seeing Iran. I know that things definitely are. They better not try to draft me. That's what I keep thinking. Dude, if you send everybody over, it's gonna be a massacre of epic proportions on both sides. We have the technology to use drones and everything. Do that and use the military that we got now, and maybe a small draft that doesn't include. I think they would want younger people first, but seriously, I'm still in the bracket where they would draft me, and I don't want to go. I do not want to fight in a new war. The technology nowadays is relentless. I don't think I want to be seeing drones fly over top me that have weapons on them all the time, bombs and such. Yeah, this new war is going to be really dirty and long. That's the thing. They ain't even calling it a war right now. I mean, they are, but not on our standpoint. We're sending aid. We're not involved yet, apparently. Till we are. We're right there, though, from what I hear. There's no other smaller nation we went through and aided them. We aided them so that we're now aiding the front line. And now we're actually right at the line where, like, each place is kind of, like, posted up right now. Us and, like, the other place. I'm pretty sure it's Iran. Whoever. And we're actually preparing battle. And I don't know if, like, I just saw a bunch of tanks and stuff going through. I just saw a bunch of military stuff going through. Like, it just makes me wonder, if it's silently going to happen, will they display it on the news that it's ramping up? Oh, we're now in World War III, you guys. Or is it going to be this silent thing, like basically how we've been in a depression for the last, how many years? 2? 3? And this is the crazy thing. It's another good question. I'm sorry I gotta keep asking good questions, random ones, but I used to think, I don't want to lose this thought either. I'm trying to think now before. Damn it. I actually saw it going. As I said, I need to think about that. If I come back to that, I'm seriously going to love that thought. Why the hell? That's how my brain is. It's like it will actually lose a thought insanely fast if I don't grip onto it. Like it'll just like kind of float away, and I'm just like watching it, but I'm like seeing it in my eyes. Really messed up. I'll get it. I will get it. You'd be so surprised how things hit me. Like I literally forget that, and then it'll come back in like 5 minutes. And I'm like, oh my god, I remember that. It's crazy. The worst thing I've ever had happen to me was 3 or 4 songs actually repeating in my head the whole day. Now imagine, like, okay, after 1 or 2, okay, the first song that's repeating in your head is annoying, right? The second song, what is that? Where did that come from? Like, it'll just like, I had the first song going, right? And I'm like, dude, this won't get out of my head right now. And then I heard the second one. This hasn't happened since either. I don't know why. I remember this day. It bothered me all day. And I kept telling everybody, I have three or four songs in my head right now. Oh, here we go again. You know what I mean? It was another one. It would literally replay in different orders as I was enjoying my day. And it was stuck in my head. Yeah, my brain is weird, bro. I don't understand it. It's powerful, but it don't shut off. It just doesn't shut off. You know? I literally tried and realized that it will not shut off. And not only that, it's great. It's great because this is who I am. But like, when you don't want it to be this way, it's that way. I like feel like sometimes my thoughts are honestly intrusive as hell. I mean, like, at certain points when my anxiety is at its worst or whatever in my life, I've had panic attacks, breathing attacks, and everything just randomly in life, like from intense situations or whatever, something that's intense that happens to me that puts me into an anxiety attack. But for the most part, I've been, relatively like straight from like having, serious problems. And I still recognize like the inescapable feeling of anxiety. I don't understand it. I don't. But it's dread almost. Pure dread that comes on like a towel that's drying you off. Like it, you now all of a sudden need it. And I remember like a couple of the times like when my anxiety got really bad, I seriously would just try anything to get it to go away. I mean, like, you know what I mean? One of those things where it would just come, I would feel like a haunting loom or something. And I remember for a minute, it was my dread. Like, it was literally what I feared was my anxiety, you know what I mean? And I know people out there right now that are dealing with it right now. And that's why, I always want to be there for anybody because, seriously, man, if anyone out there is struggling that bad, I see people that have, the really bad tics and everything from Tourette's. There's this one girl I follow on Facebook. She has terrible Tourette's, and it just doesn't stop. It will not stop. And she literally just begs it for a moment. And I just can't imagine living that way. There are people out there fighting battles every single day. And she'll post video crying, just begging for it to stop some days. Like, please pray for me, everybody, because this is just one of those days, And seriously, imagine how many people out there are having that type of complication every day, where it's like life or death almost, or even anywhere close. Terrible. And I pray for them every single day. I don't even know them. There's so many. I hope to at least have a channel one day where I'm just like helping people. I always felt like I really was here I felt like after a certain point in my life, I've been put here to help people. And I don't really know how I'm going to do it or how I'm going to gain an audience to do it, but I'm just doing my best every day of my life. And if I could just help, people out around me, that'd be cool. That'd be sick. If I could help out like subscribers and, my family and like families outside of me, that'd be sick. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would help anybody out. I would be that guy. If I was rich, this is literally a real thought. I've always thought about this. This is like one of my most favorite thoughts. If I hit Bill Gates money or Jeff Bezos money, what I would do, because it doesn't matter, right? We're all dying with this big wealth, and it's just unfathomable. That's the way I would feel, at least. I would have different people, and I already have a name for them. I call them Santas. Santas, for real. Santa Claus. But we call them Santas. And they would be the money deliverer to random families. It wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be, and honestly, it would be me. It would be me over and over again, It would literally be me through these people, and, probably never get filmed, Probably never get filmed. Just be happening all the time. And then, all of a sudden, all these people start coming out saying, yeah, he just gave me $40,000. He just gave me enough to pay my everything off. And then those stories start coming out, and that's when it gets a little dangerous and everything, because when you do make everything public and, you are Mr. Beast, you know what I mean? That is like, it's a different situation. You can still help everybody, but to what extent, And that's where it starts to, like, you have to find some line in life, I guess, especially if you don't have it like, Jeff Bezos for real, but I always really wanted to help people mentally more than financially, but I would love to take financial burden off myself and everybody else too. As many people as possible, inside my family, outside my family, all of y'all. I would literally mail you guys money too. If I had it like that, I really would, and that's the thing. People actually have it like that and don't do it, even silently, which is sad, because it doesn't change anything. Yeah, they feel that they don't need to. A lot of them. They feel there's no need to give away money. It's not going to help. But they're wrong. They're wrong. That's the one thing they're wrong about the most, is that money is a pain in every single one of our asses, all of our lives. It's the one thing that takes us away from our family, that puts us in a factory we don't want to be in, where we're breaking our back and killing ourselves for a corporation that don't even know our last or first name unless they had it on paper. The management on most places don't care about you, me, or anyone else. I had a place previously. We were doing, me and my brother were doing 3 times the amount of work on a day-to-day basis than the other 2 shifts. When I try to bring attention to it, I'm the dickhead. And they're all fighting with me. The one guy who was in control of the speed that we went, his excuse, I can't slow down. I don't know why. He's the one that comes in with the paperwork saying, oh, first shift did this many. We just did 3 times that amount last night. Why in the hell am I coming here getting paid the same amount and these guys are doing 2 times less work? That just upset me. That upset me. And I'm trying to do it the right way. Let's go and talk to somebody. Let's go to the root of the problem here. And that was at a workplace that I was just previously. It drove me insane. And it was a good union job, you guys. It was everything that I ever needed in life. That money. But I'm not willing to do it for a corporation like that. It actually is killing me. And that place was killing me. Yep. It made me feel like every time I came home, I could only go to sleep, wake up and go there again. Is it life? Is that life? I feel like not, And then they were hassling me and hindering me on every single avenue. I mean, fighting me every way. I remember they took away the headphones that we were using for music, Bluetooth. That pissed me off so bad. Sorry for my language, you guys. I'm just more comfortable at this moment. I'm sorry. And I don't really swear that much. I'm trying to stop that, but it's like a habit. It comes out, Yeah, they took away our headphones one time because, admittedly, somebody got hurt that shouldn't have had both of them in. And one, they were just walking in front of a forklift and literally almost got killed at work. And that's what set the letter around that they're taking them. Then they actually try to take them. I mean, now imagine, me and my brother, we're sitting at this place. We're great workers. We're in our zone. We're doing triple the amount of work of everybody else. I don't even know why. The least that I want is a damn song playing in my ear. And it's so loud you can't play radio or anything. These things actually protected my ears and kept me entertained. It's like, you don't want your workers to be entertained, happy, satisfied. You would think that you do, but these companies don't care. They will let all their good workers go and hire everybody new in a heartbeat. And that's what this place did. They said they pissed everybody off. Me, my brother, everybody just started leaving one after the other. I got to the point where I was training people. I'm like, dude, fuck this, man, I'm out. I left. It's not worth it, you guys. Working to literally kill yourself and be miserable is never worth it, and I hate to say it. It hurts me because it's what other way? Can everybody do YouTube or Twitch? No. Like, this world goes around because of the workers that exist in blue collar society. I appreciate every single one of you still here with me. It's been such a good stream, you guys. In order for the food to get delivered to you, did you know that DoorDash charges at least $40? And I believe it, dude. It's got to be more. It's got to be more, Joseph. I mean, DoorDash don't pay anything barely to a driver. They're not barely getting by. They're scraping by. They're pissed about it too. I hear them even just talking about how it's not worth it. Barely at all. With all the prices raised, the only places that are winning are the corporations. Here's what really bothers me. Taco Bell is the one that bothers me the most. They stopped doing it recently. I don't know if they got word that it was just a bad move. Image-wise, sound-wise, it didn't sound good. It never sounded good to me. I never did it. Here's how they pitch this, okay? Not only is everything already raised by the corporation that we're speaking of and every other one, they would ask for more and do. They still ask for tip in every place. Subway, it's literally Subway, and they're asking for a 10 or 20% tip. I mean, it's Subway. Like, every single time the card gets used, tip, tip, tip. And you have to either hit no or tip them. And you know, they're just sitting there pressuring you to tip them. It's wild. And like, that's Subway. Do you guys remember, if you have cash, you don't have to tip anything. You literally, if you come in and the sub is 11.38 and you have 11.38, you get to walk out with your sub. This is what I'm getting at. The service was there first. The expectation in society is here afterwards, and I don't like the way it feels, because you know what? There's places that I just cannot go when I see these certain workers that I have to tip. I guess it's just, to me, it feels like certain people are like doing a superior job like all the time. I like tip those people, you know? That's not really a good excuse to not tip everybody, but you don't have to. It's almost like in a society where everything is so expensive, it hurts to have them expect. I've seen people actually exploding lately on DoorDash. This one guy, he literally handed the pizza and he said, what did he say? I gotta figure out how he said it. I know what he said. I don't want to mess it up. It's a pretty nice house for a $5 tip. Started to walk away, and they actually told him to go F himself. I'm not kidding. I would have too. I mean, sorry. A $5 tip on a pizza, and he actually was so upset he caused a confrontation over it. This is where we're headed. People are losing their minds right now, and they don't realize it. And now they're basically about to all be anxiety-ridden balls. They're experiencing anxiety, extreme anxiety, for the first time in their life, because they haven't felt it up until this point. Now life is truly intense enough to feel it. Anyone is valid and invulnerable to anxiety. Don't ever think, it never happened to you, because it actually so scary. It is like, okay, what's the thing where the black thing is holding you down while you're sleeping? It is like the sleep paralysis. The monster that holds you down literally while you're sleeping and gets off on it, apparently. Now where was I going with that? I'm trying to think. Why the hell did I bring that up? Yeah, I know there's a really good point where I was going, seriously. Always is. I just can't grasp onto every topic like I want to. Man. What was I doing? Sleep paralysis and the monster. It was something relevant, for sure. Yeah. God, that's crazy. What's up, strange ass? New Zealand in the house. Yeah, we've been live for a minute. Honestly, we're just cruising with the conversation, man. Really was talking about a multitude of things. Honestly, it's just wild. It's wild how live goes, man. It's like so much information happens in these hours. It's like we're literally going through so many topics. I could sit here and make timestamps, and it would take me more than 3 hours. It would take me. We've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and honestly, it would take me probably like 5 hours of just sitting here finding every single like topic that we went that is like interesting, and then I get to like so many that it's so long. I'm just like, dude, nobody's gonna use that, you know. Maybe in the future, but right now, you know, people actually catch these things the next day or like within the next few days, and then it like stays at that same number after a certain point, pretty much each live stream or video for that matter. It's like a lot of videos nowadays, even if you're posting like a lot, you really, it'll be random as things hit algorithms. It's like not instant, not even within like a month. It stays like the same sometimes for a while, and then it just like goes up randomly. It's so weird. I don't even get algorithms, man. I don't. But it's really, some people do. You know, I try to listen to them, and they still don't understand it. You know, they just think they do. You know, Mr. Beast always said, it's just the titles and everything. It's really you, bro. You don't understand it. You got charisma for days. He just needed a way to get to that money to give it away. I mean, that's literally the way that I feel, but I just don't expect anything in this world to ever come to me like that. You know, I would never scratch a lottery ticket and expect to win. And that's the people that really deserve to win, you know. And people that just don't want to win, you know. It's like, I want to win, but you just ain't gonna get me out there fighting for it, you know. It's got to come naturally for me to really be happy about it. I want to scratch that ticket and be like, wow, holy, you know, and actually have it happen. I actually almost had a time like that where I was one number off, right? It was Christmas, and it was such a good ticket, okay? There's tickets out there that you guys will scratch in the future, maybe, and you actually think you might have won the lottery a lot. Like, I think the one that I had was like 100,000 or 500,000 or some. It was a lot, and I showed everybody in the family. They thought I won too. Everybody thought I won, and then we got the scanner out, and it buzzkilled the whole buzzkill, bro. It just absolutely slapped me in the cheeks. Like, you could not tell me that I was one number off and that I was missing it because I was so excited, but I was. The lottery is so painful. And you know what? On Thanksgiving and Christmas, we go out and buy, not just me, it's a cultural thing in the Americas to gift scratch-off tickets. What do you think they do? Do they lower the odds? Definitely not. It's worse. So what does that mean? They make more. I always wondered, and I slowly came to the realization that, dude, I buy way more tickets on Christmas than I ever do, and nobody ever really wins anything except for a few dollars or maybe 100 or 500, and there's maybe a one or two people across the nation that win big. But aside from that, you would think that the lottery company in each state that takes in billions and billions of dollars every year would just leave the odds maybe the same, rather than, this is all I ever ask for, if you're gonna have to raise them, just leave them the same. Why does there have to be more made to a company for the sales rather than to just let the machine sell out and everybody gets their wins? But they will go and just make more and more and more as there's a demand for the holiday, which means the odds are the same as they would be on any normal day, which means no one wins, ever. I know it. I bitch about it all the time. I don't like gambling, you know? It's fun. There's no point in it. I'm the person that wins big and leaves. If I do, I'm not going to spend it at the casino, that's for sure. Well, let's just go another 1,000. We'll get it this time. Where did that 1,000 go? Oh, we got like 18 more. We're good. Wait, we don't got a ride home? Wait, what? We don't even have a hotel now? What? It's like, gambling is crazy. I've seen people literally sitting there on the highest horse of their life. It gets yanked out from under them. And I remember the last time I saw it was like a week ago. This kid, he was really young, and he bet on a horse at this like rich betting party or whatever. They were just betting. I don't know. He lost everything, and he came up to the camera, and he goes, "Dudes, I am so effed." And he's just like, he repeats it, and he's just like, "I just lost so and so amount," and then he just walks away. You know, how is that? So many kids are like that nowadays, where they're just like really into gambling in a way where it actually bails them out sometimes, and they keep it going and run with that money until it's absolutely detrimental to their health and life, whether it takes them to Vegas or not. It's made a good couple videos on YouTube though, man. The gambling addicts were like one of the first ones to get like those before like the drinkers and like the anything. Like now they've basically done a documentary. If it's not a YouTuber, it's the news. Every documentary's been made on everything basically by now. Well, not everything, but most things. You know, and at a certain point, it wasn't like that. They were just the news. Every random journalist that would go out and interview the Crips or whatever. But for the most part, man, you really wasn't like seeing this stuff nowadays that we are seeing, and there's still people that like, you know, don't realize it and get themselves stuck in that like negative lifestyle. So interesting. The world. Every culture is so different, and we all so judgmental and for no reason really. You know, like in deep down, most people are really judgmental. You know, it's like even if you don't think about it, it's like when the opportunity approaches or somebody does something to make it look like your mind has it painted, you know what I mean? No matter what. I'm not saying anything specific. I'm just saying like no matter how your mind or my mind is painted, it takes us by surprise. And that's the expectation that I mean. It's like imprinted and implanted into us from like very young. The expectation to literally like do what we do, keep the world running, work, go to school, and keep the world running so that everybody continues paying taxes and continues funding our government. And it's fascinating because we have kids that like are really great, that go to school and just either are projected in a different direction of their greatness or aren't even homed in general on it. There's no way for every teacher to home in on greatness in any way because every kid's not great. So there's some regular kids, and then there's a couple that are just like absolutely extraordinary. I was never extraordinary, but I wasn't even at good grades or anything like that. But I know those people. Like I really seen those people, and it did not make any sense to me how the hell there are people like that go through life effortlessly, not having to try, and they still get it. They still get everything that I'm trying very hard for. Yeah, it's just the way the world works, you know. Some people are literally given the spoon. Some people have to still go and buy it. Some people get it washed for them. Somebody else bought it. Either way, everybody still needs the spoon. You know, you guys, before I get off, I want to say I seriously appreciate every single one of you. That is like the best metaphor to end on, seriously. It's been so long, honestly, and any longer, and we're seriously going to be going for 7 or 8 hours, you know, and honestly, I don't really mind, seriously. I really don't mind. Honestly, I'm not even getting off right this second either, but, you know, not even this minute, you know, for real. Not anytime really soon, but somewhat soon, because yeah, it's like people just keep on finding me as the morning goes on, and it's just like, damn, you know, can you imagine being on like 12 hours stream just because you can't stop talking to people? That's literally the way I feel. Like I just will stay live because the conversation is so good and valid. It's almost like sitting around a campfire, but like, you know what I mean? That feeling where like the fire's right and the whole vibe is right, where everybody's just like in mid conversation and just like continuously adding to it, you know? Really fun. That's a good feeling. It's happened a lot of times with like friends and family and all that. Just different. When it happens with family, you end up reminiscing about things you did in the past, and things that you'd like to do in the future, and fun, adventures and everything that, you've been on and forgot about or don't think about. And then with friends is like, and I can't say that I could do that right now anyways. I don't have too many friends other than you guys. Outside of this house and everything, not many people. Aside, like, everybody went full adult in my friend group, pretty much. Full adult, got married, have kids, and forget about anyone that they used to call a good friend. It's absolutely sad. Because I still think about I think about my friends that, like, aren't even my friends anymore. Think about what they're doing, where they're at, and they're not thinking about me like that. And we had, like, really seriously great connections to the point where it's just like I really could have never pictured that it was going to end for any reason, let alone adulthood, for God's sakes. We actually were closer in most cases than, like, family. I would stay at some of these people's houses and eat dinner with them like family. Their family accepted me as family. Everybody, the dogs, all the animals, the whole house, except me. And I seriously still lose that friend. It's just, I don't understand that. Why I couldn't literally just become an adult. They couldn't become an adult, have a girlfriend, and juggle a friend. That's a good question. Why most people in this world won't do it. The phones are not helping. Let's be honest. I spend more time online than anything nowadays. Not helping. It's alright though. There's nothing else that I'm going to do. Aside from, like, go to work or clean my house or be productive or love this dog. Fix my car or bike, There's little things that I'm going to do aside from, like, be online nowadays. So live is, like, becoming my favorite thing, you guys. It's becoming my favorite thing very quickly. There's nothing more that passes this time by so beautifully than a good live stream. And I started to learn that pretty quickly. It didn't take long after we had a few good chats and everything. Just, damn. Nothing like a video. And I still love videos too. I'll always, there's never going to be a day where I'm just like, I'm just going live. Don't matter. I like the latter. I like everything. But this is really the one way where I get to, like, talk with people and just have some friends, you guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, dude, I'm referring to insomnia and everything. Dude, I've literally experienced all these things in different motions. Insomnia is just one of those things that, like, dude, I'll seriously still deal with it to this day in certain moments. Like, I'm up, it's literally 2:30 in the morning, my sleep schedule is just whack right now. I can't seem to get it back. I'm trying. It's like I sleep regular for a week, and the next thing I know, I'm, like, up later, enjoying the nighttime. I catch myself wanting to enjoy different times weirdly. Like, I like the nighttime for what it is. Quiet, nobody. I could go around town right now. That's another thing about where I live at. There's, like, no curfew, and if you could just go wherever you want, whenever you want. They used to say that there was one. I remember when you were doing something wrong, they'd pick you up for curfew. Like, say I was out, like, 9, I wasn't supposed to be. Like, troublemaking, running around, whatever the hell. Like, ding-dong dishing people or whatever. We used to, like, throw corn at people's houses, too, when I was young. It's stupid stuff, honestly. Kids don't even do the stuff that we used to do now. Like, they won't do the stuff that we used to do. And it was, like, tradition for me in, like, previous years to do this shit. And then it just, like, stopped out of nowhere. Technology straight took over a lot of, like, crazy teenager traditions. Like, for instance, I used to grab a phone book with my friends that we would prank call in the phone book. I actually want a phone book nowadays, but I'm afraid all the numbers ain't gonna be right. Yeah, it's really interesting. We actually phased out phone books, like, and that literally phased out the ability to have all those numbers in your lap with a phone. And nowadays, the only people that actually have a damn phone book are the people that are scamming and buying the numbers in bulk. They actually get pages and pages of our numbers, and they work. The numbers are real, like, live numbers. So I guess it's available online to prank call. I don't want to call it just random ass people though, bothering them in their house. It was fun at the time. I used to call people in the dead of the. I just remembered this one prank call I did when I was younger. I called this guy at my friend's house, and I woke him up in the middle of the night. This is how my old self used to be, right? And I pretended to inquire about a car that he had for sale. It was literally a for sale ad for a car. It was like an old car or something. And I really got him like thinking that I wanted to buy the car. I remember having him put the wife on and everything because he said something about like confirming or whatever with her, and I put her on. We'll talk with her and everything. It was like a lot of times like that where I literally just like it was almost like fake business. I watched like this comedian. He does literal fake business. He'll call like construction companies. He lies this bad. He'll call construction companies while he's live, and actually inquire about like getting his property worked on or something, and he'll go through the words with them, like the terminology and everything. He loves it. Some people actually get off so bad on lying like that it's like really three different things that they're doing all while they're entertaining somebody. Like that's the way I felt. Like as he was doing fake business, I'm like, damn, this guy's actually writing down this information and he's taking the number. He's gonna call you back. He actually gets calls back too from these people as they schedule him. They'll be like, yeah, we're literally ready to come over and work on your property and everything. They'll be like, oh, I'm not there right now. But like he'll literally tie them up with words. He's so good at talking. I can't remember what his last name is. First name's Tim. Bigger dude, comedian. He literally does fake business. If you ever seen or heard of him, he talks about it all the time. It's messed up. And that's what I just wanted to extent of actually calling somebody for fun, not bothering them, and it's not always going to go good, but sometimes it will. At least some people will have a good sense of humor, and that's what I look for in prank calls. Is somebody that's literally going along either with my joke or like a joke or whatever. This world is so different. I just want to keep prank calling alive, if you will. There's only a few people doing it nowadays, and if you call somebody, they're going to get mad really fast. You got to figure out a way to like de-escalate it and have something funny that they latch on to almost. Like, ask them like something they just really didn't expect. That's what I want to do. I don't want to make anybody mad. And I don't want to waste their time for like a long time either, unless it's like a scammer. I'll waste their time for hours till they hang up on me. But it's crazy. I don't know what gave me a conscience. Like I said, my younger self just didn't really seem to have one. If I did, it was not here fully, because I was not the same caring person that I am nowadays. It's just like I still did, but I actually really valued that moment. Here's where I realized it too, okay? I remember one time, this is an example of how I was, you guys. So we were all waiting outside this Spanish class one time, and just for fun, right? Just for fun, I got everybody to look up at a fake camera, and just so happened to get the teacher too. And now she's a real serious lady, and everyone was laughing but the teacher. And she looked. I said, when the hell did they put a camera up there? Everybody looked, and I just remember laughing first, and everybody laughed, and literally the whole class looked in my direction for something, and it just wasn't there. And you know what she said to me? She wrote me up for actually, get this, getting a laugh at other people's expense. And that is what I remember about Mrs. Schwartzel in high school. Is that she did not find that funny at all. It was so minor. Hey guys, when did they put a camera here? Everyone looks, got you. It was the simplest joke, and she actually got so mad at me because it was funny. She didn't think it was. You seriously have nothing to do? You seriously have nothing better to do to prank people? Yeah, I have a lot of things better to do, but I still want to prank some people every now and then. One, for keeping the spirit alive, but at the same time, if you take everything so seriously that you think that I have nothing better to do, then you know what I mean. That's like you gotta chill a little bit in life and actually like laugh a little bit, and that's what a prank call is. And that's what I'm trying to get to is like I currently want to find a way to do it without upsetting anybody. Mr. Susan B. Anthony. Yeah, I definitely really enjoy that pastime so much, and honestly it was harmless in most cases. It really wasn't violent or aggressive in any case. It was just really fun, like just kind of having a moment with somebody where either they realize they're being like totally led down a direction of a story, or hanging up on you. You know, it's hit or miss. People nowadays are really interesting. Like you really gotta like grip them on the entertainment or something, or they're gonna be really mad. So that's why I'm like hesitant. I don't want to piss anybody off. Yeah, I just want to have some fun. I want to literally talk to somebody across the country on a phone and not have it be a damn scammer for once. Yeah, I have. And no, I make a lot of videos, dude. I got nothing better to do than make videos right now and make money. So yeah, bro. Gonna have fun in this world as much as I can, and I used to have a lot of fun, honestly. I really did, and I did not really affect too many people's lives in the process, aside from my own. You know, and right now, in these years, I really feel like I am. I don't know. I'm just in a really good spot right now, mentally, physically, health-wise. Just beautiful. And God bless all of you, seriously. And I really hope everybody is seriously approaching good health and no negative side effects of anything. You know what I mean? Things pop up randomly out of nowhere. I have problems out of nowhere. I'll go from being super healthy to like being worried about my health to like being healthy. You know, it's like you just can't, can't do it all. Payphones need to be in a museum. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, they probably are, right? Aren't they? They gotta have a payphone in the museum. They got dinosaur bones. They got Ben Stiller. No, I'm kidding. That's a good movie though. But they seriously do, I imagine. Cause like in the UK, right? They're beautiful. Those were art. Those booths were art over there. The red ones, black ones. Pretty sure they were red. Can't remember. The UK phone booths, classic. It's like the upper decker bus. That might be red. What I'm thinking of. They might have been black. But either way, phone booths, man. Jukeboxes. Like, we're actually leaving things in past. And the only place that you'll see them is a museum or someone's basement. I mean, like, I got a skee ball machine from the 70s. Like, few people, some people do. It's like, some people still hold on to these relics, I guess, and collect them or see the value in them as time goes on, and then everyone else forgets about them for the most part. There's a lot of things that we've actually moved on from that we used to love. It's crazy to even think about it, but I used to remember, I remember when the flip phones came around, and it was literally like, it was barely AT&T, I think. It was just Verizon, I think. I don't know if it was like competing companies yet. It was just a flip phone. Like, it wasn't even nothing special. And I remember I was so excited to be able to play games and like use the flip phone just to call somebody. I wanted a flip phone so bad. And then I finally got one. You know the feeling of first feeling of having a phone in your pocket? You're badass. You're badass. I mean, if you got the Envy or like a touch phone, you're like, what is going on? Like, who are we even like beside? But yeah, no, I always had like the crappier phone first than everybody. But seriously, I ended up getting the touch and the Envy and everything. The first Envy. I still have both of them. Let me show you guys this. This is great. I love these phones. I have them up here almost on display right now, dudes. And this ain't even my first one. This is the Touch and the 3. Look at this. I mean, this was definitely not my first phone, dude. Your mom had to buy this for you. It was like an iPod. I think about the iPod all the time, too. That's awesome. We had like 50,000, 100,000 songs on one single thing. I mean, our phones won't even do that nowadays. I use this phone till no existence, pretty much. I mean, like, endless amount of days. And let me tell you guys some shit. People wanted to talk to you with these phones. They did. You could actually go and get any number from any sort of person. It could be a friend. It could be a girlfriend. I actually used to go places with my friends and just walk up to girls and just score their number like that. Like that. And I know it's still possible. Don't get me wrong. It's just people are more closed. They don't want to adjust their life for anyone, and they don't want to take a risk. I feel the same way. it's possible that you end up with some weight on your shoulders with someone. You don't know that, and that's a risk that not everybody's willing to take, even if damn near the person that they want or don't want is in front of them. You never know. But that's what I keep saying. I've been saying it for years now. People are different because of technology, and not in a measurable way. Like, we don't even want to think about it right now. People are on their phones so much, they would rather not think about how much it's changed them. Yeah. Really hope everybody is enjoying this. I really don't have any idea when I end these things. They just go till they don't. Don't know. Try calling my mom, it won't even work. I said these payphones are completely dinosaurs now. You can't even dial normal. I know, dude. I remember using a payphone during a field trip, and it's absolutely useless. Yeah, some of them are actually broken from design, I think. They're not meant to work, but a lot of them were so commercial, you should have been able to, it might have been broken. Maybe not plugged in. But yeah, literally, I think that, like, that's not something that I think would have stayed. I think everything goes for a reason, right? But that is literally what we should cherish about it, I think. The fact that it's forgotten about is enough for people to at least think about it every now and then. But yeah, for certain people, that's why this world's great, is because every person had that one thing that they collected from that time period. And now they have it in their house in excess right now, pretty much. Whatever it is. Some people collect stamps. Some people collect bowling balls. Some people collect gloves. Literal gloves. Baseball gloves, OJ's glove. No, I'm kidding, but seriously, somebody probably out there probably has OJ's glove. You know? And they're, like, proud of it. And the man stuck that on and just went and did some heinous stuff, you know? Like, I don't know. We definitely are a society that, like, really glorify a lot of things, you know? Like, really thinking about that, too. Like, you really see a lot of crazy stuff, and then next thing you know, it's a movie, and we're all literally, like, in the moment in the movie, and it's so real nowadays. Every movie's so real. You're never not going to get the full picture. I mean, I half the time I catch myself watching a movie like, damn, I really hope that they don't add, like, a super intense sex scene while I'm sitting here with my family right now. Like, please don't do that. You know what I mean? You ever catch yourself wondering that? Like, please don't do that right now. I almost see it like a makeout scene coming, and I'm just like, this could end right now, and I'd be okay with it. You know, like, it's weird, but, like, I've already seen it, bro. Like, it's a family time. Like, we don't need it all right now. It's all on the internet for us. We don't gotta put it in every movie. So I realized that, but we went in a way where it was that way. Like, you were watching movies, and it basically was so intense, like, either sexually or, like, you know, with words and everything. Like, that's like early 2000s, like mid 2000s, everything. That whole time period, everybody's shaving their head and having fun and everything. But now it's like completely reverted back to a serious, we need good movie state. I remember a time where I was begging for one good movie. I've been seeing banger after banger lately. They just getting lucky now. Getting lucky nowadays, I think. They create so much in Hollywood that they don't know what's good or what isn't. They actually probably pass these things around to themselves and their whole family probably before they send it out to us. Like, yo, sit down and watch this and make sure it ain't trash, please. You know? I'd imagine they do have that feeling every now and then, even though they are the ones with the hits after hit after hit after hit, and they still question probably everything about it. I know I've seen that so many times. People have greatness in themselves and they don't even realize it because they are constantly shining. When you're constantly shining, you can't really see yourself with the rays. You don't know that you're there. You just think, okay, I'm moving in the right direction and I'm going to continue shining. But really, I think the ultimate way to shine is, like, do it in a way where you don't necessarily look like the person that wants to shine, but you're glowing. And that's the best thing about being yourself and really holding the spirits high even whenever they want to be low. Each day, randomly, I have to get myself out of, like, bad mindsets and everything, and it just really I don't know. really hurts sometimes to like have to analyze myself in certain ways, but I actually think it's always for the better. And I will just sit there, and if I'm like having such a terrible day, I got to sit there and even just think about it, like what is going on, you know? Therapy is not something that I really see massive value in right now because I tried so hard with the previous therapist, and it just, I don't know. I'm not blaming all therapists on one guy, but for real, like some people actually just need to talk. I'm that type of person. Like my mind is an open book almost. It hurts me. It hurts me whenever I say too much because it doesn't hurt me physically physically it hurts me because I tell people too much. You know, I go to the doctor. I tell them my whole life, even though they don't want to hear it, even though they don't need to hear it. You know, if it has something to do with the way that I'm like going into conversation, it just goes so random, and then people got to get me like right back on track. It's crazy. I got the weirdest brain that I don't know. I love it and I hate it. It's actually a blessing and a curse. I keep saying that. I said it to my dad like 2 days ago. It's like my brain's a blessing and a curse because um, I love it in certain instances, but there was a point where it actually became overwhelming for me. It still is. I somehow still find a way to like not let it cloud my day. It will, and it can. Like I said, it does get intrusive and shit. It's crazy what it actually is possible with the brain when you do open it up. And I'm not even a quarter of the way. I say on like Buddha level, never, ever. I would never claim that type of consciousness in this whole entire universe because they are on a whole other level, being able to set themselves on fire and not feel pain and everything because they're so detached from their body. I mean, there's no ability for a human like me with the mistakes that I have made to ever reach that level of consciousness. But for real, I really do. I do my best. I've done my best, and I think it all came really at a weird time to it. When you make the choice to really go the path, even the slight path that I did, like with the psychedelics and everything, it changes you in ways where like if you continue it, it will continue to change you. And I've watched people that actually make themselves worse. So I'm like, okay, well, if I'm at a good spot, right? I felt like I was at a good spot, you know, just enough information, but able to actually get it across, get my point across. I know people that actually burn themselves out so bad with LSD, specifically LSD. If you just, it's a party drug. It's not for awakening yourself. It's not a conscious thing. So I don't. A lot of people think it is, and they'll take it, and it actually lasts way too long. I mean, literally, you'd be banging your head off the wall waiting for it to stop. It just is not fun at a certain point. And mushrooms are like the complete opposite of that. And they physically are so medically beautiful that the benefit outweighs everything in this world. I would say for anyone who has depression, you eat a little stem and it goes away for 30 days. That's the most valuable tool that has ever been given to humankind. And on top of that, it makes everybody so peaceful and happy. All they want to do is just live their life and watch the plants grow around them. It's beautiful, really. I haven't seen anybody ever had a negative effect off of it. Even if you have the worst trip of your life, you learned everything in that process. It's scary what mushrooms are capable of because they will not hurt you. They will keep you from being hurt. And they will shine you in the right direction every time you open your eyes, and you won't even take them anymore. That's the crazy thing about them. They just change you for the better. That's why I told my mom that one time. It really made her mad. We were like fighting about something. And I was like, you know, if you just had like 0.5 of these mushrooms, you would be the best person that you could ever be. And the way that I worded it, I think she like took offense to it at first, and then that she realized what I meant. I didn't mean you could be a better person than you are now. I meant you will be. You could be. Anyone could always be a better person. You know, I wake up every day and I try to be better, more reasonable and more caring and more happy every day. Even if it goes backwards, I still try, you know. But at the same time, I catch myself trying to give people helpful advice, like little things like that. And I'm not gonna lie to you. What if my mom said, yeah? You know, maybe I would have. You know, I probably would. At the same time, have given her a half gram of mushrooms and sat here with her and literally showed her that there's nothing to be afraid of. And on top of that, all that she has ever wanted was to be awoke. It's true. I mean it, because with conspiracies and everything, my mom latched onto them with I believe QAnon, and that she was like deep diving for information on a nightly basis at one point, and then it just didn't make any sense. Some conspiracies don't make any damn sense. But at the same time, disregarding them and moving on is all you need to do. Well, guess what? I told her at this point in time, like, these will make you better. I'm not telling, the way I said it was, I don't want you to take them. But if you did, you would be the best human being you could be. And I wonder who she would be if she did take them. She would have gained a lot that day. Visually, it lets you see the world for some reason. It lets you see that plants are alive all around you. Even way after you're off of them, you just see the beauty in the growth of everything, the greens. You just stop and stare at things. Not even in like a weird way, just in like a, oh my God, I appreciate that way. Like the day after, I always felt this glow. It was a beautiful glow where my smile was so bright every second of the day, and you couldn't be upset. And that was literally just the day after. And every day after that, up until 30 was like that. And then after 30, you would notice you're like kind of back to normal if you don't eat them, you know. It's like really a full month without depression, you guys. Absolutely something that we need to look into as society, because Molly, it's not the drug they give people for therapy. No. I heard that they were trying to do that, and I'm like, please don't do that. Yeah, maybe it'll help somebody, maybe. A good little, ecstasy, that's what it was. It's not Molly. Molly actually is terrible. Ecstasy, they're trying to give ecstasy to people in therapy, or in ketamine has its own medicinal benefits, but man, I'm just like, I can't believe what shroomies did for me in life. And I won't give it for anything else. Like, I won't even call blame for anything else. All kinds of things did me like negative effect, but that is the one thing in this world that I look at and I'm like, wow, it might have given me 1,000 years of wisdom past my life in my body right now. And what if it did? I don't know. You know what they should do with payphones? They have a demo unit in a museum and replicate what it was like at dialing. Yeah, like imagine having like one on each end of the building, and each time a tour goes through and there's like a couple excited kids that go and get in there, they're actually listening to each other talk through their phone booth. How cool would that be, dude? That's a sick idea. Or just putting them back on the street corners, but only hooking them up to one other machine across the block, so that every time somebody went to go and make a call, it actually just like, no, I mean, that'd be a weird trick, but seriously, because there'd be nobody there sometimes, but that'd be trippy if there was somebody there. Imagine you go to pick the phone up, and somebody across the block does the same thing, and where does the conversation go from there? You're in a phone booth talking to somebody across the block. One, you're going to figure out you're in the same neighborhood. He's going to be like, I'm in a phone booth in this neighborhood. I'm like, I'm in a phone booth in this neighborhood. It's literally like, dude, where's my car? Where they're sitting there looking at the tattoos, and they're like, dude, sick, or something like that. And they keep turning back around like, what does my tattoo say? He's just like, dude. I can't remember what the other word was, but it was hilarious. I was just thinking this the other day. Really funny ass movie. So funny. And it's literally just this two friends that lose their car. Dude, where's my car? They just go around looking for their car all day. Classic. I'm waiting for some good classics to come out, like movie-wise. I've been waiting for some hits. I mean, like, when's the last time you went to a movie and you were really impressed? I mean, like, everybody was laughing, clapping, like, round of applause. Might see it 3 times, 2. I haven't done that in a while. There was a couple movies in the past where I actually went back to see them twice or 3 times. If they were that good. And the experience was that good. It hasn't happened. Scary movies aren't that scary anymore. I mean, they're really gruesome. Yes. They are getting scary, too, now that I think about it. They're definitely ramping up intensity on every level of the movies. And that's what I was saying earlier. I was just begging for like some, scenes to be PG or PG-13 just so I can like enjoy a family movie and not have to like deal with that. I was just thinking that the other day. We're like all watching a movie. I'm just like, yes, it'd be cool if this ended there, and it did. It didn't go any further. It was good. Whoever directed the movie knew it should not go full blown rated R right there, you know. But some other people don't do that. It's crazy I'd ever say that, you know. 20-year-old dude, and literally just like, oh yeah, you guys can just like keep that out of the movie. But yeah, there's always a time and a place for that type of stuff. It's not in every movie. Waiting for June to get here. I entered a contest, you guys, and I don't think I'm gonna win, but if I did, it would be miraculous, and I'm actually ready to win monetarily, so that it doesn't like financially kill me if I actually get this car, and then I could actually, it's a giveaway, so I'll perk your ears with that. It's a Miami blue brand new Porsche GT3, and they're pulling the giveaway in the month of my birthday. It's not on the day. If it was the day, I probably would have bought more entries. I figured, hey, I'm not buying a lot. If I get 1 or 2 shirts and win, good. If not, it's good. I got 2 shirts. So that's where I'm at. I know people right now in the comments of this thing that are talking about how they actually think this is going to happen for them. Everyone thinks it's going to happen for them, obviously. And they're buying entry after entry. Oh, I need my mom to buy $200 more. I'm just getting so lucky on these. And then all of a sudden, all the merch comes and they don't win. That's what happens over and over again with these like car giveaways online. But yeah, it's the real company though. It's not a scammer company. There's a few of them out there too sketchy. Don't like it. Small, just pop up saying, hey, we're giving away a Lamborghini. Sign up here. But no, I've seen this company like 19 times. They actually gave away to like over 50 people, I think. Crazy. And all these 50 people, the only thing about these giveaways is that you actually have to pay taxes on everything. So if you win a Porsche, I did the math, and in my state, it would cost it comes with a car and 60 grand. Whoever wins gets 60 grand in a blue Porsche. And get this, it costs 40 to 50 in my state to pay for the amount of the car. I would be left with like less than $10,000 and a blue Porsche after paying all my taxes, and that does not include my damn insurance. So what I would do is I would buy insurance for about 12 months on the car, right? Let it lapse, sell it. Drive it for a year, get almost $300,000 out of it, bring that money home. That's what I would do if I won. And then what I would do is quite literally try to do the most that I can randomly, while also taking care of myself for a long period of time. We'd surprise so many people, probably to the point where it would almost be gone. I'd literally be looking at it like, what did I just do? That'd be a hard decision to do, dude. Literally get $300,000 and give away fractions of it. But if you win $300,000 nowadays, it's either tell nobody or tell your family, and somebody's gonna need help. Somebody's gonna say it in front of you, and they're not gonna ask for help. They're gonna say, oh, I just got a $40,000 medical bill. I can't pay it, and they're gonna take our kids away. And they're basically insinuating, hey, you just won that money, hook a brother up. That's the rough part of life. You win the lottery. I just watched the video of this guy who won $1 million, and then he went back with the camera in the news. They just wanted to get him scratching just for the film, just for the news. And get this, he won another lump sum on camera while Now, if that's luck. If that ain't luck, I don't know what is. But the man actually won twice, and he didn't even know how to explain it. He said, I can't believe it, I just won again. And this is supposed to just be a test for the camera. He won again. It's little things like that are just destiny in this world, Some people are really destined to just have that luck. Maybe he doesn't have it now, Maybe he still has it. That's the crazy part. Can't be winning like that all the time, but man's got an aura about him that's keeping him going and keeping him rich. Seriously, because I'd be scratching tickets and that ain't happening to me. Not even 5,000. Man, oh man. We're at 4 hours and 10 minutes. My goodness, y'all. Really appreciate every single one of you guys. We have been through 1,000 topics or more. Hundreds. Couldn't keep track. I don't know. It's been a lot. Each time too, you know, it's just valuable. Really valuable. You know, there's really gonna be a day where I look back at these, no matter how many there are, and I'm just gonna start looking at old ones and just watching them. It's gonna be so awesome seeing this catalog of videos build up. Yeah. I don't know. Really appreciate all of you, and yeah, I am Surfing Silver. I am beat, you guys. It's late. It is late. Still got 3 y'all in here chilling. Joseph at SBA probably, and who else? I'm trying to think. Strange ass. Really hope you have a great night. What's New Zealand like if you're still here, bro? What's it like right now weather-wise? We're about to get thunderstorms here. I'm just asking. And California's gonna be like really nice today. I'm just wondering what's up with the world. We got rain. I'm trying to think of what you guys could get. Wind. Might get wind. I'm still trying to picture the actual geography. Now we're gonna go and find out, okay? Because I've always asked, so we gotta just see what it looks like. So New Zealand, because I'm curious. New Zealand, and let's see. Oh my God, dude! I just saw Oceania. Oh my God! And it's just scrolling through right now, dude. It's the most beautiful place alive. Like, wow. You guys got lakes for days out there. I mean, mountains and lakes for days. Let me see what... That's all that Google's showing me, too. And you can't judge a book by Google at all. It's really the last thing you can do. Boy, I tell you what, Zicasso. If I'm seeing a picture of this right, it says 10 best places to visit, and this looks like a Mexican oasis almost, like really tightly packed. How, you know what I mean? Like how, I'm trying to think of one of those cities in Mexico, like where it's like you're on the mountain overlooking, like, you know what I mean, all the houses and everything. It really just gives me that. Or Rio, gives me a Rio vibe. Wow, that's beautiful, colorful like houses and everything, really pretty. That's why I was asking, because I really didn't know what the geography was like, you know? You guys got absolutely some of the most beautiful mountains. I'd be in heaven there for photography. Seriously. I can't stop taking pictures when I start. I'd literally be walking around and I start seeing the frame in my eyes. That's the thing, like, I don't know. Visually, I got it. Like, photograph-wise and everything, it could have been my job. Like, I can capture the moment that people are actually wanting captured, like right in that moment. You know, I always thought about actually doing weddings and everything. I was gonna be no wedding singer, no Adam Sandler, but seriously, you know, I was gonna be there, trying not to drink their wine and get good pictures. Yeah. Wow. She's pretty. I was just still looking at New Zealand pictures and I came across this girl in a red dress. I'm like, yeah, she's nice. Let's see what this is. Oh my God. This one has like a, do you know where this is off the top of your head? I can't, it doesn't say. It really doesn't say. It looks like a Canadian needle. Or, I'm trying to think, the Toronto needle. But it's your guys's. Do you know what that is? Is that a capital? I'm trying to think of what that could be. New Zealand, needle, Space Needle, New Zealand. Yeah, there it is. Auckland. Dude, they're open right now. What time is it over there? That's sick. I guess it is like the middle of the day over in New Zealand. That's awesome. Located at the corner of Victoria and Federal Streets within the city's limits. That's awesome. Yep, see, that's what I'm talking about, is like little things like that. That's like really interesting to me for some reason. Like the weather in each place. I don't know. It's like you never know. Like most people aren't just searching through their phone like, oh, what's it like in Africa, you know? And they don't. The weather channels don't let you make it easy change like that. So it's like Chad is the one thing that's like, if you get a bunch of people from like different places, it's so fun to ask. I think it is. I don't see a lot of other people doing that though. They'll just be like, "Yo, what's up?" You know, "What's up, New Zealand?" And then that's it. You know. But I'm sitting here wondering, like, what the hell does it look like? Where are you at? You know. In like the non-least weird way possible. It's like, where the hell are you? What does it look like there? Send me a Polaroid. Who actually has Polaroids nowadays? Few people. Some people are actually still running the Polaroid. God bless them. Keeping history going. I think that's a thing that we got to do. Like museums are so important. We were saying all night, you know, how things are either supposed to be in a museum or we'd find it there. Yeah, it's just really interesting. Oh my goodness, you guys. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it though, for real. And yeah, this is it. I really appreciate you, Joseph. You are always really the last one here, my friend. I'm not gonna lie to you. You really are. I'd say you might be literally the most loyal subscriber that we have on this channel. I mean, seriously, there's nobody else. Like, you literally are here so often that I honestly appreciate it, man, because I just, like I said, man, there is just nobody in this world, like, friend-wise, that I have. Nobody. I'm, like, completely alone, and it's not fun. It's not by choice. You know, I had friends, and I just, like, adult world literally grabbed them into this world and made everybody miserable and like facing the world for whatever reason and forgetting their friends or friendships. And that's happened to so many people I know, where they literally just like lose friends for whatever reason, and then they all of a sudden had a family and just don't need anybody, I guess, or don't want. And some of my friends literally try to keep like one or two around, but that's it. I see like my other friend groups still keeping certain friends around, which is weird, because like, you know, certain people just like make the excuse like, oh well, I'm too busy and I got a job and everything and just can't, you know, have friends. And then there's other people who still try, and I've seen it, like my old friends that I used to party with and like, you know, have fun with, really a great time with, excellent, so random in fact that we were always laughing, always, and no matter what, we were all happy, like taken care of, like friends, like look out for each other, like be there on a daily basis if we needed to. If not, you know, message me back whenever. But then it got to the point where nobody was literally answering me, and I had no friends literally after like high school and everything. And yeah, it's like a decision thing too, but I did my best to be like really there for people, and they just were not there for me. Like even when I needed them, man. When I needed people, I don't want to need anyone, dude. I like being independent, you know, I like not needing anybody, but dude, to say you don't need anybody is so hard, because socially, I need you guys, you know, for real. And I appreciate it more than anything, because honestly, these live streams are just turning into like, you know, a place where we can just come and just lose track of time a little bit. I honestly just watch the hour. I don't even watch the hours go by here, and they just fly by. Next thing you know, it's the middle of the night. So I guess, you know, and I just effortlessly try to talk. Effortlessly. I don't even have to try. I like start seeing words and everything just starts going together. Yeah, I don't really like to even like rely on that too much, you know. I don't want to put too much pressure on my random brain, you know. It's not good the way, it's not good all the time anyways, you know. And you know what, dude? You are literally going to see, when I go to my doctors here in the coming months, Joseph, you are really going to see focused me. I'm going back for the medication that really had me the most successful, I would say, the most content, satisfied with my life entirely. I have real bad ADHD, and it's like the hyperactive part is literally what hurts me the most. This is what my brain is hyperactive. It just completely lost its normalcy, and now it's actually so active that it bothers me. And alls I really need is like an ADHD med. It's it. And Adderall doesn't work for me at all. None of the other ones do, except for the one that I am going back for. It's the only thing that worked for me long term to have my brain actually the best that it's ever been. And I can't wait to see if the doctors permit me to be back on it. I don't care either way. I've noticed a major quality, a decrease of life. I can't control my thoughts. I can't focus. I can't clean my entire house the way I want to. I get distracted on TikTok, all these other things. I get really distracted very easily and manipulate myself to waste time rather than to. And lately I've been getting better at, like, you know, getting stuff done, doing work, getting this weed eating done and making videos. Like, it's like, I don't know. You never want to feel like you have to make a video, you know? I don't. No one does. You don't have to wake up and do it. But I love making videos. I don't know what it is about it. I started doing it, and ever since I started making them, I actually really like the way that they turn out sometimes. And I sit there and just watch it, and I think, wow, that's a good vibe. Somebody's going to like that, you know? You know, I always used to think, hey, if one or two people watch the video, then what is the problem? Nothing. Just two people watched it. You know, it's better than zero, you know? Yeah, I don't know, man. I really, I think that, yeah, like I said, really, the medication I go back for will actually change me for the better. I would say it's going to be night and day. You'll see me happy. You'll hear me talking about it quite often, probably, how good my days are after I get back on it. It's miraculous what it does for me, really. I actually was on it for 6 years, and I said every day for those 6 years that I prayed that they never yank me off of it for any reason. And the reason that I got yanked off of it was because I got a new doctor, and they did not like what I was, like, I'm like a medical marijuana patient right now. At the time, it was still illegal in my state, and I still used it because I actually saw the medical benefit in it. You see who I am as I realize, like, the medical benefits of things. Even if I can't use it medically, I know that it's good for the world and for me. And it's not good for everybody. You know, not you. You haven't smoked a single thing, Joseph, and really, I'm serious, bro. Please stay that way. Like, there is nothing more I beg out of people than to stay who they are and to never change for anything. Because, you know, I didn't ask to be who I am. At the same time, I didn't welcome it. I watched it slowly progress, and certain decisions were right and certain ones were very wrong. And I've been learning my rights and wrongs this whole time, basically, in life. I'm very vulnerable as a person, just basically because of this. You know, like, I like fun so much to the point where I can get in that moment with you or anyone, you know. And that's what me and my friends did back in the day. We really just, we start drinking. Next thing you know, it's just everything. You know, it's just really wild, the way that the world works, bro. It could actually swallow you up and just spit you out into a tombstone just like that. And I'm so afraid of my own demise at my hands. I just feel like I take things too far. I can't seem to enjoy things like a beer or something like that, or just a little bit of something. I actually literally lack control in certain. So I actually limit myself based on that knowledge now for my life. I won't drink alcohol. I wish I could stop smoking cigarettes for real. I wish I didn't have to do anything, dude. I wish I never started it. Matter of fact, that's why I tell you to stay the way you are, because you love it and you don't even know. You know, you love the way you are and you do know, but it's like you don't, because you're yourself each day. But I didn't realize it, that I was actually changing the chemistry in the way I thought, and not for the better. You know, and even no matter how good my thoughts are, it's like who I am deep down. You know, it's like this is me, but the way that I think, I will always admit everything, you know, so vividly and so picturesque, if you will. Like, it's almost like a video. The way I talk to ChatGPT, it literally tells me all the time, it's just like, Jesus, so many details. Like, You literally brought me right there. Like, I don't know. AI is literally complimenting me on my detailed approach to telling it, things. It's like, it's just really awesome that like I have the ability to like seriously hyper focus, and but at the same time I realize half the time it's not productive at all. My hyper focus is literally halfway and I literally struggle to finish it. And that's ADHD. Like hard, like all the way. For instance, I started that Quartz Walkway. I pushed so hard on that thing for like 3 days, Pushed so hard. And I was self-organizing and digging all these big rocks into the ground in my yard. And then all of a sudden, I just lost every bit of motivation. I watched it happen too with my own eyes. I watched the motivation just leave, and I'm like trying to get back to the point where I can actually just have the energy to go out and just dig these rocks into the ground again. Just little things like that that actually hinder me, that other people may not be dealing with in the same aspect, Certain people actually don't know that they have ADHD and are living with the effects. I used to be that person. Basically, what it was I would tap my legs. This is where I first noticed the issue of my hyperactivity. I would be at a baseball game, and my mom would be sitting beside me, and my leg would be going up and down this fast or faster, and she would be like right near me, feeling it or feeling the shaking, and she would hand on my leg. That's how it started, right? Now get this. High school. Get this. I'd be in class. Certain teachers would permit me to move around the class. Why? Because I was clever enough to always make a reason to go up. So they just gave me the reason automatically. You can do this. Just tell me why. Why do you do this? Why can you not sit down? Why do you not want to sit down? Like, I learn better when I'm sitting here pacing around. I had to tell them this. So I remember a history teacher, she actually let me pace around the class like a lion while everybody else sat in the chair. That was before I was medicated. And it helped me. I would actually just get up and I would just be sitting there catching myself, just roaming around, learning better than when I was cooped up in the chair, because I felt like when I was cooped in the chair, I just wanted to tap on things. That's ADHD, bro. Peoples. It's not fun because it's literally minor. It's a minor inconvenience that turns into something that you realize and you do not enjoy. Say you can't, it doesn't turn off the thoughts and everything. It gets bad. Like, as much good as comes out of my head is like just as much bad probably. Some of the thoughts, like I said, they're intrusive. Like, imagine having thoughts that actually, like something that you heard in the past day or whatever, or just like something that negatively repeats. I have that too, where it'll literally negatively repeat something that I just do not want in my head at all. Like, just get the hell out of my head, It's scary. That type of stuff I do not enjoy. There's just a lot of things, that come with this type of head, and I don't really think it's like given to people either. I think you have to actually get it. You have to seek it out. Because when you're born, you're like, you're not popping out with questions like this, that's for sure. Pretty simple world until you start asking all these questions. And it's really just being able to sift through the BS that like gives you the information that you desire. You have to be able to see what's just not real. There's a lot of information on the internet nowadays, and a lot of it's pure satire. A lot of it, our government literally puts on there to confuse us. I mean, it's factual. They do use the internet against us at this point, and the CIA especially have been known to release documents or certain things just to kind of confuse the narrative. And I don't want to sound crazy or anything, but seriously, yeah. There's definitely a lot of finagling going on with paperwork. We've definitely had paperwork put out that we've seen multiple people thought was real, end up coming to find out or not find out that it was completely put there for that reason, and once they realize they can do that type of stuff, how often do you think they do it, What is being put online? There are literally like agents that are just online all the time, probably just releasing fake information. It's like probably their job to just like absolutely confuse the public. Sadly, you know, who would even do a job like that? But there's literally somebody that always ends up doing the dirty job willingly because either a paycheck or like, whoa, it's a government job. I'm sure everybody wanted to go work for the government until something actually made them not want to work for the government anymore. You know what I mean? Like Bob Lazar, bro. He was a chemist. He knew his stuff. He was a physicist, everything. He had everything to be a teacher at Harvard. And he went and worked for them, and they ruined his life. They deleted his records. You went to school where? Nowhere. Like, you cannot figure it. It's really hard to find out information on this man, as they literally doxed him in real life and threatened his entire family, mind you, and all because he worked for them on a thing that they didn't want anyone to know about. And yeah, that could be completely fake. He could be lying, bro. At the same time, his story ain't changed in like 30 odd years, and why would it? It's literally been the same. He actually was talking about elements that we ain't even put on the periodic table yet. I mean, element number 15. He literally had information about these craft that were flying around. And guess what? Nobody else did. Only the people that worked there, and they were quiet. He was the only one that came out. It's just like the guy from the NSA who said, they're all listening to your phones. What was his name? I forget his name, but he literally said the NSA was looking at phones, and then whenever the news was just like, what? He's like, yeah, they got all these programs you guys don't know anything about. I remember learning about the NSA's program through this one dude, through the whistleblower. He said they had this program. It was a people hopper program. And it started at one person and ended up like 19,000 miles away. I mean, it literally went through your whole life. And every person, me, you, we all have a big web from what they see. It's an interconnected web of people. And they could click and just go to the next person and the next person until the next thing you know, they're like families away. And that is literally what, and it was supposed to be used to get to like people in Afghanistan or whatever that are actually hiding, that are just, they still have a friends list somewhere, you know, but it ended up being used for like our own people. I mean, literally, if you go and look at however many things you got to look at, there's a plenty of, and I'm not even kidding, I'm just going to stop at this one right here, MK Ultra. They shredded all the paperwork. The reason they shredded all the paperwork was because they actually experimented on United States, people in the United States, openly. I mean, through hospital, prison, and insane asylum. And they actually, it's like everything else bad that they did. They covered it up, made it didn't exist, and killed everybody, or let everybody live that was quiet and kill everybody else. They're just terrible, bro. I don't know what else to say. There's literally no way to describe what they do as good, because if they're going to actually do the things that they are caught doing, which is manipulating the brain. Do you know the point of MK Ultra was to actually make a killer that did not remember doing it? The whole point of that was to hypnotize somebody, get them to remember what they were doing in the moment. And let me tell you, it was like a pinch on the neck. From what I heard, they've done it on their own people. They've used MK Ultra on their own people. You have to be in a hypnotic state. You have to be able to get into that hypnotic state. Not everybody can do that. So you have to be able to do that. And at the same time, once you can do that, if you can, you are truly able to be manipulated by them. I don't know if you guys think about this, but I do. They shredded the paperwork in the early 80s or the 90s, and the guy who basically started it, Sidney Gottlieb or whatever, was scot-free forever till his death. Till death do us part. There was no trouble. Now, the reason they shredded the paperwork was because things were so bad. Who's going to show this paperwork to anyone in the future? It was that bad. Get rid of it. They were doing human experimenting, and it got bad. To the point where they figured out what they wanted. And they got what they wanted, which is why it ended. Too much light on the entire topic, and they actually created what they wanted. Hear me out, you guys, before I go. I'm serious. These shooters, I start to wonder how, for a long time now, but when it was actually really bad and there was a shooting every day and every other day, I caught myself putting two and two together randomly after asking myself so many times, why and how did this just happen? Las Vegas, how? Mandalay Bay, how? How did the man need that many guns? He didn't. Why were they there? I don't know. Who let him? Who gave him those guns? He didn't even have that many. He shouldn't have had that many. I don't know. Now, why are these people always ready to be locked and loaded in the moment where it's about to happen, and then they go back to just like not remembering what the hell happened? And in a lot of cases, I'm not saying every shooting is fake, by the way, you guys. No. There are psychopaths out there that are actually getting off on it too. But I'm just saying, if the government wanted to create a killer that don't remember, and that's what we're seeing, which is basically these people are living their daily life, going to casinos, rich in Las Vegas, and then next thing you know, they're loading up that day or the day before in go mode. And next thing you know, they commit the atrocity each and every time. And then every single time, one, they can't do anything about it. They're plastered all over the news. At the same time, nothing ever makes any sense. Oh, we were watching them for the last year. How many of these people were they watching, shooter-wise? That's a good question. A lot. Manson. This is another thing I'm leaving off on real quick. They messed with Charlie Manson. They actually created a killer, and that's the first example I'll ever give any of y'all for when they actually used MKUltra. They were using MKUltra on Charlie. They had him literally so bad that he was very angry at the world. Very angry for no reason, because they hurt him. We didn't hurt him. And get this. That's the reason he pulled off what he did in the first place, was because he thought he was so powerful and ultimate, because one, he's literally being manipulated by these guys. They're breaking him down in a way where, I remember a story of what they did to Manson, and apparently they actually tortured him for like many days. I mean, like to the point where he just wanted to get out of jail, but they went and seen him over and over again and just manipulated and tried to do whatever they were doing with him. And let me tell you, he went on a killing spree. Like, he successfully had those people go on a killing spree. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things out there that just do not make sense. I've had a lot of things not line up in my eyes. These shootings ain't lining up to me. Not all of them. Not all of them. I know there's crazy people out there, you guys, but this is just like... And not right now. I don't see as many right now. Maybe I'm not looking, but I don't see them ramping up like they did. They were actually weekly. Do you guys remember when shootings, like mass shootings, were weekly, like the Aora, Sandy Hook, everything? And it's hard to tell what actually happened because of this stuff that exists. Why does MKUltra exist? It's because literally they needed it to, apparently. Everything that they need to abuse has to be in their hands, or it's going to be in someone else's, apparently in their eyes. And that's the reason that they haven't told anybody about these craft they've been retrieving all across the United States. They have literal branches of the military ready to bring him back. I heard in the 80s and the 90s they didn't have anything, and they were actually bringing the craft back in pieces in ambulances back to the military bases. And that's what all started everything. So, I mean, you start lining the dots up correctly, and yeah, it's pretty dirty. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. But I really like to see the good in the world, man. I don't always think this way. Just like when I get on a good one, I get on a good one and I start passing facts, and really, what I'm talking about is just general knowledge at this point. It's like general knowledge. I mean, yeah, they lie to us. Yes, they do this. Yeah, MK Ultra existed. Yeah, UFOs are being seen all across the United States. Why? Who's flying them? Why are they here? They obviously want us to see them. It's just little things like that I truly can't get past, you guys. And I physically have seen a UFO right before my very eyes. So, yeah. And I showed my mom it too. I called her out of the house and she confirmed it at the same moment. So, yeah, I saw something flying through the sky that just you guys could have never even imagined seeing. I mean, literally, it did not make any sense. It was just a big blob of glowing white, like with. It was literally it exerted a perfect shape right in front of my eyes. Like there's nothing that could ever make sense about that. Like I had a lot of stuff happen that just don't make any sense, and I'm still relatively normal. You just gotta like analyze it and just forget about it, Talk about it every now and then, and it really helps you guys. Some shooters with CIA. I gotta see your comment about that. Yeah. USOs. Yeah, no. There's a like UAP, USO, the underwater. Like no. I know that they go underwater too, and I mean the reason being is because they create the force field around them with the gravity, anti-gravity. When you have gravity pushing outward and you're actually suspended in the universe, you can go whichever direction you want, including in water and including out of this universe, because gravity's not holding you anymore. It's like, and you know what? Bob Lazar actually explained how these things work to me in a way where like I never knew how they worked until I listened to Bob. Like, he quite literally explained to me where they sit, where the motors are, why there aren't any wires, which was my first question on how in the hell UFOs exist, and why I keep hearing that they are friggin' smooth on the inside, why they look elegant, and why they have a pilot seat smack dab in the middle usually. And that pilot seat, when it's running, when the pilot is in there or the alien is in there, literally, from what I hear, it shows them everything. Like visually that they're headed towards, always. It's a sentient thing. From what I understand, the craft are sentient. They actually are alive. The craft are alive and they react with what it came here with, not what we are. It don't react to us. We have to find somebody in the military short enough to fly them. And I'm sure we don't get full access to anything in these things, like full speed or anything like that. I guarantee it. Because think about it. One of the first videos that Bob ever released, he actually said, we got about 10 of these things. They're all hidden in the hillside of Vegas in a mountain. And they actually have, I don't know if I just wanted to point this out to you guys. I just realized this. They actually made the backup Pentagon in Pennsylvania. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going to explain. Where the president goes when shit hits the fan is in Pennsylvania. And I just learned this the other day. And I told my mom, I was like, Mom, did you know the backup Pentagon is literally in a mountain in Pennsylvania? Get this, you guys. The technology came out for them to bore through entire mountains, hollow them out, and put cities in them for government workers. And get this, it started with Cheyenne Mountain Complex. It was the first time they put it on springs and everything. They literally made it shock resistant to the bombs. They were so afraid of nuclear, they actually hollowed they hollowed Cheyenne Mountain out first with whatever tech, and they actually put the water systems in, the air duct, everything. It's literally a quarter of the mountain. You can go and look on maps right now and see the entrance to Cheyenne Mountain. I'm not kidding, on Google Maps. Get this. So the other day, I hear somebody talking about a place called Raven Rock. They made a question, asked this guy who knew about it if he was willing to talk about it. This was years ago. It was more secretive. He said no. That's all I needed. I hit Google Maps 3 days ago and I typed in Raven Rock, and guess what came up? A mountain in Pennsylvania. So guess what I go and look for? Blast doors. Guess what I find? Blast doors. 2 of them. For visitors, apparently, from what I found out, because I was looking and it actually says it's the visitor side. So there's, get this, a building on the top of the mountain, 2 visitor blast doors. Huge. Go right in the mountain. And this is the Pentagon, backup Pentagon. It's fully working. If you go and look right now, there's a line of cars bigger than the crescent moon going around the side of the parking. There's more cars than you can even imagine there. They say 100 people work there. More than 100 cars. Right now. I just checked it the other day. There's more than 100 cars. And so obviously there's more people there than you can even imagine. It's a city. If any of you all want to see it, look up Raven Rock, Pennsylvania. Please go and look at that for me. And honestly, if you really want to know where the entrances are, it's called Raven Rock 2. That's where the blast doors are. You literally follow the road up the mountain. You find the doors. All you got to do is zoom in, and they're 2 square doors that literally drive right into the mountain. They're huge. You won't miss it. I'm going to make a short on this too because I just told you guys, but seriously, it's the most amazing thing that I've came into conclusion of, and I actually want to go there one day. But I actually came to the conclusion also when I pinned the road outside, you can't see anything on the mountain but trees. But get this, you guys. I'm going to end on this. I keep saying it, but seriously, it's so important now. I'm already on it. What's crazy enough to me is that nobody can get up the mountain to see the blast doors, but it's literally visible on Google. Like, you can actually see where the doors are. The big ones that go right in the mountain. And yet, those are for visitors. So, my ultimate question became, well, where are the other entrances? So I went around the whole other perimeter. Nothing. It's really on one side. They didn't haul a whole mountain out, by the way. It's literally just a quarter of a mountain, just about. I don't know what they use, but it's a boring machine or something. They use something to get into these mountains. And there's been private contractors that are doing this shit on the yearly and the daily for like the last 30 years. So, and they all sign NDAs, and they're, even if they don't, they're not willing to talk to anybody because they're getting paid so good. Their lives are good. They don't need to talk. But I bet they will when they die, about how they literally built Raven Rock and Cheyenne Complex and many others. There's literally many others too, and there's ones that aren't known to us yet that are still that they made. But the Raven Rock is actually the most updated. I'd say it's it. That's the biggest one, and it's literally in our state. Wonder why? It's hidden underneath a mountain, and I wonder what the hell it looks like. How amazing it is. And let me tell you guys, the top building, it has fast entrances that people of importance can get into and drive right up to the top. They're not going in the visitor way. So I got to tell you guys this before I go. It's an elevator system that takes them way down. And I don't know how many levels it is, but it's got to be over 5 levels. Seriously. I'll bet you it is. There's got to be, because it's like different branches of the government. Everybody's there. It's big. And they've actually found a way to make like 10 plus story deep bunkers apparently, and that's what they're doing in these mountains. I'm not saying they're doing it all day. They did it. It's done. You can find it on maps. Raven Rock, Pennsylvania. Look for Raven Rock 2. Really hope everybody has a great night. You know, I ain't trying to come off as crazy, but seriously, man, it's like you've got a lot going on to seriously have that exist, and half the nation not even know it exists. More, actually, no one would think about that mountain. People are driving by it on a daily basis and they don't even know it's there. And you won't ever be able to get around the corner close enough to see it or feel it, or you'll get thrown out of there in a heartbeat, and they will just threaten you all day long. And it's so secretive, and you can see it on Google. The best view of the blast doors, Google. Right now. And you know what else I've been looking out for is actually the military bases out in by Area 51. And I'm gonna probably make just a quick video on that one of these days, because I actually found something in a mountain that don't make any damn sense. It's all attached to the mountain, and it gives me vibes, and I could see lines where they dug. Like, not only lines, circles. Here's how you can tell, ideally, it's military. Somehow. All these bases like Area 51 have lines going, flight, you can actually take off there. But there's another place called S4. Bob said it existed and that he worked there. It was literally an only underground place. There's no above ground. It's only underground. And he said it's east of like Area 51. He would actually be at Area 51 and watch buses just going a different way towards S4. And so last week, I started really in depth on the area that I thought it existed. And I found screenshots, you guys, of something that don't make any sense. It's not any business. It's literally not labeled, which is automatically military when it's like it's in the red zone, completely seized by the government. On top of that, only few businesses are out there. Quarries, maybe, a couple sewage plants or whatever, a Walmart. It's labeled. This ain't. It stretches all over the mountain. I'll show you guys real quick the screenshots on my phone that I took, if you're curious, because this shit don't make any sense to me. It's literally in the middle of a mountain, the direction that I was supposed to go, basically, or the direction that anyone was supposed to go to find it. It's not on Google. I search it. These pictures don't come up. But literally everything is hidden within plain sight of us. And I've been realizing lately that after I found Raven Rock and Raven Rock 2, seriously, I want somebody to look that up. I will end up showing it. Seriously, I'm serious. It's like the coolest thing you could ever see. Just seeing that it exists and they actually are inside of a mountain. I mean, it's cool. But check this out. This is actually, I can show you guys this. This is Raven Rock right here. Those square dark things are the doors that go underground. I will get closer so you can see. Yeah, I'm going to zoom in real quick so you can see exactly what I mean. It actually has arrows. On one of these pictures, I can actually see arrows where it goes out and in. Let me see here. This is the top of it. This is the only other entrance. Oh, get the hair off of that. That's actually a screenshot, small. That's the entrance. Looky, they got every tower known to man, and I mean every tower. Wi-Fi, signal, all this junk. And guess what? That is the entrance that most of the important people use through that building and down. Probably with an elevator. Because these are the only two, and this is literally the visitor parking. It goes all along here. Let me go up here. It goes all along back this way, parking for like ever. But seriously, I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see this. I really want you to see this. You can even see the slope down. It goes dark there because it's literally going underground. And you can see, I mean, it has everything capable. And here, I'll show you real quick because I want to show you this too while you're watching. Okay. You guys see that line that goes through the woods right here? Right here? That goes from one place to the next. Okay? This right here is second place. Let me see. Oh wait, that's actually the one that goes, that's the one that I was literally finding that goes to a house. I don't know who owns this house, but literally, they have these lines all over the property. The tunnels, or the little tubes, there's a tunnel that runs from the top, and it connects the visitor. This is a bigger picture of it. Hold on, I'm just going to go right here and show you guys. I'm literally searching it right now. Raven Rock. I want to show you exactly what I'm trying to show you right now. It's amazing. I can show you right now the top connected to the visitor section right now. I just got a knack over literally staring at this for hours, how to find the tunnels. Because you can tell as they've been dug, it grows differently, and there's always a line. So if you dig a line up, the things around it are going to grow higher, and this is going to be lighter. And that's exactly what happened here. Check this out. You cannot cover up digging. No matter what they try to do, they can't. And it literally, even after decades, I can go to the desert and see spots that are still growing back oddly. Yep. Check this out. It's right in between the top building and the bottom. And you can see literally what I'm talking about. Now, okay, there it is. Okay, hold on. Where are we at here? There's the first one I'm speaking of. Give me 1 second. Just take me 1 second to find what I was actually looking at before. It was literally going right over here to this side somewhere. It's all connected underground, and just like DC, everything in DC is connected. Even the monuments, actually, most of the major monuments are connected underneath, just with like a passage system. Oh, here it is. Hell yeah. Okay, so I can show you guys this right now. You can see underground right here, where they were digging. Do you see these lines? They're really unnatural, and they go out and go straight back. And then, here, let me see. There's this one. I can't get the phone while I'm doing it. There's this straight line that goes the whole way down here. And then there's this one that almost ends, or just goes that way. Like, that way. See what I'm talking about? That line that actually goes left there, quite literally. Thank you. Yeah, this is a, I forget what we used to call these. What do we used to call these? My goodness. They're like stoner jackets, but like, damn it. It had a cool name. I used to know it. I can't remember. I'm just wearing it now, but yeah, I'm sitting here showing everybody Raven Rock for the first time ever. This is literally in the state that I live in, Pennsylvania, and it's the second Pentagon. This is literally where the president will go. It's in a mountain. This is the top building of it. Now, I'm going to zoom out. You can see the mountain wholeheartedly. Raven Rock 2 is the visitor parking. And get this. I'm going to show you the blast doors because you just popped up. I'm going to show you the blast doors of the place that's supposed to be so secretive you ain't supposed to even know it's there. But look at this. It's literally on Google Maps. And I just figured it out last week. Raven Rock 2 is the visitor parking. I'm going to show you guys all the cars in the visitor parking first real quick. You guys got to see this. This is mind-blowing to me that they have this many cars here all the time. The parking's like 4 miles long, stretching along this road, just winding, and they have backup parking for days. Pete, the whole government could flood this mountain, and their cars literally just park them wherever and just run in the doors. I'm not kidding. It's that easy. But they won't have to because those damn parking spots like perfectly aligned for them. Okay. Right here, all their cars. I just got to get a better angle. They have everything at these places too. I found everything, a power plant. I'll show you Cheyenne too since we're still on and everybody's actually still watching and everything. Good morning everybody. Seriously, it's 4 a.m. Seriously, where I'm at. What's up? We really vibing right now. We getting our real shit on. But seriously, I'm gonna show you both the blast doors. When I zoom in on them, it gets a little blurry. You see that dark square? Both of them. I'm gonna zoom, and you can actually see right here how it goes straight underground. You see that? Right underground. And that shadow is it going straight underground. There's a big blast door there that's like 2 or 3 feet wide. It's ready for anything. And I guarantee you that This one's on shocks too, just like Cheyenne. But it's probably they literally started doing this in Alaska, I think, where they were prepping for like nukes. They actually tried to build bases in Alaska, you guys, and it's Operation High Jump. They literally took a quarter of our military down there with Admiral Byrd, and they actually built. They had a dog. They had a dog and everything. Like they actually had a dog there, just like my dog. You know, the family dog at the base. And get this, they built it out of ice. It was in ice, and they actually built a functioning base where everybody was staying there. First time, or one of the first times. And get this, they realized one big problem with ice. It's not the same after a year, and it's never going to be the same after 2. So basically, they were staying in this thing as long as possible. It started to go lopsided. It started to fall in on itself. They abandoned what they were doing in Alaska. Now, whatever else is still down there, I have no idea. They have done a lot down there that's secretive. Government, every country working together on the project. So whatever it is, it's very secretive. We don't see any of that. You can't even go on maps right now and find Alaska or Antarctica because it's just not really all available to our eyes. Say I go to look for Antarctica right now, I see this much, and there's this much. Like they literally aren't showing us every bit of Antarctica. But we can see Raven Rock, where the president goes when all this shit's hitting the fan and the whole government needs to hide, we can see that on the maps. You know what they used to do, you guys? NASA started doing this. They would use the blur. I could show you so many pictures of what's supposed to be outer space, but it has copy and paste on it. Okay? Now, that's a government agency. Why would they do that? Why would they blur or cover up images with copy and pasted marks? Now, this was first pointed out to me by this one massive channel on YouTube that literally started finding them. He was like, you could see the patterns basically on the same shape printed over and over again, and somebody at NASA just made it look good for the times, but really it didn't last over time. I don't like sleeping at night either, you know. At the same time, it's really a peaceful thing, you know. It's like, oh man, when it does happen, I really like enjoying my night. It's the most peaceful time in my life, I think. I think that it's just like, with conversations like this going at 4 in the morning, we're on like 5-hour stream. Seriously, it's just been such a good one. I couldn't stop, honestly. I swear to you guys. It's been so good. Like, I swear we went through almost 1,000 topics tonight. Like, my brain is literally just like, it ain't even hurting. That's the thing that I realized about once I was using my thoughts this way. My thoughts are like, Elizabeth, for you who just popped in here, I have like, you know, a hyperactive brain, and it's just like, it's not always fun, you know, and you might even feel the same way, but yeah, a lot of people's thoughts are just uncontrollable. That's me. But it's fun because like it don't shut off. Well, guess what? Before, it used to hurt. I remember I would actually like have to just stop. Like, it would have been way before this, and this is what a tolerance of me speaking this way or just going for however long, this is what it does, is it just makes it so that I can like continuously go, I guess, which is good, but it's also bad, you know, because like, don't shut off when I want it to. And sometimes it's like mean and repetitive and not what I want to think. And hey, it's alright to be a vampire, yo. I ain't judging no vampires. I ain't judging anybody that pops up in here, seriously. I mean, I wouldn't even judge somebody. Even if I should, probably, I'd probably just, you know, not acknowledge it if I could. You know, if it's like that bad to the point I'm just like, it's a bummer, you know, damn. Like somebody killed somebody or something and bragging about it right in front of me or something like that, you know. I'm just like, all right, you know. What am I going to have to do, call the cops on you? Seriously. You're going to be the first person I ever called the cops on? Yeah. No. That type of stuff, though, I would never judge anybody, honestly. People should just be who they are, you know, admittedly and honestly and peacefully. No worries. I think everybody's literally different on purpose. I think we're all so different, and that we like opposite. Literally, like the most amazing thing is sometimes opposites are like seriously the best person for each other. Crazy, right? They're the ones that de-escalate each other. The opposites, the people that are same, they fight like crazy in this world. People that are literally the same or have the same tendencies, either they get along or they really don't. Interesting. So many different types of people out there. You know what I just recently came to the conclusion on, though? Psychics are fucked. I mean, psychics are fucked. I watched a video earlier of a psychic who just was terrible. She had two families in front of her that didn't know what happened, but they had an idea, right? They had an idea how she went. A couple of these people did. None of them disappeared. They were all murdered. They came to this psychic on old talk show and just asked her what happened. And within a split second, this psychic goes, she was shot. Not a, oh, I'm sorry, sorry you lost your daughter. Oh, I'll get to that, in a second. Just, she was shot. And then they hit her with, didn't say that on the autopsy. Literally, I watched a video today of psychics being wrong over and over again and just sitting there digging in their mind trying to ask the people the question that they relate to. Big problems. I'm never going to see a psychic. I don't know if I ever believed in that, to be honest with you, ever. Never. I never had a reason to. I never seeked out a psychic, but I thought that the cops were working with them in certain cases, which they were in the past. Now, how is that possible? Were they just like working with anybody, or were like psychics fooling the police? Probably the second one. Just think about it. They just have to, but the thing is, all the pressure's on you when you're literally searching for a crime that happened 20 years ago, and certain people prove themselves to actually, like, be right, which is even crazier. So what if there is a real psychic that, maybe just a lot of people were just, like, out there faking it for money? One of them thoughts, yo. Damn. Just popping in and out lately, and they're good ones. I asked so many good questions tonight that literally I don't think I've ever many people ask or answer. It's usually me asking them questions like, seriously, what's going on here, Man, we really just vibing. I need some water. I haven't peed in a while either. I gotta go pee. I'm gonna chill with you guys, yo. You guys are awesome. Seriously, Emperor Wang, Elizabeth, Joseph. I can't thank y'all enough, for real. Making my night, man. Seriously, making my night so much better. I was literally I was hurting yesterday. I was so sore. I did all this hard work and came back, and I was like, I'm going live. And it's literally like, that was like, what? 5 hours ago, man. This is what I'm talking about. It helps me through my night or day on any given day. And it's great. We are literally getting like valuable information sometimes just from me randomly talking. I don't know. I don't know how many people knew about that. I don't know how many people knew about that building on top of that mountain. I don't know, but I didn't know about it. I know a lot about shit, but I did not know that in Pennsylvania that existed. I just started to grasp years ago, like 2 to 5 years ago, that they tunneled into Cheyenne. I saw a video about it, and I didn't believe it at first. But then I saw a video. It was a school trip video. They were actually going into the mountain. There's a video online right now of a bus full of kids back in the 90s that got access to Cheyenne Mountain Complex. And it's literally them driving right past the blast doors. I'm going to try to show you this real quick. Let me just see if it's still where I'm thinking it is. So we're going to see school trip Cheyenne Mountain. Let's see if it's in Colorado. If it is, that'll be great. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex. These are good videos on it, but
Yes! Here it is. It's called What's Really Hiding Under Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. What the hell? How more blatant could you possibly be? But seriously, I'll show you literally the inside of the first place they ever tunneled in. Now you really know I'm telling the truth for real. It's like, I don't lie. But yeah. Okay, this is a layout of it. Somehow this video got the layout of Cheyenne Mountain Complex in the mountain, which is fascinating because this is a documentary. That's what it looks like apparently. I don't know where they got that at though. But let me show you the little, they have a video on this video of them driving into it, so it's official. I don't know. I really don't know. Ooh, that's a better view. This is what they look like inside the mountain. Look at that. They actually have like little big trailers in there or whatever that are heated. The ducts, the air and everything. They actually have power plants, water plants and everything on site. Specifically Cheyenne, it's really easy to find. It's right out front, the power plant and everything. There's a Subway out front, the entrance to this building. Subway. Workers literally have a Subway right outside their blast doors. They can just walk to it. Okay, I gotta show you this real quick because they actually have a video of a bus driving through the doors. Now, how more good could that be? You don't get any better proof than the doors open and wide open on camera. Let's see. I gotta show you this. This has never really happened again. They let kids in one time. Oh, is this a video of it? No. 1 second, y'all. This is literally gonna be it. Oh, here it is. There's a picture right there. Damn. And they actually have the picture of the springs they used. This is the first time they used a spring system to absorb the shock from a nuclear blast. They just were so paranoid. Here it is. There's the door. That's the start of it. Inside the mountain. It literally has all the seals and everything. Let me zoom in so you can actually read what it says. Welcome to Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Literally right carved in the side of the mountain with all the wires and everything. That's the welcome sign. Every seal you could possibly have. I don't even know what those are. What agencies those are, I have no idea. And you can literally see to the left or the right, whichever way that is, you guys, there's a rock wall with all of those wires running down. They're literally inside of a mountain. It's amazing. Where else are they? Who else are they going to admit this to? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that, like, I don't know, they were really just trying to build something extraordinary at one point. They let it go out of date within the past 20 years, and then they reintroduced all the new technology into these buildings, especially Raven Rock. I don't know about Cheyenne. They abandoned it. They literally abandoned it after they realized there was no threat of war or nuclear, but it's still there. And then they realized, okay, we're going to keep it running because it's too big. It's a mountain with a building inside of it. We're going to put some new computers in there. Let's get the updated Dell in there, you guys. Let's put Wi-Fi in there. I'm sure it's just been a process of just updating it into real world. But that Raven Rock, it's probably been the first thing to get everything. It's where they go, like, if shit hits the fan for real. Like, just imagine. There's helicopter pads and everything. Like, medical, post office inside of there. Everything. Hospital. Police station. Everything that our towns have is in that mountain. Yep. And I heard it's made for 30 days or more. 30 days or more with thousands of people there. Thousands, the whole government. It's fascinating, you guys. It's bigger than you guys, bigger than I can even explain. I'm just fascinated that it's there and that I could honestly drive there. It's 2 hours away from me. But the only problem is we would never get near anything. I looked at all the roads and it's just turn after turn until you get to the top. Even when you go to the visitor, you have to get through 2 gates. The first one is a check, And the second one is just like a double check, like, yo, you better not be somebody we don't want here. In every way, pretty much has a guard. I love it. Secrecy. People didn't know about Area 51. And when they didn't know about it, it was the need to know kind of thing. It really was. They were doing stuff there that just didn't line up with anything they were supposed to be doing. But who's supposed to be doing what? You know? What government is really supposed to do what? Are they all going to listen? No. Is China going to listen? No. So I guess we were going to be the ones to actually recover these craft. And that really makes me wonder too, you know, why are they crashing here? What makes them crash into the ground? Why are they being blown and destroyed? I mean, literally destroyed. Like, there are craft, I've heard there are craft and bodies that are literally mutilated from explosion. Like, that means our military is just shooting them down. Probably. They've kept some of the beings. They've literally kept some of them. Tried to keep them alive, tried to speak to them, tried to coexist. I'm sure there's a lot of shit that's went on that literally don't make any sense to nobody. And then there's just people like me who think about it often. If it's happened, when it happened. I heard that it was Harry Truman that literally made a pact with them to just, you guys can be here, the craft can be here, monitor us, which is what they're doing. I mean, they're literally there just either showing their presence or showing off. And yeah, Harry Truman apparently was one of the presidents that actually wanted Red in really bad to the UFOs, and he really believed in it, and he actually did his best to disclose. I mean, he did his best, and you know what I heard? I heard he literally ended up meeting face to face. And what actually happened was they came to a conclusion that, you know, they can be here, and the government won't bother them up until a certain point probably. And sure seems like they're here quite often nowadays, you guys. And it almost seems like they ain't coming from nowhere. They're here. Like, pop out the water. Surprise. I do think that our oceans are slightly inhabited by these craft. For whatever reason, it's where they can be unseen. So if they're really intelligent, they're there. Because we haven't been there yet. So it's the one place on our planet that is literally uninhabitable. We can't even go there because of the pressure. And they have all the technology to avoid the pressure and to go underground and to just base up. Just the way that we are with these mountains and everything. You think the aliens can't do that shit? Wow. You know? They are very intelligent. To a point where they probably have been here way longer than us. Passing on little notes to our ancestors who were trying to do things, helping them, dropping things probably, wrecking things, showing them, ooh, what is this? I like to think about that. I'm glad you guys are BSing and enjoying chat. Yeah, I'm definitely a 8-year-old boy. I'm a 42-year-old man. Yeah, I'm definitely getting my 30s too. Shit's starting to just get out of control. After you admit it, you know, it's just like, damn, whatever. It all happens so fast, and next thing you know, you're pretty much at your 30s or 40s. Just enjoy it while you're in your 20s is all I got to say if anyone's still in their 20s. I'm still cresting my 20s into my 30s. I got like 1 year. And that's it. Dunzo. Old man. I'm ready to be an old man, dude. They've been carding me for the last 15 years. I mean, like, it's about time for me to actually look old. No, I'll never say that. Who the hell would say that? It's like, give me wrinkles. Let me be old. No. But yeah. I don't know. I think that it's more or less like trying to lead a somewhat stress-free life, but at the same time, I don't know. It's just luck. I don't know. I've literally had people card me anytime I go. If I do go buy alcohol, I don't buy alcohol, but when I did. Yeah, I just basically got carded 24/7, even when I had my beard growing out and everything, like just facial hair, and I don't know, I still look underage to people. It's crazy. And I thank them. Thank you. Yes, I'll give you my ID. Thank you for carding me. Because they always say, oh, you look so young. I'm like, oh, thanks. Make me feel good. Yeah, it's got to be that way, though. Eventually, it's just going to turn the tides, you know. And honestly, I didn't have my, you know, it's really weird. Some people actually, like, peak in high school. I did not. I did not. And I know that if you don't peak in high school, you're peaking sometime. Like, I don't know, if it's just, like, the way you look or whatever. Like, for instance, like, I was, like, uglier when I was younger, I would say, at least. I don't know, everybody has, like, a, you know, a pimply stage and everything, but seriously, like, just the way that I looked and everything, and then I kind of, like, took my full form as an adult. It's weird. And then it's sometimes vice versa. Fascinating. Wonder how that like actually lines up, because we were talking earlier about how things just actually happen for a reason and we don't know it. So you may not know that things are actually happening and you're just making the decision. Like I say, I accept signs. So I personally go with my gut feeling. If I feel like I should, okay, here's a good one. On what's the one where everybody drinks and drives? New Year's. On New Year's, I would stay home and never drive, ever. Like I literally felt like if I went out, it would be the death of me, you know. But it wouldn't make me. I wouldn't take it so seriously like that. It would be one little thought. Okay, now say I would want to go to a friend's place like half hour away, but it was New Year's. I would run all the thoughts in my head, what could happen, checkpoints, all this bullshit. And I'm not drinking, right? But I just don't want to be out on the road. It's just a bad luck night, you know? And guess what? I always come and pull that thought aside and I just be like, hey, just stay home. You don't need to go anywhere. Or already be there and just stay there. You know, I'd be at a friend's house on New Year's. I'd stay there all night. No need to leave. Yeah, it's just little things like that if you can, like, control that, I mean, it's really a successful time, you know, making that decision. If you stay, you're good. If you get there early and don't leave, you're good. Don't drink and drive. You know, and honestly, I made so many bad decisions that, like, even like drinking and driving and everything, to the point where I'm just like, damn, you know, it's really the worst thing to do. At any given moment, even if you're sober and everyone else is drinking and driving, just stay home, you know. And that's the inclining that I have. It's like it helps keep me safe, I think, keep me alive. Because there's a lot of things out there that will take you blindly with force. Vehicles, people, mainly vehicles. Big thing. I get really ballsy driving around, you know, thinking I don't need a seatbelt and everything. You need a seatbelt. Like, I don't like wearing it. It don't feel good to wear it, to be strapped to a seat, but I tell you, when that split second happens and you total your car and everything, it's just going to be so great to have that on. I think about it all the time. You know, my dad was a firefighter. He's watched people literally fly out of these cars and just turn into pulp on the road, and it's the worst. It's like the most traumatic experience for any firefighter ever, and ambulance man to deal with. EMS is somebody who goes out the windshield. And I just saw a video, like 2 weeks ago, man. These cops were just like chasing this girl. She ran from them. And she didn't really do too much to get away, I'll be honest. You can't. I mean, she was in a crappy car and they were following her. So what happened was she clipped something and launched herself out the vehicle. In a split second, they couldn't even find her. So like they're looking around, like flashlights on. Oh, where is she? Damn. She run? They started thinking she ran away. She's 40 feet that way. It's like, it put all the hairs up on my back, because like these guys actually spent minutes looking for her before they couldn't find her. And then they discovered her. I'm just like, oh, it puts a hair on my back right now, thinking about that. The fact that she was gone, and they were just looking for her like she was still a criminal because they couldn't find her. Yeah, it wasn't even her car. Her boyfriend was literally in the back getting questioned, and she wanted to run. Her story wasn't making any sense, so But still, it's never a chance to like go kill yourself over. You know, it's like your story not making sense. Just go to jail. Like, please don't kill yourself. You know, it's like, and that's what some people are literally seeing more and more nowadays. Is that when they get behind a cop, run, like, for your life, and it's not like that. I've been stopped so many times, even by crooked cops, and they're just terrible. But damn, I'm always gonna stop. Try to at least. There's no chance that I'm gonna be running from anybody. You know, it's like, hell, I got stopped by this crooked cop, 6 7 months ago. He was pulling everybody over in our town for no reason. He was just doing it out of spite. Whatever, he's a cop. He's doing it literally out of spite. Like, he would actually wait. He would pick somebody and he would just stalk them basically down the hill for miles, and then he would flip the lights, tell you that you did, tell you what you did, what he thinks you did, and then he would skip all that and basically move to his real motive of the stop, which was to find drugs in the county. Which is all fine and dandy if you're trying to do that and everything, but just stopping people, asking randomly if they know a drug dealer is ridiculous, bro. He did it to everybody. It got to be so bad that apparently it was harassment, and a lawyer out of state literally realized that a state policeman in my county was abusing hundreds of cases, and every person he would reach out to them and say, "I'll drop your case for $500." Now you can't tell me that ain't a crooked cop. And it hurts me because you know what? I just want to believe them, what they're saying. I want to believe what they're saying, and I want to go home. I was just going to store and coming back home. It wasn't bothering a soul. I feel like no matter which way I turned, he might have followed me either way too. I went straight past him, thinking I wasn't doing anything wrong. Pulled right out behind me. I'm thinking to myself, you better not, dude. I literally was thinking that. Imagine thinking to yourself, wow, cop's behind you. I'm not doing anything wrong. Literally, you better not. And you could see him just itching to hit them lights. Itching right on your ass. And it's scary. And then he follows you and follows you and follows you. He doesn't light you up because you're not doing anything wrong. Then all of a sudden, right when you think you're about to get home, lights on. Worst feeling in the world. Don't get worse than that. I didn't do anything wrong. You know what? He never wrote me a speeding ticket. He pulled me over for speeding. He let me go. Just said to fuck off, basically. Go home. I'm sitting there waiting for a ticket. Something legitimate, at least, that acknowledges that he stopped me for a reason and not just to do that, which he did. He literally just stopped me to do it. And then I see about all these other cops bragging. I found a video of a conference, a major conference of this company. All 50 states hired these people to come and train their cops. But what they trained them was basically how to keep you there longer than they're supposed to legally, because you're only supposed to be there for what you stop for, which is a speeding ticket, not anything else. You shouldn't be asking about anything else. And that's really where I felt wronged immediately, was he was digging into my past. I literally have a minor weed charge from like literally over 10 years ago, and he's talking about that while I'm literally sitting here in current life trying to change my life. I'm like, dude, you're bringing stuff up from the past. Like, I'm literally a changed person. You cannot even use that against me. Why would you? That's literally my response. And he's like, all right, go home. Wow, you're a good cop. Thanks for doing your job. And more people are like that, which they are. They feel like they can stop you for however long that you literally want. You literally, there's no limit to what they can do nowadays. One, because even if they call a supervisor, they're immune to everything they're doing. Immunity. It's literally a terrible thing. We need to actually start holding cops accountable in our country. It needs to happen. They have to realize that if they do something, they're gonna be in court for it. And they're not gonna be immune. Immunity is terrible. It actually gives everybody above us the ability to just say, no, I'm not dealing with that. It's friggin' sad, because let me tell you, the stuff that they're getting away with, terrible. Treacherous. Won't ever admit it that bad. In the past and right now, in the future. They're just continuously basically keeping us strung along as a society, and really we need them because they've created this. And all I really want is for everything to be legit. You know, I want money to not be absolutely shit on, and I want the value of our economy to be worried about by the people who are running it instead of actually making it worse. All I see is our infrastructure being attacked by the current president right now, and I mean literally, like, boats just floating into shit, knocking shit down. That happened twice. That ain't a coincidence. The first boat and the second boat, literally a week later, a boat literally came and hit another bridge and knocked it down the same way that the other one did in Baltimore, I believe. I had somebody talking about that on a video, like, yep, it happened again. I'm like, wow, cool. That's a coincidence. Let's get a third one down and let's see if how many people in the nation start connecting dots. 4, 5, it'll happen eventually. All I know is they basically are really comfortable right now with the telling the narrative of how fake things are, as long as it looks like that's what happened. So that's all they got to do is make it seem like it's happening, and then they can lie all they want. Because what does it really matter? It's the news telling it. It's a lie, but it don't really matter. If the news is saying it, it sounds real. So they can say whatever. You got the news on your backs. Everybody watches the news still. We all scroll by it, even on YouTube. There's no way to get around what the information is that they're trying to give you, aside from just glancing at it and moving on without watching it. I watch a lot of videos from them, like random news articles and stuff like that, and it's kind of wild, but like they really do have like the scary words down to a science. Like they know exactly what to say to get you worked up. They know what'll be a top seller in the news. They know what'll make them money. I imagine it's all about money at this point, right? Views, money. That's what the news is. They're paying money for clips of car accidents and everything. Good ones that they know will be on all over the nation the next day. They pay like over $10,000 for those things. Sometimes, depending on the video, the stringer that actually films it makes over $10K on any given day. Especially if they're gonna go and make $100,000 with it or more, which they do. These big news companies are absolutely as evil as just about everything else, because you know what? They're actually using it against us. They're literally desensitizing us to violence. One, I realized it with all the shootings. After you keep plastering all these shootings on there, what are people going to think? Are they going to continue to feel sad the same way? No. I still feel sad because I know that it's supposed to be. And if I was there, I'd be crying my eyes out. But at the same time, it shouldn't happen in the first place, as much as it is. It's not. It's supposed to happen this way. And people aren't going out and shooting people as much as we actually seen in the past. It was too much. It was literally sometimes 4 times a week or more. There were plenty on a weekly basis, and it got to be so regular that I was begging for it to stop. I was afraid to go in public because it could happen anywhere. It's literally been happening around me recently. As of recently, more shootings are coming directly towards me. So now I'm like feeling like, okay, well, I gotta at least see when the hell the guy's whipping that shit out so I can just go and hide. I'll hear people screaming before anything, probably. Someone else will see it before me. Hopefully. I hear anybody screaming. You ever hear anybody screaming in the store, just go to the back room. Walk your way on out. Or climb on the roof. One or the other. Just lay down. That's what my plan is. It's scary to have a plan like that in the U.S., but seriously, dudes, I hear literally somebody coming up in the front, and I hear everybody screaming. I'm running to the back. And I'm going to open the door up and help everybody out if I can, and as soon as I see that crazy son coming, I'm running, bro. Go ahead and try and chase me through the woods. Like, just too afraid of this stuff, man. It's like, I don't even think about it that often. I go out in public a lot. Don't even think twice. How many people did that in the past and just aren't here? Lost their whole family, everything, life, all for somebody's devious ways, man. or whatever the case may be. If somebody literally brought them there that day with energy and just made, straight hypnotized them into doing it, shame on them. If that person just thought, oh, the world's so bad, I'm going to go and do it, shame on you. It's like, either way, man, they really need to bring back mental health facilities. And I have mental health. They're not terrible. I mean, they were bad, but what else is there? Jail, no, it's not a mental health facility. It's jail. You will die in there if you have mental health. They will kill you in there, or you'll just be locked in a cell by yourself, if that's the case. Either way, it's not the same. I'm just saying, we stopped putting people in mental asylums. Why? Because apparently nobody could do it right. First guy, he just started drilling into people's heads, called it a lobotomy. All these other places were just abusing people. And if they weren't, they were trying to be a better stigma than all the other people who were abusing people. But still, it's still happening. Treacherous things happen in those places, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But how do we get around this? How do we treat mental health in this world, in this country? Well, we can't really, because they won't even let us go and have fixed health, which is all that anyone ever needs to be okay in life, just to go to the freaking doctor. Can't do that though, because it's $40,000 for a bed. Does a bed cost $40,000, or what is going on here? It's just a rip-off. None of that stuff in the hospital costs what it costs. EpiPen doesn't cost $2,100. It don't cost $20,000 or whatever it is. I know it's either $2,000 or $20,000. None of these things. Everyone just got rich off of medicine, and it honestly hurts me because it even happened with opiates and everything. They flooded this country. The doctors should literally be ashamed of themselves. What they started was actually a whole country of addicts, all based on the fact that they were just overprescribing this medicine that everybody didn't need, but was on it. It's the early 2000s, Purdue, all these other places, literally criminal. And you know what? They tried to go after the doctors afterwards, yeah. Afterwards. Well, what about the other 12 years of literally silence while they were just sitting there trapping? Doctors were trapping with the pen and paper. And you know what? It messed the whole nation up. I remember the moment they started this stuff. I remember the day that it hit the streets the way that it did. And let me tell you guys, it changed everything. It changed the way people did drugs. Let me tell you guys, it flooded these streets with candy-sized amount bag of pills. Candy. They were this full. More than candy. They were more full than Reese's. Big. And you want to know? I watched everybody in my whole town buy them till they couldn't buy them anymore. To the point where they were literally so desperate from what they were getting from the doctor that they went to heroin and other drugs. And it was a literal phase upon phase of processes that actually got everybody, this whole world, the way that it is right now. It's a big old FU from the government, and it was basically, all right. I wonder who got money from the top from that. Somebody did. Multiple people probably did. The doctors didn't just make the money. In every single bad case of drugs being released in this country, our government profits and benefits from it, and they won't ever say that they don't. They won't answer any questions on it because it don't even look like it on paper. No one's ever taken their sold a drug in the government on paper. But seriously, they put crack here, they put LSD here, trick Manson into. They literally would set up places called honeypots and give it out for free. Now, if you think that ain't the worst thing that a government organization could possibly do, they were drugging their own people with LSD. They made somebody kill themselves at a literal party one night. And guess what? He was the first person that they were ever using for hypnosis and MK Ultra. It was a mixture of the hypnosis and LSD that put him in the trance-like state
And get this, a pretty girl that was at the party with him, get this, he thought he was just getting lucky. It was his own people who set him up with this girl. Get this. All it took to get him going on his mission, which was to go and kill this guy at the party. It's record, by the way. You can find this. It's literally record. It's a CIA party where a man was under MK Ultra and he literally was supposed to kill somebody, and the target, the girl, was supposed to pinch his neck. That was how they actually put him in the state that he was supposed to be in. So whatever this hypnotic state like is, it's either a word or it's a physical pinch. I've heard in the past that it's a pinch, but now I believe it could be anything. I don't know. And you can be hypnotized in many different ways if you are able to be. And it's like really trippy. I've never been hypnotized, but I don't know if I am or am not able to be. But yeah, it is a requirement for MK Ultra. You had to be able to be hypnotized. And then they physically had a concoction of drugs that would put you in that state. It's literally down to a science with the drugs now. I bet they literally can just drug somebody up and put them in a hypnotic state. Snap of a finger, and I'll guarantee you that it's a certain trigger word or something. It was literally a pinch on the neck or a trigger word, either or. It could be both. They used a girl and pinched his neck, and literally he actually strapped up in the moment, from what I remember, and went on his mission right from that moment. It's that scary. Now, if you think that they wouldn't do that to all these random ass people just to prove a point that guns are dangerous and everything and that we aren't supposed to have them, I don't know what the point is of all these shooters. I really don't. But at the same time, I want to tell everybody this here, I don't think that they're all fake. I really don't. I would never say that somebody's not that deranged. You know, they are there. It's just not happening in the mass amount that we are seeing. It's politically for our negative gain, not anything good. They literally do these things to make it so that they can take things away from us. They want to disarm us for some reason. Whether it be by slowly regulating guns and taking everything off of them and making them such a pain in the dick to even own, or so many regulations, they're constantly coming out every single month with a new regulation for a gun. It's little things like that they just shouldn't be doing. One, because they're not going to be able to take everybody's guns. It's just not happening. The world is ready for them on any given day to prove their intent on that. It's really it's that simple. My dad, every single person who owns a gun is not going to allow them to come in their house and take it. Not. And that's a mass FU from everyone. Even the people in California that probably have them are seriously going to be like, F you. Like, no one else is going to give them to you either. I mean, so if that's for real, what's up, David? We was here chilling. We're vibing. No, real thoughts tonight, man. Real thoughts. I've been live for so long, honestly. So on 6 hours, brother. It's not going to last too much longer. But I've been really good with the mind tonight, so we figured might as well. And you know what? I've been just rambling a little bit, but I pick right back up on chat too. Seriously, I apologize if it goes too long, but man, the thoughts that are coming out my mind tonight are really thought-provoking for me, and like everybody else is insane. We probably went over 1,000 different topics, and I've showed people some wild ass stuff towards the end of this stream. I mean, wild. If you had never heard of Raven Rock in Pennsylvania, I showed everybody literally the backup Pentagon. The backup Pentagon is in Raven Rock, Pennsylvania. It's a mountain. It's the second mountain that they tunneled into. The first one was Cheyenne Mountain Complex. I showed everybody that one. And then I showed everybody Raven Rock. And literally, the building is like amazing. It's got so much telecommunications on the top. They could stay up there and stay online for days. But the building, it literally just like goes to the top of the mountain and stops. It's like right there. And then on the visitor side, you can see the blast doors. There's actually they're blast doors for visitors only. And so that made me think, okay, if literally and I don't know, the layout actually says visitors side. So that's why I assume that they're parking the visitors over there and they have 2 doors, maybe a backup one for sure that lets the visitors in. So get this, all the important people go right up to the top. There's no opening up at the top. It's just a building. So get this, it's an elevator or something. takes them straight down. It's multiple layers deep. It's chill. I'll show you, David, because you just popped in here and you're going to think I'm crazy, bro. But I'm serious, man. Raven Rock. This is literally in my state. The backup Pentagon is in my state. I'll show you the top part. Look at what it looks like. It's literally shaped like a pentagon. Isn't that cool? Everything that's built by the government is always in really odd shapes, and you can usually see like straight lines and lots of really coordinated lines. I mean, you look at Area 51, there's literally circles and just like lines. It's like really odd. But check this out, dude. This is the visitor side. This is called Raven Rock 2. It's literally a tunnel into the mountain that they tunneled into. And I'll show you, but those are the two openings right there. The black is where it goes. It actually swoops underneath the ground. And I'll show you right here. You can see what I mean. The shadow is just hanging over top of that outside there. And you can see the ramp go straight into it. That's just one. There's two of them. Apparently that's the visitor side because literally there's parking everywhere right in front of where the doors are onward. They have power plants. From what I hear, everything. But I've actually seen, when I'm looking on Google Maps for this stuff and I actually find it, I actually sit there for a while. And on each of these places, there are full water towers, enough for cities, and a full power plant, enough for the government. So imagine they have everything. They literally have everything. They have a post office and they have a jail, I'm pretty sure. If not a jail, they have a full-blown sheriff's office literally at this point, I'd imagine. They have everything that we have out here in there. They probably have shops in there. And if they don't, it's definitely purely government. I mean, maybe they haven't put shops in there, but seriously, it's on shocks. Like, each time they dig into these mountains, they put this entire structure on shocks so that whenever the blast hits at the top, it was for nuclear. Same Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado was literally built for nuclear war back in the 60s and the 70s. They actually tunneled that early in the 60s and the 70s. They had that technology. I can't imagine what they have nowadays. It will go through a mountain with ease. It will make hole after hole after hole, and yeah, I don't even know how they do these things without like making it obvious to everybody around them that they're tunneling into a mountain. I don't think anyone questions anything though. When you see all the construction show up, you're like, what? But seriously, this is kind of a remote place. It's 2 hours away from me, and I was just amazed to find out that the backup Pentagon is in my state. It's almost like calling us the capital, you know? Like, we're really here, like, for when you need us. Like, come on now. And then I find the doors and everything, and I'm like, wait. Here's how I actually confirm this, okay? I'll tell you guys right now, bro. Everybody, bro and broette, seriously, because there's a girl in here. Seriously, Erica. Appreciate you. I'm not used to it. Seriously, you're the first girl I've had in chat, seriously, probably. But we're vibing. Yeah, literally, they have to actually... They had to have done this in many other places. Yep, I believe they do. I believe there are other places that we just don't know about. Like, there's places that are definitely underground that are not on maps. Maybe the diagram if you come across it by luck, but it's never going to be on maps. Like this. I can't believe this is. Oh, what I was going to say. I literally found them by somebody talking about how they wouldn't talk about it. Isn't that ironic? Somebody actually said, will you speak about Raven Rock? And the guy literally goes, no. He was really defiant about it. He did not want to talk about it. And it's because at that point in time, nobody knew about it. Nobody knew it existed. And then what the crazy part is Cheyenne Mountain Complex, the first video that I ever saw of it was the one I showed you guys before David and them were here. I swear, it's literally a video of them driving vehicles of school kids in there in the 90s. The door opening and closing. You can see the freaking 3-foot wide blast door. They show you the shocks. They actually show you the shocks. You can actually see it. They actually made it visible in Cheyenne so that when you get in there, you can actually see the shock board that it is on that will save your life whenever a massive wave of energy comes through from a bomb. And you can see it. Could you imagine literally standing in there while a nuke hit close or anywhere near and having it push the thing up? The whole mountain is ricketing up and down on coils. And that is what I think they did with Raven. If it works, right? But what else could you do? It's a big spring. That's the only thing I could ever see working for the shock. Like, yeah. I don't know. I definitely want to see it one day. I think it'd be awesome to drive up there, but at the same time, it's just going to be a violent reaction from them every which way. It's like going to Area 51, but this is more secretive, and you really ain't supposed to know about it. Imagine sneaking through the woods, right? And just popping up on the visitor top where literally like all those cars are parked and being able to actually see the inside of the door or just the door in general. It'd be sick. I don't know why I'm so fascinated about these things underground. They're not supposed to be there. It's cool that we got them, but like, I guess you don't want to come out admitting that you basically made a base in this mountain here. Come and hit it, you know? I'm sure it's not the first thing they want to go and talk about. Our secret base in the mountain. Yeah, it really started with all kinds of other places, though. This ain't really the first place they did it at. We were talking earlier about how they did it in the Antarctica. Yup. Literally, we only have like a quarter of the view on maps of Antarctica. It's literally blocked off. You can't see it. It won't show you what's there. It's, from what I heard, it could be, they got a lot of nuclear down there from what I hear. They're actually using nuclear power in Antarctica because there's no other way to power anything out there for a long period of time. And running power out there is beat. They literally would run generator after generator out there and literally try to, that's what they did the last time with High Jump. They actually took a quarter of the military to Antarctica, one to explore, but two to build a base. They took animals, they took food. They came back. They left, they came back. They left, they came back. They tried to make it a base in the ice. And what I was telling everybody earlier was that, guess what? It started to slant because the ice was melting from the human heat. And literally, next thing you know, it was uninhabitable, completely slanted, from what I hear. And that was the first time they ever made a base underground, from what I remember. And it was literally in like the 40s to the 50s, I think. That's when Bird went. I think that's when they went. 60s maybe. Can't remember. Very long ago. And he came back and said there was all kinds of wild stuff over there. Underground caverns and everything that they explored and all kinds of stuff. In his diary, it's pretty wild. Crazy thing. I don't even know about that. You know, I've never been there. I've never been there myself. I couldn't tell you what is in Alaska, man. Or Antarctica. But seriously, yo, we got every nation working there, and I've heard from a couple different sources of people that work down there that the machines that they have are definitely not just like transmitting devices and everything. They're really fucking wicked. I heard that, from what I heard, there are a couple companies down there that own devices that can actually do other things that their purpose is. They have a lot of things in the ground there, like big microscopes or big telescopes, for instance. They have a couple big telescopes in Antarctica. And yeah, a couple of them, they actually sent a contractor in to look at this company. They sent him in. It's literally on video on YouTube. I found this video on YouTube. And he went down there and said that he was looking through their paperwork and found that what they had, tool-wise or machine-wise, could actually do more than they were admitting. So he dug a little bit deeper, and he figured out that not only can their thing take in information, it can put it out. And yeah, it's just like one of those really sketchy things, you know. It's really one of those sketchy things that just shouldn't be, but it is, and it's there. And then I started to hear, oh, they might actually be down there full time with like every country, and they are.
They're definitely in pact with every country in Antarctica, and we are the leading nation, I'd imagine. And there's probably a couple others, and we're all working together. So obviously, each nation is involved in what is going on down there, and it started there. I just know we have a lot of secret bases probably there too, above ground. Because one, try to go to see Antarctica right now on maps, it's not good. You literally scroll and it comes to an end. Like you actually hit the wall. They will not let you go any further on maps. So that's why I really do believe, hey, if you're really not going to show us what it looks like and I can't see an accurate picture, then it don't look like that. And I've heard from multiple sources that they're down there actually harnessing all kinds of energy from shit like nuclear. They won't even use nuclear in any of our towns, but they'll put it down there because it's actually a government entity at this point. No one's allowed there. We're not even allowed to go there. Even if we had a plane, we couldn't go there. That's why, I mean, it's seriously effed up that, like, a lot of people would call bullshit on this, but it's like, I could find all the videos that I'm talking about, really. I can prove everything that I've seen. Just take a good search. I could find the video of the guy who was contracted to just go to this company and do an audit on their paperwork or whatever, and he just somehow discovered that their machine can literally transmit, which is basically, it can put out information and energy at a high rate of speed. It's just like the HARP in Alaska. HARP goes right through the sky to the ionosphere and literally breaks it into pieces. It's the same thing as what happens when CERN, the Hadron Collider, peaked power, I want to say maybe 6 to 8 years ago, and came out and said, hey, we ripped open the ionosphere for the last 14 hours. Oh, you guys are good though. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll tell you about that too. I'll show you this. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm not lying about shit. I'm seriously like recalling things that I actually remember physically researching. We're gonna go and see this ionosphere. CERN. And I want to see it was 14 hours. And it was just letting radiation through. They actually cracked open our protective layer with the Hadron Collider. And that was a while back. I don't know why it ain't happening every time, considering that we're peaking power in like numbers that we can't even physically imagine right now. They're making up new numbers for basically every time they go a little bit higher. None of that ever makes any sense. Joules, like, it literally goes into like different words and you can't pronounce it after a certain point. It's so many numbers. And that's how much power they're making at CERN. Okay, so ionosphere, CERN, ripped open. Let's see if we can find out again. A cracked opening in Earth's magnetic... It's the magnetic field. That's what it was. And it stayed open for hours. And this was in 2022. Okay. So I'll show you guys this. On Thursday, a crack opened in Earth's magnetic field and stayed open for 14 hours. I actually remembered that number exactly. I don't know how I did that. I actually searched 14, and it is 14. Allowing Vecna and his minions through from the upside down. What does that even mean? But it did allow some powerful solar winds to pour through the hole, creating a geomagnetic storm that sparked some pretty epic aurora. Okay. The crack was created by a rare phenomenon called co-rotating interaction region from the sun. They're large-scale plasma structures generated in the low and mid-latitude regions of the heliosphere. And we're going to go and find exactly... Like coronal mass ejections, CIRs get flung out from the sun towards the Earth and can contain shockwaves. Now, why in the hell isn't this talking about... I literally seen on the title. That was in... I think July 2022. Let me see here. That's literally just talking about what happened. It has nothing to do with CERN. Now let me go and see the date that this actually happened now. I'm looking at this date, we're going to correlate it. This is interesting. July 8th, 2022. So let's go and see. We're going to type July 8th, 2022, and then we're going to put Hadron Collider, and it comes right up. It literally comes right up. On July 8th was turned on. The Hadron Collider was actually turned on. The same date that they ripped open our magnetosphere, get this, ironically, it was turned on. Now, if that ain't really suspicious, okay, look at this, 13 trillion electron volts, TeV. It's a world record. Get this, on that day where they ripped open our magnetosphere, it actually broke a world record for power. If that don't make you guys sick to your stomach, I don't know what does. Because literally it's the same fucking day. Now how in the hell did they rip open our magnetosphere and run the thing at the same day, but they never came out and said, oh, sorry for doing that. Sorry for literally affecting the Earth. And they're still able to go past that with power now. Nobody has stopped them, you guys. If it can do that, what is it going to do in the future? If it can rip open the magnetosphere from under the ground, it's that powerful, what else can it do? I would love to know. And this is the thing. These guys do not know what it's capable of. Obviously, they're continuously upgrading it. It's like putting a bigger battery into your phone just before it explodes. And let's just see how long we can make it last. They literally just keep upgrading it, turn it off, upgrade the hell out of it, turn it back on, break a world record. Now, if that's how they're operating, eventually we're going to see a black hole come from them, or at least a rip in multiple layers, not just one or two, probably multiple, because if it's super bad, it'll just go through everything, and then we will have no protection for days, not just 14 hours. Eventually, it'll be for days. Who are we going to blame? The Swiss Alps company CERN? I don't know. It's pretty far away. It would be out of our jurisdiction as a country to go and say, hey, Swiss people, what are you doing, bro? Like, you see this? But we should, because it's really an issue. They're still running it, upgrading it, blowing people's minds apparently, because what they're creating is literally like new atoms on this earth, and they're seeing the God particle. They saw the atom that apparently reveals God. There's a God particle atom. I mean, like, they literally found a glitch in our DNA that proves that something great is inside of us. It has no knowledge on this earth, really. A God particle. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in this world, you guys. Too much for my brain. But it really does worry me. When I was sitting there asking my mom, as that thing happened, what is next? And I realized it, like, when that happened in 2022. I actually was talking about it in that moment when it happened. I was actually going to tell my mom, like, they just ripped open the magnetosphere with a machine in the Swiss Alps. It's so powerful they cannot help it. They're making power that nobody even knows what to call it. Let's just make up another name for it. Tetrahydrovolt, like what? Who actually? I know they're just adding syllables and, you know, terms and everything, but it is somebody making this stuff up. If you were to look at the numbers past this, it don't make any sense. It's definitely not million or billion, that's for sure. It's 80,000 times past that at this point. The God particle, CERN. It's called the Higgs boson, also known as the God particle. It's a fundamental particle. I gotta figure out. It just stopped right there after that information. It gave me a date. Atlas and CMS collaborations reached a 5 sigma threshold, which is about 1 in 3.5 million, that an excess in a data sample would appear by chance. This threshold indicates the discovery of a new particle that matches the properties of the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson is a wave in the Higgs field, which is a field that fills the universe and gives mass to all elementary particles, aka why it's called the God particle. It literally was designed to be applied to everything. Who did that? Who could do that? It's amazing. Higgs are created when protons are collided at extremely high energies. So you're saying, I mean, I'm reading this, but like, they're saying that basically if you can create energy, enough of it, you can do that. Which means it's really not out of the realm of possibility, man. This whole world is so perfectly engineered just for us. It's beautiful. The greens, the colors, everything. It's literally here for us, and yet we are not permanent. So it's here for each person during their lifetime. I only wonder what the afterlife is literally like. It's got to be like something. Can't be nothing. I just can't imagine it's nothing. With all this going on out here, it would be a true letdown to get all this pure design, unique, creative design, beauty, alive, from everything in this universe, down to the T, down to every I, dotted. And then you get up there and it's nothing? That would just be terrible. But hey, whatever. If it's all black, then whatever. You know, we're all good either way. But let's be honest here. There's just too many weird things happening in this world currently to this day. I would say it's kind of odd, and I can't tie it all together without sounding like I'm crazy. But trust me, I don't believe in like everything that I see. Trust me, I have to actually disregard a lot. But when it starts getting said by like, you know, Department of Defense employees and everything, and people are coming out and breaking CDA or what is it? NDAs. Sorry, CDA NDAs, where basically they make people sign NDAs. Even people like Bob Lazar, who were literally there for like maybe a summer, and even though he saw some crazy stuff, they still completely ruined his life. I mean, they didn't even have to let him. They didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to do a single thing to him. It didn't change anything. Them reacting to Bob and harassing him and basically scaring his wife and him and basically erasing his record of going to school, work, everything, and his record for working for them, which, let me tell you, as human beings, if you got a government reference, that's about as good as it gets. And then when they take that away and you ain't never been to their facility, you know, you really gotta find another way. I'd imagine at a certain point that's what people would use is the government job if they ever need a new one. Yeah, I work for the government. Seriously, you can hire me. But really, these people were just like, you know, gaining special treatment just from working for the government. You really do get a lot of medical special. You get immunity in case you do anything wrong, especially if you're granted the ability to go on like missions and everything, and you truly are like weapon carrying and like. I'm sure there's just so many cover-ups in this world that we aren't ever going to figure out, you know, sadly. People are just being taken on a day-to-day basis by accident, either just based on, like, criminal trafficking or the fact that they're just caught in the line of fire, regardless either it's someone insane or a government employee that's doing his job. Seriously. And we have a lot of black sites around this world that are literally illegal prisons that have foreign people ready to torture people for us on hand. We don't even have to do the touching anymore. That's the sad part about our country, is that literally all this bad stuff happens. Literally, I just watched a whole movie on what they were doing, literally the type of shit they were doing in Mexico to try to get back at like, or try to get one over on the cartel at one point. They actually had like CIA over there and like FBI and everything, and they were working with the locals to try to find tunnels and everything, just to blow them up and literally ruin their money and everything, start wars with like the cartel. They were literally, our government would like go over there, send somebody over there, try to start a whole cartel war, and if it didn't work, they would just come back home. So, you know, it's just literally blame it on them. They just don't care who is really the blame as long as it's not them? It's crazy. I never really thought I'd be live as hell saying this stuff, but man, it's like, you guys got me thinking, yo. And it's such a long live that it would be so hard for anybody else to watch it other than you guys, really. I just wouldn't scroll through 6 hours of it, seriously. I don't blame you, it's too long. But if I did end up watching this, I'd probably watch it all day. If I ended up coming across this live stream, I would literally play it all day. If it was me and I came across it randomly. Too much valuable information literally just spit out randomly here from the comments in my mouth. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I really appreciate the topic that we were just on. Seriously, it was literally Emperor Wang. I hope you have a great night, and you might be, dude. I literally am just seeing chat right now. I was seriously supposed to get off probably a while ago, and I'm just chilling and vibing. You really might be. Let me see. I don't think so, though, but you might be. She was, like, the only other one, I think. Everybody else is literally falling asleep. I actually went through, like, so many people this night. It's not even funny. Everybody's coming and gone. Like, they come and go in waves, almost. It's cool. It's like we don't even need, steady people. It's just, like, people in general. No, you're not, dude. Somebody's here. I just think they're just chilling, honestly, dude. I think they're just chilling. They'll probably end up... Either that or they fell asleep. Somebody actually might have fell asleep. Yep. I think the most we had tonight was almost 10 people. That was the most I ever had in a live stream. And the reason I didn't get off was because I was peaking at about 4 hours of people. And I just stayed on. Like, might as well, right? My channel needs watch hours like crazy right now. It's the one thing that I'm literally I'm so far away from compared to, like, subscribers. We pretty much need almost a whole other 2,000. I think it's like 1,700. Getting down, though. Every live stream is really helpful. Like, people rewatch it and just everybody is starting to realize, oh, damn, you know, we could just go and skip through this throughout our day. Eventually, they'll realize, oh, we can rewatch this. You know, it's pretty good. But for a while there, it was just kind of us BSing. It kind of, like, just recently transformed into, like, a really decent live stream, I would say. And still, honestly, I do a bunch of different stuff. And I'm trying to keep it similar, you know? We're not going to do this, like, every time. It'll always be different when you pop in. It'll just be a whole different vibe every time. But we'll always end up in the same place, pretty much, which is just, like, great conversation. And I already came to the conclusion that I'm probably not going to play too many games on here unless it's just for fun. Something that everybody can enjoy, you know? Like, not everybody enjoys Fortnite, and not everybody enjoys, you know, the Snake game and everything, even though they're just so random. I love the Snake game. And I just can't help myself about playing Fortnite, even though it pisses me off. It's one of those games that just, like, it's really upsetting because you literally die all the time to kids that are just, like, I don't know, man, angry and not nice, you know? And then I'm, like, practically wishing everybody a win when I pass somebody in these lobbies. Like, hope you get the win, you know? If they kill me, I'll be like, yo, I hope you get the win. It's like, really wishing people the best, even if they are trashing me. Guess that's the way. I've always really been about the high road lately as of recent years. Even when people are so below me that they can't even see it and they think they're right at the same level as me, I seriously go, like, 2 levels above them still. They don't even know it. I realized it pretty quickly as, like, one person I actually had around me at one point was, like, completely self-destructing himself, his life. I don't know why. And, like, I didn't really have him around me as a friend. I just had him around me as, like, an acquaintance or whatever. You know, I met him through a bunch of people, and it's just one of those things, like, either let somebody, like, completely tear you down and take you with them, or straight get on a different road. And that's what I do. If I see something in front of me, I de-escalate it. I try to. I won't escalate it. You feel me? The way that the cops work should be the same, but not all the cases. Now, why random civilians are out here trying to actually de-escalate, you know, any violence in society and everything before it even becomes real. The last time I literally remember de-escalating somebody, they were mad at me. I forget why. I don't remember what the hell they were really mad about. We were fighting. I can't remember why. Oh yeah, I didn't want anything to do with them. I didn't want anything to do with these people. And they kept stopping me. Standing in front of me like I owed them something. And I literally passed this kid one day and he started screaming at me. Like, I know you see me and all this, you know, I'm just literally walking my dog around town. I didn't bother anybody, and I didn't want him to bother me. And that happened a couple times, and the one time he actually popped right, I was sitting there just talking with somebody, and he stopped right in front of me, trying to start a fight with me. I remember I literally de-escalated it within 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was amazing. It was amazing. Nobody else would have done this. Everyone would have thrashed. Anyone in this world would have thrashed this man probably with anger. I mean, he would have forced it out of you. He was wanting me to. I just really outsmarted him with my wits, and I was just like, you know. I remember. I'm trying to think of what actually I said. Oh, I remember I actually told him literally that I just want nothing to do with him. I actually told him I want nothing to do with you, brother. That's why I'm avoiding you. I don't like you. Leave me alone. I don't know anything about you. Leave me alone. We aren't even friends. And I had to deal with that. Literally de-escalate somebody, stand above them, and basically make sure that they don't like violently attack me over just some random stuff. People are weird nowadays. Literally just because I wouldn't stop and have a full-blown conversation with them. You don't owe anybody anything in this world, especially a full-blown conversation, you know? It's messed up. And they will honestly expect it nowadays. Almost to the point where he's sitting there screaming at my face every time. I literally remember I was at Dollar General one day, same thing. Passed him. He wanted either like contact with me or like somebody that I like knew. I don't know what the hell the literal motive was behind this, but it started happening so randomly. I'd be out at a store, and this guy would be passing me, mean mugging me, and then he would turn around and act like he was trying to get my attention. And I literally had to like tell him like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, leave me alone. I was trying to buy some food and go home. I was at the Dollar General the one day, and then I had to de-escalate him the other day, and then he just decided, I'm like, dude, I want nothing to do with you. I don't even know you. Leave me alone. It's crazy how that had to happen. Some people are really not there, and it's okay to not be there. It's really okay. But at the same time, this guy's all there damn near. And that's the sad part, is that he knows what he'd be doing is wrong all the time. He's that one person, you know, you just don't want anything to do with. You really don't. You really want to avoid him at all costs. You don't even you just need to know his last name, that's about it, you know, and you don't want nothing to do with him. And that's me. Stay away from me, you know? I don't want no problems. I just mind my own business. I was sitting there minding my own business, and he came and bothered me, you know? And old me, when I was in high school and everything, I fought about everything. I thought my only solution to problems was literally punching someone in the face. And then all of a sudden, I have a change of heart right after high school, and now I won't fight a soul. I don't want to get violent with anybody for any reason. I don't want to get my ass kicked, and I don't want to beat anybody's ass. And it's bad because, like, nowadays, people don't expect that ever to happen. They don't expect a real fight ever. They will talk and run their mouth like all day today. You got to really be ready for the high road, or they're going to force you to go on the low road with them. I've learned. I've had so many people try to throw me off my path within these past couple years mentally, for whatever reason. And it never works. I'll always stay true to myself and literally just ignore them. I don't know, it's like weird, you know, I don't have too many friends, but seriously, it's like, you can find enemies pretty quickly. What's up with that? Why they exist, and literally, in my area, it's so small that I can't even find a good friend. The only good friends I have are you guys, seriously, and the people who pop in this channel, man, I'm serious. There's nobody else. Y'all are real ones. Y'all found my channel when it was small and literally believed in me and stayed here and now got to know me and really enjoy it. And I enjoy you guys. Seriously, I have no real friends in this world aside from my family at this moment, and I'm cool with that. It's not like the most live, you know, but not like there's like life. You know, it could be way more lively, but at the same time, simple life, and this is really what I want. I want to be content with just me. I'd rather be this way. It's just that it's so hard after a certain point of just being alone for years and years and years. You actually crave real conversation and a friendship, you know, and just people to talk to like you guys. The thing lives in Antarctica. Yeah, dude. Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, we're just chilling, honestly. I think we actually have more people now that we just literally stayed on. It's crazy. This is how it works. It's like I literally peak in viewers every single time I'm about to get off. I don't even understand it. It's actually every time. Right when I get off, it's at its highest point. I don't even get it. It's like, yo, you want me to stay live for 24 hours a day? Like, come on, YouTube. Send them a little earlier. No, I'm kidding. But people find me however they find me through the nights, and I love it. It's so random. And they come and pop in and just have like a good conversation or listen to what we're talking to. It's great. I don't even know, and then I see the comments and people like, oh, I came back, and I'm like, yeah, appreciate you. Man, I got really nothing but love for every single person that literally either comes back in general or stays with me in the first place. You know, it's like I don't think there's many live streams like this either. You know, it's like to think about that. I don't want to set myself apart from anybody, but there's people like talking real, but I don't know. There's nobody like me. I've already admitted that in my life. I'm unique in my own way, and everybody is. Some people mold themselves to look like other people or act like other people, but I will never. I'm always going to be so unique that there's really nothing that anyone could say blends me with someone else. I'm just my own person completely, I think. I really think that I'm at the point where I really like who I am too. I just try to make slight changes just to get myself like each day in the more correct directions. Cause yeah, I don't know if you guys in here know, but I really had fun in high school and took partying to a whole other level of just like being with my friends 24/7 and making new friends, and no matter what, we were always just not functioning. Drinking, whatever the case may be. I literally was like a really functioning alcoholic with all my friends. We literally just tried. We outdid each other at every party and just see who could ever last the longest around the fire or wherever we were sitting. It's not right, but that's like a start of everything in this country. I mean, like a little pressure, a little peer pressure. I never used to believe in that shit. Like, you don't feel pressure, but when you're in front of a lot of people and you're having a great time, there's no pressure. It's already applied for the fun. It's almost crazy, but yeah, me and my friends were literally competing to be like, so you could be the biggest alcoholic when we were literally like teenagers. And that just doesn't end for some people. Literally, it doesn't end. If you start that type of life, it's not going to quit on its own. And yeah, that's what we all clearly realized was that, damn, we can't drink 24/7, you know? That was just literally me at like 18, 19, 17. Literally, my whole life has been a learning process for me, I swear. I appreciate it, Elizabeth, honestly. We're literally just here chilling on a daily basis, and, you know, you can pop in seriously whenever. I welcome you with open arms, for real. I can't thank the new people that I'm seeing around enough, honestly. Popping into chat every now and then. I love seeing new names and just people that I haven't seen as often. And, you know, when a name really gets me or confuses me, it really makes me happy because I'm just like, yeah, I definitely haven't seen you around, you know? Even if I have, and it's maybe like once or twice, I still almost remember the people's name and where they live at and everything. Is crazy. I'm just getting to know all of y'all through this platform. And we are really cresting 1,000 and about to, you know, we just got to get through 1,000, 2,000, and 3, and it's going to be looking right on up, yo. There ain't nothing else but to get to 5 and 10 after that. And I don't know how long it's going to take, really. I don't mind. That's the thing. We'll just make it work. If it takes me until my 40s or my 50s, literally, to get this channel monetized, that would be mind-blowing. But hey, I'm probably still going to have the password, so we'll just adapt and conquer, basically. Even if we're 50 years old, we'll turn into a YouTuber if we got to. I was always wondering if this was actually going to turn into my retirement when I'm older, because I've heard of stories of people who abandon their channels whenever they just get to like this or whatever, or maybe a few thousand, they just straight give up, come back, and it's at 100,000. What would you do if you missed all those years of monetization and YouTube was just taking your money, and then you come back and you literally are just starting to make money after 20 years of it being monetized? That would hurt. So that's my plan, is just to basically keep track of things, see where it goes, and do my best. Ooh, this chair, I gotta get a comfier chair. My body ain't used to this anymore. Everything starts to hurt bad. Oh my god. Young me, I was literally running the streets, like having so much fun. Oh my goodness, you could not have told me it was gonna feel this way at 30 almost. You really couldn't. I mean, like when I sit up, I feel pain. Like, what the hell? My dad and my pap would just laugh at me right now if they heard. Seriously, but I'm serious. And you know what's funny? Man, I had that moment with my pap one day where I said, oh yeah, I'm hurting or whatever. And he's just like, oh, you don't even know the half of it. And I'm like, that's the problem. I'm only feeling a fucking fraction of it and I'm still hurting, so I only know the half of it that it is. I don't know the other half, pap. It's gotta be it's gotta be bad. And I don't know how they aren't willing to just give old people pain pills on a day-to-day basis if they are any worse fractionally than this, which I know they are. My dad, man, his back and everything, worked hard in factories all his life and basically gave his body to work. And my brother's going to do the same thing. And I did my best not to. And it is literally 5:30 here, you guys. 5:27. That's crazy. 11:26. I can't remember when I went live, but it was a while ago. It was right around then. 11, 10, something like that. What the Jamba Juice? Really? Oh, I thought you said you went there. Lucky? Yeah, there ain't nothing open here, man. Pennsylvania's got Sheetz. You can go to Sheetz in the middle of the night. Honestly, there is a McDonald's, I think, that's 24/7. It's like 15 minutes away. That's about it. We don't got nothing in our town. Literally, they won't give us fast food of any sort. They think there ain't enough traffic to make it successful. Maybe they're right. The reason there ain't no traffic, there ain't nothing here to keep them here. If there was, they would stop. One, because they need to every now and then, and two, because they're hungry and they need to. You know, that's two good reasons. They need to. They think, oh, if we put a Taco Bell at this intersection, no one's going to stop there. We can just give them all Dollar Generals. It's actually upsetting. Really offensive, to be honest with you. When all we get is Dollar Generals, and that's literally the only low-income thing that they're willing to give us. Why are they willing to give Dollar General in excess to our area, but nothing else? It hurts. Because Dollar General doesn't provide fresh food. Or any hot food. And you just get junk food there. And that's cool, but we shouldn't... I guess they're the only ones that are building right now like McDonald's was back in the day. They were just popping up like houses, like your neighbor pretty much. And that's kind of what I want right now, is that I want some food to pop up in our area, but apparently there is no reason for them to do it. Sadly. And I got to drive almost a half hour to get food each way. Any type of food. Aside from grocery store food, which... I'm not gonna lie, I love grocery store food, but it hits so differently when you can just get some fast food, especially when I'm starving and I work hard, which is like the only time that I ever won't make my own food. Is when I'm too lazy to. Or hurting. Or literally like work all day long and then just come home and be like, wow, yeah, I'm not doing that. I used to make big pots of chili and everything, man. Now I just can't seem to get the motivation. It's really about to turn 6 or 7. Today, I have the opportunity to go and finish this guy's yard. I'm on the 3rd property. I already did the 2 others. In these last couple of days, I made almost $400. You know, just by weeding 2 properties. And this next one is worth, right now, the grass is so high and there's so much of it. It's worth over $200 alone. It's so much work. I wouldn't wish it on 3 people, let alone just me. But I'm doing it for literally the money. And because I don't mind. And after I get it taken care of, it should be easier for me to zip. It's just like up to my chest in some places. Like, it's almost unfair how high it is. Oh.
And I'm thinking about getting out of there as early as I can today. So like 8 o'clock in the morning, we'll be up there just zipping, get as much done as possible, and boom, I'm finished. Or even close. If I get close to finishing, I'll be cool today. I want a diamond ring. Yeah. Really, diamonds are just like, they're alright, you know? I like silver and gold more, yo. Diamond is like, it is beautiful, I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you what is more beautiful though, some gemstones. They really are. I'll tell you this for real. I got a oval shaped piece of alexandrite for my future wife. Literally, it's a color changing rock gemstone from Madagascar, wherever it came from. Perfectly faceted. It's big. It needs to be set on a ring. And I literally got it for the future to just blow some girl away with literally a massive gemstone that she's probably never even heard of, and literally make it mean more than a diamond ever would. But that's not to say that you shouldn't enjoy a damn diamond. I'm serious. Enjoy your diamond. Because literally, I just know that I really don't like what they've done with diamonds. Controlled it and ruined people's lives over it, got rich off of it. Well, that's always going to happen. With every competitive society, everyone's going to have a real rough one with these big expenditures like diamonds. But the money never really flows back into like Sierra Leone or any of the real blood money places where, you know, De Beer gets their diamonds from. De Beer is the ultimate controller of diamonds, and they are who created the image of the wedding ring. They knew that if they had somebody like a celebrity, and especially Audrey Hepburn in the earliest movie, they would give her a ring. All the early black and white movies, when Hollywood was just filming and getting started producing, they actually created the image of the wedding ring or the engagement ring, which then passed on through movies and popular culture and is passed on to us. And that's the real story of the engagement ring, for real. It is something that they wanted to be attached to the diamond market, so that every time somebody got married, they had to go to Kay's. I don't like knowing all this stuff, you guys. I really don't. It's not good. It is. I like telling people things that they may not know. And honestly, I really enjoy it whenever it actually lines up to be the truth. I fucking love that. And the fact is, I love diamonds. And I think they're the most beautiful thing out there. We have so many forms of carbon on this earth, but it's the only one that's clear and beautiful. And it takes a hadron collider amount of pressure to create a diamond. You know? I've thought about actually how to make them. They're very simple in design. It's literally just carbon with pressure, and it actually turns into a diamond, but it takes tons and tons and tons, multiple fractions of tons to get it to actually press. That'd be so sick. I've seen people that are growing they're harvesting silver. There's one guy online, he found a way to actually purify and harvest silver from like putting garbage. He literally feeds this one thing with silver or junk or whatever. I don't know what he gives it. It's junk. Whatever he gives it, it's scrap. And it comes out as like 100% pure. And it's by like it's like the electro process where he's literally hooked it up to like electric. And it really does, it has some acid in there too, so it really is a weird mixture, whatever it is. And it actually, it does exactly what he says it don't do. There's some people out there right now that got some pretty sick inventions. I mean, like, there's people out there that are working on water cars right now. There's people that are working on full-blown, like, convertible, dirty diesel trucks. Found a couple guys online that have really awesome conversions of shit that they could just go to any junkyard and get a full tank any day from stale gas and motor oil. Literally full tank. Like,
I don't know what I got to do to get me a dirty diesel like that, but I'm serious. I watch this one guy. He stops at the junkiest places and just collects free gas. They give it to him, and I can't imagine having that at my disposal. It smokes a little bit. That's it. He calls his truck Stinky Pete. Like Stinky Feet, but Stinky Pete. And you know what? It's got an air conditioner in that thing. I would love to have Stinky Pete. Literally an old Cummins. The oldest that you can possibly get, first generation, I believe. And it actually has the swap to make it run on stale old gasoline from years ago and some motor oil, and you mix it together and it's pure gasoline for it. It runs forever. It's so cool what people are coming up with nowadays. I watched this one other guy. He actually has this thing that turns plastic into diesel / jet fuel. It's literally a bunch of different types of fuel that he creates. It's so dark and gummy, but it's fuel. Do you need an engagement? Are you asking me? Emperor, what is your favorite music? Oh, do you need an engagement ring or can you have your wedding ring? I think they're the same, right? Engagement, engaged, and then wedding is definitely the real day. But like, is there really two rings, or is it the same ring? Is there an engagement ring first and then a wedding ring? I've never had this happen, you know? I don't know. That's interesting though. It's a really interesting question because I don't think about it ever really. It's like, it's one of those things that never crosses my mind is like the difference between an engagement and a wedding. I want to know now. Orange Juice WRLD, me too. My goodness. I love literally every song from Juice, but I'm not going to lie to you. I've been discovering new ones and I can't keep up with the man. He was too good. There are melodies that I'm still discovering from him that get stuck in my head for months. He's really that good. Like, you listen to like one good song that really perks your ears, he will hit that tune easily on any given human being. I guarantee it. I think that if he would have stayed alive, he would have touched every avenue of the music industry by 5 years, genre-wise. He would have been in country, rap, heavy metal. He would have been in everything. He would have been in the Wiggles music video, and I don't even know what they doing nowadays. The kids show that I used to have to just sit there painfully through for kids. Yeah. It's really like that. People are out there just, people are out there really just making their own way. I really appreciate all of you who are just chilling with me here at 5:39 in the morning. Yo, we are up. There ain't nothing keep me down right now. I am up. I feel like my sleep schedule is a little bit whack right now. It's whack. I got no sleep schedule. I just go to sleep whenever I feel like it. It's really odd. Could be in like the morning, night. It just don't seem to stay the same is all I'm getting at. It don't want to. I keep seeming to switch it around. I'll flip-flop it from like night to day. And this job that I have is literally like no holds bar on like what I can do. I can leave, I can come home, spend an hour, a half hour, spend 4 or 5 hours. I plan on going here in the morning, here in a little bit, when the sun up. It's not miserably cold. I'll probably just start it and see where I get. I know I'm tired of weed eating, that's for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I know. There's really no bad songs from him. I mean, and like, yeah, there's some that just aren't as catchy as others, but man, it's all like amazing. The fact of the matter is he actually created music in a way where nobody really can. Not anyone else, at least. Not many other people, I will say that one. Other people can freestyle, but to actually do it in a way where they're creating thousands of songs before they even turn 20 years old, no one else is doing that. He actually had like 3,000 or 4,000 songs in the vault well before he was even hurting with addiction. Not like real bad. To the point where he was out there in Hollywood eating too much, This his whole problem was is that he just consumed way too much. After a certain point, you can't be brought back even no matter what you do. And if you get yourself on an unreliably large amount of something, like any drug, and you go and send yourself to any place and they don't know it, you're going to see the violent reaction that Juice saw. It's a sad, immediate truth, and I've had people say he's still alive. I've even thought it way long ago, and I'm just like, no, bro. Can't be. Wouldn't be. After all that, I mean, I seen the real video too of like them actually like trying to resuscitate him and everything, and they did everything to try to bring him back. They hit him with everything at the hospital and at the airport. They actually tried hitting him with everything. And after a certain point, there's so much in you, you ain't coming back. Especially after you're seasoned up for good and you really won't stop. And she just begging. I remember Allie was just begging people to help. And it's sad because what do you do whenever someone's right beside you, love of your life, literally dying? And it's out of everyone's control. Like, nobody can control it, and you basically got to watch all the bad happen. I feel for it, but at the same time, it's like she was pretty much the reason he had all the pills. She was the dealer that he met. And that type of thing don't stop, especially when you're up there in rich little Hollywood. You still keep doing what you're doing. I guarantee you she's still to this day probably plugged in with somebody and moving that stuff just to make money. I ain't seen anything good from her ever since he died. Literally been trashing on someone's name, even his or hers or whoever the hell. And then she gets that new boyfriend and literally just like plasters him all over social media, and he's just doing scammy giveaways. It's like, damn, it's really a good way to honor your ex. Like, just get with somebody you don't barely even know, doesn't even look like a good fit. I don't know. You can't tell. You can't judge for the internet who's a good fit, but damn. Go and look at Ali Lottie's white boyfriend. I'm not really judging race-wise. I'm just saying, like, man, he just wasn't it. Rather fucking ring me up, and I probably would have said no just out of respect for the man himself. God's sakes. All I know is they were literally using his name to make money afterwards, and that's kind of pissing me off. The fact that somebody would literally involve Juice WRLD in literally a scammy little PS2 or 4 giveaway they were doing. PS4 or 5, I don't remember. They actually had this PS5 stacked in front of a car, and Allie and this kid walked out, and they were trying to promote a giveaway. It was literally a giveaway because somebody paid them to do it. It's like, you're so... I don't know, man. I don't, like, vibe with her, really. But at the same time, I do miss... I know, oh my god, so many... It's actually more than there are released at this point, and there's so many good songs. Yeah, I feel bad for listening to them. They weren't supposed to be listened to. None of them. But he ain't coming back. And they ain't putting him out. It hurts. It fucking hurts. I'm serious. I really can't, I really won't ever get over his death. Even as like an adult, even as I'm old, I'm still going to be jamming his music. And that's crazy, but it really touched me in a way where I currently can't get over it. It helped me through many terrible times in my life. It really, really is therapy in music for me. Music's literally been turning to therapy for me as recently. I can't seem to actually not get lost in it. Every day, even if I'm replaying the same repetitive songs, sometimes I do. It just depends. Like, literally lately I've been addicted to this one song. It's not even Juice, it's just like so random. It's so random what I get addicted to, and I literally hear a good melody and then a good verse from somebody, and it makes me addicted to a song, and that's what's happened recently. It's with a song that I actually hated when I first heard it. I'm like, this is not good. I actually turned it off, and now I'm addicted to the song. I don't know if it's the devil doing that. I know it's not God. That literally has me replaying devilish music. And I know that that's the problem with music, is that literally it's like, it's not God. If you have to think about it, he actually gave the gift to Lucifer of music, which scares the death out of me, because what the hell does that entail? If literally Satan is the god of all music, from man himself, tuned to perfection, that's what God said about him. You were tuned to perfection, meaning he could sing anyone's ears off and control music. And then literally when he gets sent down, he's still doing it. It's like rock music to this day is literally very admitted on them honoring him. It's open as day. You look in any of the most popular metal songs and it has references to basically him and all these bigger artists and everything that are doing like just ritualistic sacrifices and everything. We got people on stage performing sacrifices nowadays that are disguised as music performances, seances, and literally like rituals. I mean, disguised, and I mean like, oh, what was the one I was just looking at? It was wicked. It just happened. I forget who it was. It was Taylor Swift. It was Taylor Swift, one of her concerts. She was literally in, everybody was in hoods surrounding a fire, just circling that thing. And it had nothing to do, I heard people say that they were upset that that's what they came for. Like she actually like, oh wait, no, that was actually the guy who sang gospel. Who was that? Somebody actually just went and instead of singing their regular music, they actually sang all church music, gospel, and people actually were upset about it. I can't believe it. They didn't know what was happening. Some people said it was his best performance ever. I believe it. If you're literally singing God's music, you're giving it your all. And they were just waiting for something they could recognize, which is terrible because, you know, they should have recognized the song. It was God's song, literally. Yeah, it's just interesting. I don't know. It's really headed in a good direction of the people that know and preach the Lord and everything like that. It's just not going to be who you think nowadays. I ain't a pastor. I hear no pastor preaching to too many people at this point. I just know that I lost a little bit of faith really whenever I saw negative things happening with those type of people, and it really made me still believe in God so heavily that, you know, you see like terrible things happening in this world and you're just like, wow, this world is so perfectly and well designed. How is it possible that this is all nothing? Like, what? How is it possible that this is all nothing? It's just not possible. There's got to be something else that we just ain't seeing. And that's what everything is so confusing in our life is about, is literally the fact that like we go till death seeing everything weird in this world, and I just can't wait to see what happens when we get to death. Like, I really can't for some reason. I'll live my whole life happily and so slowly, but I'm serious, you guys. It's gonna be something wicked. Gotta be. Like, imagine, I like to really think about this, like when we actually go, I like to think that each person has a place. And don't really have to be a space, because it's just like unlimited dimensions and stuff. I would like to think that we are in a place somehow half and half in this world. And that's why we see certain things like little possession videos and everything, or somebody who's actually being lifted off the ground. Remember that? I don't know if you guys ever saw that one where it was a military lady. She was in a cafe somewhere, and this man walked in, and he actually looked, sounded like, and acted like he was possessed. I mean, literally, like, to the point where he was screaming, and she had to start praying. Well, I mean, like, he was basically, like, super violent, and just basically in her face. She immediately started calling God, and it brought him to his knees, literally in the place. And then all of a sudden, she continues praying in Spanish. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this video. It's the most viral possession video I've ever seen. And it's in a small little cafe, and she starts holding her hand over him, right? And as she's praying, his whole body lifts up off the ground, is unnatural, like this. His whole back literally lifts up, like ass backwards from how it's supposed to, and he starts screaming every time she basically calls God. And then all of a sudden, she literally ends up with her hand on his head. He's calming down. He's calming down. He's literally just breathing like an animal up until that point. Anyone see that? Oh, you were talking to me, Elizabeth. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like a. It's really like the. It's not the first thing on my mind, but it's definitely not the last thing either. It's like right in somewhere 3/4 of the way. I really. I don't really like having like somebody online, strictly online. I'd rather like know them in person. You know what I mean? I didn't know who you were talking to be honest. I really didn't know if you were talking to me or somebody else. Seriously, but I really hope that you find somebody close to you that you literally can vibe with, because that's all I'm looking for too. It's just my area is literally desolate and dead. There's nobody here. They all drive through. It sucks. I ain't saying I don't want nobody to bullshit with, in the comments and stuff. Definitely stay in talk, It's, you never know, but I think I just met you tonight, honestly. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really appreciate you though, honestly. And everybody else, because we are literally watching the sun come up right now, and it's been a while. We're going on 7 hours. I honestly didn't even know my Wi-Fi would let me go this far, to be honest. I really thought it's possible, Emperor. It's really possible. I mean, I don't think either of us can be really sure of what happens because we haven't been there yet, but, I'd like to think it's a ladder. It could be anything. It may not. It may be black. It'd be a worst trick ever, though, because for this perfectly well-designed world, my friend, all black ain't really how the game ends, in my eyes. It's too perfectly designed to engineer death at the end and birth at the beginning, over and over again. And for as many souls that have existed on this world, if it really is straight to black, that's a pretty dark universe somewhere else. I do think that it's possible, though. I will never judge anything completely based on what I think. It's like, I won't do that. I don't like that. I'm not right and you're not right. It's like no one's really right because we haven't really, died yet. It's like, I really think it's crazy when somebody is so sure of the afterlife. You know what I mean? It's like, hold your horses there, like it could be really anything. But I like to think that the unlimited universe theory plays with the planets and everything. There's just too much of everything and too much space, time, and then you look at all the science involved with time and space, and the math has specific numbers aligned to it, especially in space. Pi, for instance, but not just pi. The fact that it has an unorganizable but organized number. The speed of light. What gave light its speed? We have speed limit signs. That's what gave us our speed. What gave the speed of light its speed? It's perfectly engineered at a number. And then you go and look at the fabrics of our universe even further, to the point where you look at the very minute things that we think about while we're discovering them or seeing them, like black holes. A black hole, there's definitely some math involved there. Nobody can understand that type of power. Likely vacuum, maybe, instead of math. I don't know. It's definitely a vacuum with math involved, because the numbers usually are there. You just got to be able to see them. It's like a computer. We are all looking at number. The screen, everything is just engineered to be like repetitive numbers somehow put together by these engineers. And we have an internet. I mean, it's like, I would have never been able to gather those numbers together. Not on my best day. But somebody could actually organize pages and pages and pages of code and launch it. And then that's not even the most complicated thing that's even happened in our lifetimes. And then I look at like all these other things that have no answer. Like where the speed of light actually came from. Who gave the number? Let's ask chat and see if it literally has an answer. I want to see if there's a credit to what to a person that maybe came up with it. Who came up with the number that was given to the speed of light? Did anybody on Earth, any human being, come up with the speed of light, or was it transcribed by us humans and just here already as we were here to discover? It's perfectly worded, kind of. We'll see what it says. It is in a vacuum. That's exactly how I corrected myself. I was like, the speed of light. And I was just like, if I go back, I'd word it properly. But yeah, I said something about it being a vacuum because I was like, yeah, it's got to be moving opposite of what you really think. Specifically, in a vacuum is a fundamental constant of nature, not a human invention. Okay? It's a fundamental constant of nature. So if nature has a limit on speed, and there's definitely math involved with the gravity and everything else, there's definitely math involved, then who aligned those numbers to make sense? And how did it happen so perfectly? To the point where our world is so beautiful, it takes my breath away sometimes, especially in different states of mind where I actually am vulnerable to the beauty of it, like in mushrooms and everything. That's really the one thing, like, my goodness, you really are one with the world, one in one when you're on mushrooms. You can physically feel the leaves almost dancing with you. It's like beautiful. When the wind blows and you're on mushrooms, you're literally standing outside, you feel the livelihood of the entire woods. I actually remember one time I was tripping, and it was like craziest thought ever. I honestly wanted to go and be in the woods in the dark. That's the scariest thought I ever had while I was on them. I really ran into the woods and just came back like 4 hours later, covered in like ticks and stuff like that. And but I was literally having the time of my life roaming these woods. It was hard to get out though. Yeah. But it's literally like you actually plant yourself in with the trees almost. Like when you're on mushrooms and you really appreciate the world, the universe. It actually gives you a valid understanding of it as well, I think. I really do believe that it allows you to see the rights and the wrongs without questioning. I feel like life sucks a lot of times you're listening to that. Yeah, I feel you. At the same time, I don't want my animal. That's a good way to stay, though. That's a really good reason to stay as well. And I want to tell you, you're not the only one that really has those days, for real. It's like, and honestly, if you start fantasizing about it and everything, it will keep on your mind. So try to forget about it every now and then, because if you start repeating it and everything, I've noticed that shit gets really intrusive thought-wise when you don't want it to be there. So say you actually want them thoughts to go away, they will repeat. And that's my problem. Repetitive, intrusive thoughts sometimes where I don't even think the thought, and it actually is just the word that I hear, and it actually makes me, hear that, I won't even say it, but yeah, it's just like, hear the sentence and kill yourself, whatever, it's like, it'll literally repeat in my brain. I feel the same way, but it's like, I don't know how to stop it, and it doesn't happen quite often. It's literally repetitive when my eyes see the term for some reason, and I actually am trying to just move on from it. Like, I don't think the thought in general, that's the problem. I'm not suicidal. Like, even if I was, it would just be like a drug-induced suicidal thought. Like, it would literally be, because my normal self, I would never in my life, I'm literally waiting for my body to drop. Like, I want it to go naturally. I do not want to take myself from this world for any reason, especially a drug overdose or anything that has to do with suicide. I don't like that at all. And I really, really pray that seriously, I really just want it to slow up a little bit for you, because literally your animals need you, especially if you're the only one there. I thought about it too, it's like, especially in my worst states of mind, it's just impossible not to have run across your brain. It's literally, if you're living, death is coming. And when. And the dirtier and the more angry you get and everything, the worse the thoughts get. And like I said, the repetitive, it does make you beg for it to stop. It will not stop. I remember this one day, literally 2 weeks ago. I'm not gonna say the lyric, it's 2 or 3 words, but I kept hearing this lyric about somebody. I can't explain it without saying exactly what it is. It's very simple and it's not a big deal. This person was saying they're gonna sell their soul in a song. Literally, the lyrics are, "Fuck it, I might as well just sell my soul." Is literally what the lyrics of this song are, and I'm just like, every time I hear it, at first I would actually just completely disregard it. I would switch the words around if I wouldn't say it. Now, I just skip the whole sentence or the song in general because I can't seem to get over that line. This man is literally with like Lil Wayne in a song, and he feels the obligation to say, "Oh, I need to sell my soul basically to gain this success on this earth." Well, if it's really that bad that everybody needs to actually sell their eternal light for cash, that's the worst. And just imagine when you drop and he literally calls you back because you sold that shit to him. It's like you never knew you could sell a physical part of your body, did you? Until someone shows you that you can as you're dying, and that's the one thing you gave away. Like, no, you coming with me, bro. Like, you forget what you did. Like, and that's what I've seen a lot of movies depict. Somebody that they're just waiting for their soul to be collected, and they acknowledge it. And then you go and look at all these celebrities that are dying randomly, and their last words are, "You got me," or in most cases, something like that. I've really just looked at that today, and I remember 2 of them were just like that. "You got me." The one said, "You got me." The one said, "Let him get me." Isn't that crazy how they literally all saying like they let him get me? Like they all have really similar responses to like their last words. Just something to think about. Why these celebrities would literally have the same sentence in their mind unless somebody was actually physically attacking them on their deathbed. And who actually really knows how would somebody know that? That's also my question. Who knows that they said at the last thing? Were you there? Were the cameras there? No. It was really them in their private life, and they go, I keep seeing that. I'm like, what is that? It literally reminds me in his hair. Looks like something. Goodness, it's actually cold out. It's literally in the 40s here, and I actually have been live with you guys this whole time to the point where I haven't even went to the bathroom or turned this heater on, which I actually wanted to do. If I turn this heater on and close this, it'll literally be hot within probably 10 minutes. This thing is baller. I love this little heater. These little space heaters, and if you have a small enough room guarded off, it is so good for heating a house, like in dire need. I mean, I was so beat last night. I literally worked all day until like the evening of like 9 o'clock, and then I missed to go get propane and heat my house last night. Yep. My goodness, everybody. I appreciate all of you, for real. I'm just getting something real quick. I haven't smoked in literally 7 hours, which is actually like a whole 6 hours past when I would have normally smoked this little bit of tobacco. Just give me one quick minute. We literally went through so many absolutely mind-blowing topics tonight. It's physically amazing. I want to thank every person that's here that literally saw the stream start, if that's even possible. There might be 1 or 2. People literally come so randomly through the night. I love it. Really appreciate everybody. Every single lighter I have is out. That is ridiculous. I mean, that is actually horrific. How does that even happen? This one was working perfectly. I'm so sorry, you guys. I haven't even spent literally 1 minute away from this table all night long, and I appreciate you guys for giving me just a minute to get comfortable. I appreciate that so much. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I probably told him like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, that I was gonna get off, and I just stayed on and straight vibe with you guys. I mean, like, I really love it. I don't think it could get any better. My day, my Saturday and my Friday night could have not got any better. I just gotta find this real poster. I'm gonna run out and do it. Oh, here it is. I know it is. Never mind. I got it. Yes! Thank God. I remembered. I have this gun lighter. And an alien lighter. Somebody gave me a gun and an alien lighter. This thing is sketchy as hell to have in your hand or your pockets in the stores. It's a lighter. It's a pistol. I literally pulled this out of my pocket on vacation and it actually looked pretty sketchy. I mean, think about this. Think about like pulling this out of your pocket and it's just a lighter. That is so cool. I'm really going to start learning how to fill these things up. Butane is a pain. I always thought you had to like hold it and really spray it for a long time, but it's really just a quick thing and it's full. So I'm going to really try to start reusing butane, yo. I'm tired of paying for these lighters. They're junk, plastic. Like, I'm going to start using only refillable and just try to just... That's my one thing in this world, you guys, is literally cutting down on plastic. I mean, like, we are terrible with plastic. The landfills are literally going to override us at one point just because of all the plastic. I met this guy online and we've known each other since January of 2024 and I'm going to go spend... That's awesome. Be careful though, for real. But at the same time, you know what I mean? If you guys literally have been sitting there, you know, FaceTiming and talking and everything, and there ain't no, you know, sketchy vibes or anything, you just gotta worry when they will not send a picture or a video. I mean, that's like, what is it? What is that show? Damn it. Where they had, I think the guy's name was Nye? It was literally the show Catfish, yeah. Where they literally were just like looking for people, and every single time that somebody acted like they didn't have to tell who they were or wouldn't go live, every single time something happens where they just won't go live, you know, or they won't send you a picture, or they just won't call you a real voice, or something like that, you know, they'll literally be pulling pictures off the internet to send to you in like last minute ditch resorts to like keep you going. That's the scariest thing about online thing. But if everything lines up, you know, be safe, for real. That's my goal too, is to like somehow find somebody around here, but it's really just hard. There's few and far between, really young and like really old. Like very, very hard to find somebody that literally looks like they're my age. I don't know what the problem is though. Like I seriously think that I'm pretty sure I'm almost considering like some girls that are like younger to almost look too young, and they might not be. I'm basically like, I don't want to go and like ask for some girl's number and literally be so damn fooled by how young or old she is or isn't. You know what I mean? It's terribly hard to understand what I'm talking about, but like nowadays, girls do not look the age that they are. That's the biggest problem that I'm seeing with society, is that parents are literally letting their kids that are young dress like they're old, which confuses somebody like me who's actually trying to actually find somebody his age. So I basically just went on vacation at Florida, right? The whole time at this water park that I was at, I could barely find somebody my age to talk to or even try. And literally every girl I'm sitting there contemplating, the hell, she's literally 17 or 16. It sucks feeling that way, but it's better to be safe than like literally walk up to a 15 or a 16-year-old and have her, you know, react some negative way just because literally you didn't know. It's the worst problem ever.
And yeah, the whole time I was at this damn resort, I literally realized that there was like barely anybody my age. So then I started like just fucking anytime we were at the beach or whatever, just trying, you know? It's just hard. It's hard, man. When the entire place that you're staying at you thought was like, you know, gonna possibly be a little mixed, just ended up being like mainly kids. Younger, way younger than me, like way too little. Like, fuck. Just trying to find somebody my fucking age, and I can't. Especially in this town, it is so small that there's like no chance of it ever happening, and I have to move away from here just to physically go and find lively people. They're not here. There's the worst of the worst here. There's the nicest of the nice here, and there's a little bit of few and far bit in between. But we ain't got nothing good. I say really there are some people that are decent, you know, it's like there's definitely people that, you know, are trying to stay normal life and be decent to people, but at the same time there's really just so many bad people in my area right now. Almost can't walk the streets without crossing them, and you better just ignore them. I got my earphones on 24/7 nowadays. If anybody wanted to stop me, they practically have to stand in front of me. That's the whole problem. That's why these people were standing in front of me. I wouldn't listen to them. Even if somebody wanted to talk to me, I just would not stop. There's no right for me to actually be stopped by somebody I don't even know for any reason. You know, even if they think they deserve to talk to me for whatever reason, I would just keep on walking right on by. It ended up causing some absolute, what's the word, animosity, for sure. When you won't give somebody the time of day, even for any reason, I don't have to, but that's the worst thing. It's like stepping in front of me till I say whatever you got to say to me. It's not cool. I don't like it when somebody gets in my path while I'm walking right in front of me. It just stands there. It makes me walk around them. That's what this kid did. I'm like, yeah, I see you. I just don't want to. There's just a lot of people in this town that you do not want to even converse with for any reason. You know what they're up to. You know they're up to no good, and you stay away, and that's what I do. And it's not always obtainable. It's really like one of those times it was really going to pop off if I didn't de-escalate it. I was about to lose my temper. Somebody's in front of me acting ridiculous about some crazy stuff, like crazy random stuff. Yeah, it's the first time I think I've actually had somebody bother me since high school like that. I haven't fought a single soul physically since high school. I literally had to in high school because everybody, like, anybody that did bother me, it was just a bully of some sort. Somebody that just wanted to absolutely bully me. One kid literally bullied me all the time, and he was way smaller than me too. This is hilarious, right? Kid was just such a dick to me, right? Every day in school, he just always had the worst thing to say to me. And then one day, I remember he slammed the locker door on my fingers and it shut. I had to pull my fingers out of a closed locker. And I remember I told him that I was going to find him because we live in the same town. And he couldn't hide from me forever. And lo and behold, I had somebody call me up as my neighbor, or his neighbor, my friend. He said, look who's outside right now. So guess what I did? I ran the whole way across town and I demolished this kid while he was outside. Demolished him. The last thing I remember is that he was literally sitting on a bicycle, leaning up against a fence, and I ran up to him and I beat him so hard into the fence that he couldn't ride the bicycle away, and he literally fell off the bicycle like mid-stride down the road. Can you imagine that? Yeah. All because literally it was just a problem that I could not get rid of. Literally right next to me in my locker, constantly running his mouth to me, acting like I was never gonna hurt him. And this is the problem. When I was younger and I realized it solved my problems, what else do you do? I had some kid literally, I remember one time I almost got expelled from school literally because somebody actually said that I was a part of some, we had this retarded thing happened at our school where basically people just thought it was smart to continuously write bomb threats, right? Bomb threats. Literally just, I'm gonna blow the school up, yeah. And like, it was for sure not me, 100%, I guarantee you that. Well, this kid, it was happening so often, we really didn't know who it was. And it was just somebody who was really troubled and wanted attention. I'm serious. Like, really, they really just wanted fucking attention. Had to have. Because this is how they got it. Every time, it shut the whole school down. It was terrible. And it wasn't even fun. You literally had to just walk outside, and it was just nothing. Like, you didn't go home, nothing. It was just waste your time. Over and over again. Well, this kid, one, he would have never found out either way. I don't think who it was. Nobody could. It was the problem. Everybody tried. And everybody fucking, would ask around and try to see what was actually going on, and nobody really came out and said who it was, obviously. And literally, this kid, I remember he went down to the office with a big list of names, and I was on this list apparently. They called me down, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. Who wrote that list? And they literally told me the kid's name. So I walked right up to him and like, the first thing I said to him was like, dog, I could say that you did it, dude. Like, you could say anyone did it. But going down there with a list of 20 people just to get somebody in trouble, I'm not guessing. I'm not going to go down and say that any of you did it, because I don't know if any of you did it. And he didn't know if I did it, but he wrote my name down. I didn't do it. That's the thing. I said, one of the fucking things I would never do in my life is literally play with somebody's, like, play with that shit. It ain't no fun. And it really ain't my type of anything, really. I would never. Not even if I crave the worst kind of attention, I would never. And that's really what set me on that day. I really remember, the kid actually grabbed me first thing he did was grab me by the throat as I asked him if he sent my name down to the office. He literally grabbed me by the throat, and as soon as he grabbed me by the throat, I broke his nose. Straight gallon out of his nose immediately. He went back crying like a bitch. I mean, seriously, it was amazing. And this is why I learned literally to hurt people to help get me out of trouble. Either get me out of trouble or to literally show them that I'm like not somebody to bother. And I don't know. That pretty much ended pretty quickly though. You can't turn an adult and just continue fighting people, or you just continue going to jail. And I only really wanted to do it because people were literally bothering me. School is a treacherous place. Honestly, I wish I could have been a different person. I wish I could be the person I am now. I would have had no problems. People still would have bothered me. If I was all about peace in school, it almost attracts hate. Peace almost attracts negativity as much as it does its own self. You can get peace out of this world, but you're always going to have some haters literally walking and trying to take it away. People just ain't happy in some points until they really are demeaning and degrading and really hurting in the wrong ways. And that's really all it starts at high school, I would say. I ain't moving if you don't want it. I ain't moving if you don't want to get ran over the movie. Exactly. I know. It's really terrible. People really just don't think about that type of shit. They really don't. And until it's basically too late, I would say anything that somehow resorts to violence nowadays seems like it just sneaks up on just about everybody, and then they're right there in the moment dealing with it all differently. Back then you could really tell when things is gonna pop off, and you hear screaming and everything. And nowadays it's like you see things happening in traffic is damn near like straight felony. I mean, I've seen a lot of things, and I've done things in traffic too that I ain't proud of. It's either for whatever reason, road rage or whatever. It's like hard to really always control yourself. So that's why I really try to wake up and be better every day. Because it's like you never know when you go out and meet somebody and they're really going to change your life. And that's real. And even this last guy that I got in an accident with, this guy, I could not get away from him. The only way I would have been able to get away from him was a 360 on the road and go the complete opposite direction. He was not allowing it. I pulled up on somebody that was literally stopped fully at a stop sign for way longer than I had been there. So what would you assume? They want to be at the stop sign, right? All right. So fair enough. You try to go through, right? and he goes and gives you the finger. Literally. Goes and gives you the finger. As you try to pull around him, as he's parked, not moving, he gives you the finger. You're the problem. And then all of a sudden, now he's brake checking me, lowering my speed into the 40s and the 30s, and I'm faced with an opportunity to either turn 360 around and go the opposite direction, which I would have done if I'd have known how this was going to end, but I didn't, and my attitude and my damn balls got me in this thing. Well, I wasn't backing out of it for this guy. No way, no how. He literally, I went around him. I passed him. And it was a good pass. Fair, fast, immediate. And let me tell you, he reacted the only way he could. He's turned left, swerved into me, and wrecked me off the road. All he had to do was just stay where he was at. On the road, I would have went browned him. He didn't want to let me go by him. It was a personal thing. He'd never met me before in his life. Why in the hell he couldn't just let me go in front of him? I was the one coming up the road. He was sitting there parked. Now, if I'm sitting there parked and someone comes up from behind me, I'm not jerking it out in front of them. I'm letting them go. It don't matter who goes first. This kid was so petty that he actually ruined a lot. Because let me tell you, I can't even get good insurance right now. I have good insurance, but they won't give me any more. Prices are all $100 more right now. I tried. All because of like that. And I really thought I had like good insurance building. I've been practicing like not getting any speeding tickets or anything, and then this kid just ruins everything for me. And now my damn insurance is almost $200 a month if I try to get new insurance. Little things like that. It should have never happened. I wasn't even mad. I never wanted to run into him that day. You just gotta watch. You never know literally who's gonna run into you, and they're gonna change your life for the worse. And they're gonna make sure of it. I could not. The only way I would have ever gotten away from him is just to know how tragic and toxic he was and literally turn around. Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna feel like that's their only option? Oh, I'm just gonna 360 from this person so that they don't ruin my life. But that's really how you gotta think nowadays, apparently. I gotta really turn around. This bastard's about to do this. So always be careful in the car. Do not care if I live it out. People are looking to intimidate me. Who's trying to intimidate you, my friend? My friend, I'm in my 40s and I'm still affected by the things that happened to me when I was a teenager. What I learned was that people are not friendly. People do not respect me. Yeah, I know, bro. I completely agree. And it's not everybody, dude. Trust me. It's not. I got mad respect for you, my man. And honestly, I really would just keep it to the day that I died. You know, there's people out there like it. There's not everybody going to be out to get you, I promise. But at the same time, I'm finding these bastards out here, and they are out to get us. I mean, like, these people like I just met and like we're talking about, they are completely unreasonable. There was no way for me to reason with this man. I didn't do anything to him. I literally was on the road that he was on. He was parked. He was having a bad day. Whatever he was doing, he was supposed to be air, not moving. And I come up on him, and all I want to do is just proceed on my path. And then he jerks it out in front of me all violently and just gives me the finger, and just, it really just started the worst thing I've dealt with probably in like 5 years. Get this shit. He called the cops on me too because I didn't know how to deal with it. That was my first road rage ever. I never or hit and run or whatever from any standpoint. And really, I felt like if I had stopped, one of us would be at our window. And then I'm just sitting there waiting for this guy to break my window out until the cops get there. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to keep driving slowly. And it sure looked like to me that he was going to leave me alone. He backed off. He stopped following me. And I thought he was just going to accept the damage that he caused and move on. But no. This man was so dumb. He was going to cause this, lie, and call the cops and say that it was my fault. Well, get this. I'm the one that actually fucking went around this kid. I went around him. I wasn't supposed to, but what do you do when you got someone in front of you who will not allow you to go? You go around them or you turn around. One or the other. And I learned If you meet the wrong person and you try to go around them, they are running you off the road. His truck ran me off the road instantly. It was intense. Scared the hell out of me, honestly. And literally, I thought, after we were done with that, all right, dude, you learned your lesson, good. Because he just seemed like he backed off and left me be. Next thing I know, he's got the cops coming. He's like, yeah. The cop goes, he said you hit and ran him. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to start this story at like ground zero for you so you can get the whole picture. I told him the whole story. He looks at me and says, yeah, he didn't say any of that. Like, I didn't think he did. Now, why do I got to be the one to always tell the truth? He's the one that called the cops, the dumb son of a bitch. He didn't need to lie. But he actually couldn't tell the truth because of how he reacted to me. He started it. If you're sitting stationary at a stop sign, there's no right for you to ever move in front of someone. I don't think that's ever right, you know. And I really hope that he doesn't do that to somebody again, because literally, I don't care what kind of day you're having, you know, going out and literally running somebody off the road just because of, I'm honestly like doing better to not road rage anybody lately. I haven't really road raged a single person ever in this moment since then. Completely been out of my mind. And you know what, I think that the reason I was even in a road rage incident in the first place was just because I couldn't really decide what to do in the moment, in that split second. I couldn't figure out that he was going to do that to me quick enough. I would have 360'd and just went the opposite way. He wouldn't have followed me. I was just trying to go out to a highway that he was on the road first. He ripped it out and just made sure of it. Yeah, when you meet somebody like that, you never know what they're going to do. And literally, they will do the unpredictable. They will almost try to kill you. They will hurt you. They will fight you. Don't ever think that a flipped sex role or a flipped like guy or girl, they'll still fight you. Always be prepared for somebody to knock you in the face, even if it's a complete opposite sex. I would say, and just be prepared for like the worst nowadays, because there's so many people in their worst and they're gonna do that thing first. Sadly, I've realized that about certain people. Even this one person, I won't even speak his name, but yeah, he basically just chose to do all wrong, all wrong, all wrong, and he would laugh at your face if you pointed it out. He's the type of person to go around claiming to be a man of God and literally he's a demon. I mean, like, wholeheartedly believe there ain't nothing good about the man. And if there is, it ain't there now. Some people end up losing that characteristic about them somehow. They throw it away, they piss it away, whatever. They don't care to keep it. They don't want to be good. At all. And if you don't want to be a good person, that's fine. But you're going to be literally the worst person if you don't want to be good. I mean, it's just like, you can be somewhere in the middle, for real. I'm not saying there are any levels to this, but the person that I'm speaking of, man, absolute demon. I know, dude. And honestly, I'm really antisocial in the wrong ways. Like, I can't seem to actually make it right whenever I'm trying to with somebody. Say it's like the words just won't come out the right way sometimes. It's like they come out the right way here better than they do with somebody that I've never met. If it's somebody completely brand new, I've never met. For instance, right now, this guy that I'm working for, I have to negotiate these prices with him. And I've been trying to get him to just negotiate a price with me legitimately for this work that I'm doing. It's hard work, worth money. And I can't seem to get him to talk about it. And that's fine. I figured out maybe he just wants to let me do all of it. All 3 houses, pay me all at once. I know that's what he said, but he didn't say it like that. He kind of just said he was going to pay me each time, which led me to believe every house. All right. One's his dad, one's his house, and one's somebody else. I'm thinking, all right, you're all are going to pay me then, whatever. But really, now we're at a point where I'm pretty sure he's so damn busy, this guy that I work for, he don't want to hear from me until I'm blowing him up about how they're all done. And that's the only thing he wants to hear. And then he really probably doesn't want to negotiate. He's going to have to. You got it. You can't just go about your life never negotiating a price on anything, especially as a business owner. I don't even know what the hell is up with that. Why am I, the normal person here, I don't even run a business, and I'm really willing to be like, hey, what price are we at right now? I'm the one that's doing the work, but I'm just asking you, what is the price you want to pay? I will accept that. I need this to work. It's good money. I don't know how else to say it. It's a good opportunity. It's a better opportunity, and I don't need the most money for it. I just want it to be fair. I don't want to just be up there weed eating for like 8 hours a day and just not get what I'm supposed to get. It's hard. Then you got to go on Google and be like, what do they pay for weed eating? What is the regular rate for weed eating? It's like, what? What am I even searching right now? And why is nothing coming up about this? Good night, Elizabeth. Oh, I don't even see. You didn't say you're going anywhere. From what I see, at least. It shouldn't have been so nice. I know. You know, I'll be honest with you, though, man. You really should always be nice. Because, like, not always. I mean, there's definitely times where there's time to be not nice. You know, it's just so hit or miss. When I know when to dish it out, it seems. You know, it's almost like you get that feeling. When to dish it out or when to hold it in. There's just certain times where it's like it'll really get you in trouble bad if you pop off in public and say somebody else is on that same type of energy as you, and then you all swing in. And say it gets really bloody and bad, like you're going to jail. When you say don't get bloody and bad, you're still going to jail. It's like there's no good way to go about losing and popping off. I'd say if you do, just make it worth it, right? If you go and fight somebody, just sure as shit make it worth it, because that's the only way nowadays to make it smile on your face when there ain't no one else smiling. At least remembering that it was at least worth it. That's what I say. At least when I always beat somebody up, it was so worth it. I still have that memory to this day, and they honestly don't bother me for the rest of my life. Well into adulthood. I actually knew this one kid that I literally hurt really bad. I was just friends with him up until a certain point here recently, and I think it kind of just fizzled out. I know he remembers, but I know he even talked about it too. We actually had to speak about it. It's crazy. I literally fought this kid, and then later on in my life, talk to him and be like, hey, you remember that? I'm glad we could, grow up and at least get over this shit, but man, that was wild. We had that talk. It was funny because you just don't expect somebody to, like, you don't expect to run into somebody that you thrashed like that and actually be friends with them. Because this other kid that I hit, he was like 8 times the size of me, weight and height, and we'll say weight again because that was like 2 weights. He was fat, and big. He had everything over me, and he was choking me out. The first thing I said to him, he literally grabbed me by his damn neck. You can see how mad I was, but at the same time, as soon as he grabbed me, that was when I reacted. It's like, when you take my breath away, I'm gonna swing. Like, that's the one thing, He touched me first, too. Yeah, he touched me first, too. It only took one good swing on this kid's nose, and it was so fragile. I mean, yeah, a good swing will really get you somewhere nowadays. You could almost knock somebody out, and they won't even see it coming because they're so cocky nowadays. You get them right where you want them. I ain't fought nobody in like over 15 years probably, but man, it's like always in you, It's like a bicycle you never rode before, but you somehow feel like you've been on it. That's what I feel like. I feel like a caged animal, basically, that's all about peace, but I wasn't at one point. And honestly, I had a whole point in my life where I was seriously about peace. Right now, that's not me. I really am testy. Like, don't test me, like, try not to. That's why I tell anybody that's literally in front of me that's, like, really pissing me off, I'll just go away, I'll walk away, and they just continue, and you're testing me, You don't want to test me. At the same time, gotta just know that there's always somebody out there who's literally willing to hand over an ass beating on any given day. Could be me or somebody else that's beating my ass. Seriously, always ready for any outcome. Never get too cocky thinking that you're always gonna win. That's my worst fear, is literally being so cocky. I literally can't see a loss coming. Hey, I think we're getting nice weather back here in these coming days. I really can't wait. You guys. It's been in the 40s here. the last 3 nights. And then it's going to jump up in the 60s and be in the 70s and the 80s. We got rain pretty much this entire next week. I'm going to be live like crazy, you guys. There ain't nothing else I'm going to be able to do. 88% Tuesday. It's 100% today at some point. Looks like it's going to start at... Oh, wow. 1 to 4 p.m. So basically, if I get up there anytime after 8 or 9 and just go to town, I'm pretty much going to finish this third house and be able to come home. Or at least get most of it done. That'd be a good idea. Man, I gotta pee. I will be right back, you guys. My goodness. Oh, it's gonna be a nice day. Oh, I forgot to show something. I appreciate all of you chilling with me so long, yo. I can't tell you how much I mean that. Really glad that a lot of people can at least sit here and hang out with me through the night and enjoy it. Makes me feel good. Elizabeth, I really hope your day gets better for real. / week. Same with you, Emperor. I really hope everybody's days get better. Yeah, I really hope that your days get easier for real, because that's literally the worst, in my opinion. That's the worst feeling in the whole world, is basically feeling like literally it is not going to end mentally. You know, I literally fear the mental game, and I've seen how intense that it can actually ramp up on me, and it scares me. Do I have Discord? No. And what's my biggest fear? My biggest fear is literally, I swear to you guys, I used to say that I wasn't afraid of a lot of things, but that's such a lie. Every human being has so many irrational fears. My fear nowadays is quite literally being my own demise. Being my own demise in this world. Either by accident or on purpose or whatever the case may be. I'm literally in fear of the fact that I cannot seem to stay mentally stable over long periods of time. I would say 5 to 10 years. And it has been because I'm not medicated on my meds the way that I should be. I had a doctor take me off of them. It didn't know me, and he wasn't my doctor. I just got him. I came down from pediatrics. My real doctor, literally, I lost my real doctor because of my age. I went to adult. I went downstairs to the adult doctor, and I definitely lost the vibe battle immediately. I lost the vibe battle immediately. There was a battle for the vibrations, and he won. He told me he was kicking me off of my meds because I was consuming weed before it was legal in this state. And I had to tell this man as a doctor, I'm sorry, sir, but what you're giving me is worse, and I would rather have weed. I hate to ever say that because I didn't know how detrimental ADHD was to my mentality on a daily basis, you guys. I just didn't know it. I didn't even know what a real diagnosis was of it, okay? My friend gave me one, and it helped me. So I went to the doctor and they gave it to me. Let alone, here I figure out later on in life without everything, without my one, it's literally one med. It's literally one ADHD med, it's Vyvanse. It's what Juice World literally was prescribed to, and he talks about in the songs. It's what works for me the most. It actually makes me feel normal, you guys. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm like happy on it. I sleep on it. It affects me opposite as other people, which means it's working properly. If a drug affects you the way that nobody else is affected by it, it might be for you. It just depends on what it is. You know, I'm not talking like opiates or Xanax or anything. I'm talking like maybe something like a antidepressant. I'm very weary on those though, considering how they make people feel. I don't like suicidal thoughts, and I don't think anybody should ever have to go through that. And certain drugs literally leave you in a suicidal state, and that's my main fear with ever seeing a psychiatrist. I have a lot of big fears, to be honest, but a lot of them are literally either just like being on the wrong medications that a doctor is trying to force me to take, because here's what doctors do. I've been going to the last 2 doctors telling them I need to be on my old meds, and they try to give me something different. This one doctor gave me Seroquel. I told her I can't sleep. I need to be put on my meds. It helps me sleep. She says, it won't help you sleep. I said, I've taken it for 6 years. How are you going to tell me what I don't do? It bothers me when doctors literally think they're right, all because they went and became a doctor. Every doctor practices different. And a lot of them read Google and then go and conspire with their people about it to see if it's a logical thing that they should practice. Now, if that ain't wrong, I don't know what's right. Okay, you can go to doctor school all you want, but I'll be seeing these Reddit posts from doctors saying, oh, I'm going to talk to my colleagues about this. All right, well, if everyone's getting information off of Reddit, then I'm a doctor too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my worst fear. Doctors are so sure they just won't hear us out nowadays. They think everybody's lying to them. They think I'm going there lying to them. I'm not. I go there and tell the hardest truth that they've ever heard. I'll bring myself to tears over this shit. It's my life. And I'm just telling them, yo, I need to be on this medication because I've been taking it for I took it for almost 10 years. And it was literally the best that I had ever acted, felt. I held every good job down that I ever had. I was extremely motivated from the morning till dusk. And I had every bit of energy to work in this hard, terrible, full-time world that basically requires us to make money to pay for everything that we have. The system is basically like drowning kids from the start, I would say. You need a job from the start. Whether it be an actual supermarket or literally some random job out of high school that works with your hours. I started at a supermarket. And it was my first job, and I gave it my all. After that, I literally wandered to Pepsi, gave it my all. After that, I went to a landscaping company, I gave it my all. I literally became the best person at this company. Me and this other guy were his top workers. It's like everywhere I go, I give it my all, and they don't want me to leave. But they still won't treat you like the top employee that you are. I literally, at my last place, the glass place that I was at with my brother, the Union Place. I don't know who all was in here from when I was talking about that. I literally worked at a union job where we did 3 times the amount of work as every other shift. And the guy that was running my shift thought that was all right. He thought that was cool. He'd come in and bitch. He'd say, we're doing 3 times the amount of work as other shifts. And I'd be mad about it. I'd be like, well, then why are we doing that? Can we talk about this? And he would be like, well, I can't stop. I can't slow down. I can't slow myself down. This guy literally has to go at a fast pace or he's physically bothered, which is why our jobs were miserable. And we were doing 3 times the amount. He just couldn't stop. This is the problem. If you can't control your own pace at a job where you don't even have to go that fast, what made it do it? And honestly, it wasn't a habit. It was just that he just wanted to be ignorant or stubborn or something. I don't know. Literally, I was just begging him, can we please do some normal numbers so that I'm not dying every night? Please? I don't see why I have to do 3 times worth of work than the 2 other shifts. I don't. And guess what? Management never complained. Why would they complain? They're making more than ever off of our shift. This is the problem. If no one's going to complain, and I'm the only one complaining, and everyone else is starting to work and realize that we're doing too much each day, and I'm the only one who's literally voicing the concern, like, please, you guys, like, why? We don't even get paid to do this extra work, and y'all are doing it. It's tragic. And trust me, I work hard, you guys. I'll literally bust my ass from the minute that I get there to the minute that I leave. But when you point out something like that to me and you tell me I'm doing 3 times the amount of work as all these other people and they're getting paid the same amount as me, that's a pattern that I can't seem to live up to or recreate any way. Why? All it does is make the business money. We made them like millions of extra dollars at the time that me and my brother were there, hundreds of thousands into the millions, all based on doing 3 times extra. If every day we're doing 2 or 3 times extra, then what does that add up to be? A lot of money. Each panel of glass that we were making was worth like 10 to 15 grand, 20. Big panels of glass, huge. And it's literally sad because this place would rather fire or lose somebody like me or my brother, treat us like crap, and literally rehire somebody that don't even know what they're doing and be in that repetitive cycle over and over again. Now imagine being that as an employee. You have everything so down to a science where you have me and somebody else working so seamlessly together. We're so smooth, you can't stop our progress. We're ahead of everybody. And I literally couldn't believe that I was still being rushed, asked to do more and more and more. I got to a point where I'm there, when I'm literally saying at work, why are you asking us to do any more right now? And how can I say that to an employer and sound grateful at all? But when you're strictly overworked, sadly, horribly, and I mean to the point where you're miserable, and you don't even come home and do anything but lay down every day, it's not life. I knew it. I hated it, dudes. I freaking hated it, man. The fact that I was giving everything up all day for everybody at that job and literally doing 3 times the amount of work, and then I would still have people come back and actually yell at me and treat me like crap. When I was literally in a routine where they didn't even have to say one word to me, and we made it to the end of the shift and we actually did 3 times the amount of work. Me and my brother were grinding so hard for this company, and all they had to do was just treat us decently. He's the one that first left. I was only there because of him. He got me a job there, and I loved working with my brother. I actually loved it. We vibed out so well. Can you imagine working with your brother or sister and actually loving it because you guys get along so well? It felt good. And get this, every time we were vibing so well, they'd break us up because we were actually too powerful. That's ridiculous. The fact that we actually needed to be broken up at work just because we were too strong of an alliance made me mad. The fact that I can't work with my brother or another friend just because we're too good at our jobs, that ain't fair. That ain't fair. Literally everybody that's too good at their jobs nowadays gets punished, and it makes you want to work slower. It hurts. I'm glad, Elizabeth. We'd really be vibing out, honestly. I really appreciate you and anybody else. I swear, we are just here chilling. I've been live for so long. It's like going on 8 hours probably. It's ridiculous. I can't believe how long I've been live. It's the longest I've ever stayed live, seriously. I've never been live longer than this. Straight all-nighter live. Amazing. I can tell you that probably the next time I'll be live is most likely tomorrow. I'll probably end up giving 8Ball some time tonight and being with the doggy and everything. I really hope that your day and your thoughts clear up, for real. Because it will. It's not going to stay the way, honestly. It's not going to stay super negative. It can't. Just try to rock it out with a smile, Try to get through it. I know that for real, it's like the hardest thing ever to stay positive, and honestly, I have days where I'm literally just so negative that I don't even know how I could press positivity for you guys right here like this, but it's there. And it's always there. You just have to really try your best. Mine is being alone or like dying alone. Oh, yeah, that's a real big fear too, you know? I don't know. It's like you came in the world alone. Think about it. Going out alone wouldn't be so bad. Because think about it, you're going to be going out on your terms, nobody really bothering you. But it would be nice to have somebody too. You know? Rather than having somebody literally up your ass every day till you die, you know, unless it's somebody that you want there. You know what I'm saying? I want somebody who can literally help me naturally be happy. Naturally, just with their presence, right? Beautiful. Somebody so beautiful inside and out, not even out, inside, mostly. I can see straight through people. I can read everything at this point, and honestly, if I find somebody worth it, they don't gotta look at any type of way. If they can literally be there for me, like I'm there for them, man, it's just a real good move, you know? That's the way it feels. But I also have had so many bad past relationships, like 3 of them probably, that it just literally forces me to like stay away in some cases. I've had so many instances recently where I've literally like thought about it and was like, no, nope, not even for her, you know, nope. Not even the girl I see in public that I'm just like, oh, I really need her number. Nope. I literally fear relationships because of how bad the past ones have went. I had girls literally like almost try to like kill me and shit. Like I've had girls literally try to like show up and fight me off and like get in my house and try to stay in my house because they just want to be with me, I guess. I don't know. They literally could not accept the fact that I could not be with them. Every single girl, damn near. It turned into an insane fight that like really made them like obsess over me. And the one last girl, I mean, it was only a month. She literally got so obsessive over me to the point where it was like scary. I literally was like, she was fighting me like a man type shit. That's one thing, man. Women nowadays sometimes really lose their minds too, and then go like full man mode, and like you can't be doing that shit because like going and swinging at your man and everything, you know, is really the worst thing you could ever do, especially when you came to his house and everything. That's what this girl did. She came to my house. I didn't ask her to come. We literally were fighting that day. She got a ride here. Shouldn't have did that. Leave me alone. Let it calm down. She heard that I was leaving her and she just wouldn't accept it, and she got a ride over, and next thing I know she's barging in my door, fighting me and pushing me and shoving me, and we're out in the yard, literally she's trying to push me over and shit. It's terrible. You're welcome. I seriously hope that I'm serious. No matter what, there's got to be a way for it to end, for a moment or a time period. I know I haven't had any terrible ones in a minute, really. I've been seriously positive these last few days. I think it's just really like, it's really like continuous, but it's also like how you react to things as well. Also, I've noticed, because like I at one point in time was handling it literally like worse probably. Every single thing that I was like really negative with, you couldn't talk me out of it. And also, if you tried, even my family would try. Literally, they'd just be so nice to me, and I'd just sit there and be like, no, I don't want to do shit, you know. I just want to sit here and be miserable. That's literally my answer sometimes. I just want to sit here and be fucking miserable. You know, why does it even fucking matter? You know, and I say shit like that, and I'm just like, oh, terrible. It's really terrible. Because that's not me. It's not me. The person that I am, I literally wouldn't complain about being here ever. Because it's literally a blessing to be on this beautiful, you know, creative world that we call Earth. You know, it's like perfectly engineered for us. How? When? Who did that? Big Bang? What? That shit had a lot of impact if it did. But seriously, I don't know what happened. A lot of people in this world literally think that like it somehow isn't engineered perfectly or designed. Like I see everything in this world and I'm just like, wow, who actually did this? And how does anybody else find out who it is? I'm sitting here looking at it like, yeah, that's a good design. That's a really nice design. Everything, I'll treat it like a design if I have to get a grip on what everything is. So I'm constantly just thinking about all kinds of random shit. I never know exactly what to lock onto creatively or anything. I just kind of do my best. I feel like I used to draw a lot more in high school and everything, and my creative side literally is like 9 different things right now. It's like this mixed with like my ability to just like speak and speak and speak, and then really just I don't know, the fact that more people are finding value in what I say as I go. I love that. Honestly, I never thought I would have people for 8 hours in my stream. Seriously, like a lot of people. There's probably like around 100 people that popped in overnight. Can't wait to see their final number when we get off. I just seriously could not get off, you guys. I actually physically had such a good time tonight. I still am. Like, honestly, it's going on 7 o'clock. I never in my wildest dreams would have imagined this would have went this long. And honestly, it was the most successful live stream that I ever had. Literally. The most people, I would say the best conversations. I couldn't have talked any better. I like the random stuff because it actually gets us on topics that we would never be talking about. You know, if you guys pitch me a topic or something, that's something somebody's been thinking about, or at least sits there and think about. What comes out of my brain is like instantaneous. I don't even give it a second thought. That's the problem. And once you start really talking like that or thinking like that to the point where it's so fast, I mean, you almost gotta watch what you say. I've learned that when I'm making videos and stuff like that, I can honestly really go off topic sometimes and just not realize it. But yeah, I really feel like tonight we just did everything to stay relative, and I did, my brain's been pretty alright tonight, you know, pretty solid for the most part. Yeah, and honestly, if you're still here, what was I thinking of? I'm trying to think, Emerald? That's not his name. I gotta go and see now because this is literally bothering me so bad. Emperor Wang. Yeah, dude, I'm so sorry I didn't remember your name, bro, but Emperor Wang, I'm just starting to repeat it so I literally can remember it. If you're still here, bro, I really hope that you have pretty solid thoughts today too, my friend, and I hate hearing about people struggling with a negative outlook and everything. One, I quite literally had the same thing, dude. I remember I was super depressed. You might actually be in a bit of a bout of depression as well. Either that, or if it's really always like that, where you actually see the really negative in everybody, quite often, it might be something, you know, to talk to somebody about for real, if you can. Because, like, letting it boil up and everything, it don't get any better, and honestly, it gets worse. I've literally let my anger run myself, it seems like. I let it own me. At one point, I was so mean and mad about certain things, like, just literally, I was like, I wasn't even able, I was having panic attacks, I was shaking 24/7, I mean, it was literally terrible. I never knew how things were going to actually affect me mentally until it happened. I never knew a breathing fit was so absolutely scary until it happened. You know? The only thing that ever took me out of a breathing fit is literally a bong hit, by the way. I've never been able to get out of a breathing attack. It always feels like I'm gonna literally suffocate. It's so scary. And imagine the one thing that takes it away is your like medicine or your weed or whatever. It's literally mind blowing. I couldn't believe it. There were literally 5 times in my probable life, 4 or 5 times, big times, where I'm just like super anxious and like really freaking the hell out and not able to get it figured out at all. You know, it's literally a few times. I don't know if you ever see that, you know. If I am ever dealing with it, I'll go live so everybody can see it, like what is going on. It's like, please help me get out of this, you guys. Just, yeah, if I ever go live and start begging people to just get me out of this, you know what I mean? It's literally just my mind. Get me out of my mind. Yeah, seriously, it's like very important. Stay super mentally strong, because once you actually lose that,
you become very weak. I mean, I really noticed it at certain moments where I was so weak. My mind was weak and my everything. I didn't have any power over how I acted at a certain point, and now it's like all I have, I think, is really just like changing my reactions to things. Oh man, really appreciate all of you for real. Made it this entire night. We've had a great crowd tonight. Seriously, some of the best people I could ever have in my chat, and I mean, just the people that are literally here. It's so good. There are channels that are way bigger that can't pull this, even if they have the people. It's just not happening. Not the same thing, you know. Somebody that's actually, I don't know, sticks out eventually. I can just tell, you know, I get a feeling from somebody if they're not here for the right reasons, everything. I can seemingly just tell over time. I've always had a good read on people, almost like very weird. I would never say psychic, but I can't tell what the hell people are doing or who they know or love, but yeah, it's one of the things, like, I don't think I need to, but like, you know, seeing how everything is nowadays, honestly, I really just think that you don't gotta know anybody like that just to get the experience. You can pretty much get it on Facebook nowadays or anything. You can get everybody's full colors just like that. And, you know, nowadays, or back in the day, I used to say I'd be waiting for someone to show me their true colors, and I'd pay them for it. Fucked up, right? I literally had people in my past that they would borrow money from me and show me their true colors. I'd be like, damn, it cost me $20 to see your colors. That's insane. It's really fascinating to think about, but there are a lot of people out there that will show you every true color that they've ever had, which is the worst thing you could ever do. Or somebody who actually realizes that it may not be a good quality and still tell you type thing, because they want you to know. That's even more rare, I would say. I think I'd be along them lines, like telling somebody, if I literally met somebody like right now and they were like the best, I'd be so afraid of ruining them mentally. That's my worst fear, is literally being with somebody that has no trouble at all mentally, and then all of a sudden now they do, and it's because of me, or because I just can't seem to be with anybody, or I'm not used to it, or something not vibing or jiving with me. Yeah, it's bad. I don't know. I gotta really have good feelings. If I have bad feelings, like say for instance, this one girl, I just wanted to get away from her. I had to. She would not allow any time. It was ruining everything, my job, friendships, everything. So I had to get away from her. It just caused a bigger fight. Yeah. And I couldn't get anybody, even my neighbor beside me, to help me. She was literally in my yard fighting me. And I'm like looking at my neighbor and his mom, or just his mom. She was on the phone staring at me. I'm literally begging her for help. And she just walked back inside and ignored me. That's the type of neighbor I got beside me. And I'm sure if somebody broke in and he had the opportunity to see me standing on a balcony, he'd be screaming for my help. And what if I just literally left him there? Yeah, that's literally what happened. Except it was the guy's mom. Honestly, I didn't expect her to do anything. I wanted her to call her son. That's all I wanted. Her son's my neighbor who lives there. He's a cop, or he was a cop at one point. I just needed him to come, bring the peace, get her away from me. But no, I couldn't get a hold of anybody. She sat down there pretty much all day, literally just like stalking me from afar pretty much, and she just would not go home, and literally eventually she just decided to go home. I hate this. It's literally like the fact that the worst of the worst relationships I've had are just so bad, and it's my fault too. It's not just her, dude. I literally fed into the fighting, not even on purpose, just the fact that it was so ridiculous sometimes. The girl was literally stealing from me and all kinds of stuff. She was literally taking money that I had for like my birthday and stuff. Like, I remember that was the biggest fight. She actually took a 20 off of my bed, claimed that she never did, and then while we were fighting, literally pulled it out of her bra and threw it at my face. Yep, and that's my ex-girlfriend. And her excuse was she thought it was hers.
Even though she had all this cash from her dad, like 20s, hundreds, she had way more cash than me at that point in time, and I had no problem with that. I would have never stole from her ever. Literally, I was gonna spend the $20 on me and her at this bike rally that I'm excited for this year. We were gonna go, me and this girl. It was my birthday. It's always on my birthday, and it hurt. I've literally been with like two chicks where and it's so terrible that honestly I really haven't been with anybody since. I tried my best the first time, and the second time I literally tried my best the fastest, but I realized it was just toxic, so I left. When you realize something is just really terrible, don't be afraid, you know. They're gonna threaten you. They're gonna threaten you, and they're literally gonna feel like absolutely they're right. Let's see what comment. Yeah, honestly, I don't know you, but honestly, let me see. I literally think I just met you tonight, Elizabeth. I'm not gonna lie. You are a fast follower. I personally take my time. I like wait way too long before I'm even like trying to be with somebody. It's like I can't like meet somebody and like, you know, just through the internet and everything. Honestly, maybe like younger me, maybe, you know, like somebody I didn't know. Honestly, I appreciate it. Seriously, I really do hope you seriously find like, you know, happiness in your life literally the same way that I expect to, which is just so random. I'd expect that basically I'm going to stay alone for so long that it happens. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to be alone forever. But I think I will insert myself in the right city at one point to the point where I get my girl, but like, it's just like one of them things I'm not in a rush for at all. After everything bad that happened to me, it really made me hurt. It really made me, you know, honestly, I didn't do good at handling any of it either. I was terrible too. I couldn't be nice about it. The first girl literally would not. I remember I was just trying to do good in this. I was trying to do good myself. This is my house. It always has been. And anytime I ever let anybody stay with me, they were just living with me, you know. And honestly, I don't mind when things start happening, like changes and transitioning, and like, you know, girl moving in and everything. And that happened one time with me, where literally the girl moved in, and here's what she did. She literally went and just filled the house up with everything from Goodwill. I mean, like, made it impossible to move out, basically. Made it so that it would be so much effort that maybe I wouldn't even try. I didn't realize it while it was happening either. I just wanted to be with her. The next thing I know, I'm literally fighting with her every day. She's trying to get me kicked out of my own damn house, you guys. Now, when you are literally letting a girl stay with you and she goes to your parents and actually tries to take over ownership of the house, that's a pretty big issue. Considering that, like, it's not her house. No matter how many damn picture frames she hung up, I had to tell her, literally, I don't care what state of mind I'm in, my parents ain't gonna want to deal with you over me. And literally, I had to prove her wrong about that, because she said, well, bet, I'm gonna try anyways. And then she went and talked to my mom, and my mom told her to F off, and literally, yeah, I got my house back. It's crazy. And I had to literally kick this girl out. I had to pretty much make sure that every single thing that was hers got to her and everything, even though it took multiple times. It sucks when you got so much stuff that you just can't get out. She just had to keep coming back until it was all gone. So I guess, you know, don't fill the walls up with Goodwill stuff, you know, because it makes it harder to leave, bro. Especially when you really need to. Like, there's been a couple times where I just need my space. Like, I don't know, something just changes so dramatically, and I'm just like, yeah, no, sorry. Can't do that. It's not like I'm willing to not compromise either. It's just like, it's so hard for me to compromise for like mediocre women. I would literally compromise so hard for the love of my life, or even anywhere close. And yeah, I'm just so patient. I literally will wait for years, probably decades most likely, and that's cool. Plenty of video games and things to do, honestly, quite literally many things to do in this world. And next thing you know, she literally walks right up to you when you don't expect it. That's how every good relationship I've ever had happens. I never was looking for it. She literally just appears in front of me. My first real good relationship, literally, it just
Her relationship ended right in front of me. Her boyfriend literally broke up with her right in front of me. Not right in front of me, but like I was with this girl and her boyfriend was on the phone with her, breaking up with her. And then I slowly just became her friend. And next thing I know, we were dating. And it was honestly like the most fairy tale esque shit that I've ever been through in my life. And honestly, I would do anything to probably feel that type of love again, even if it wasn't forever. You know, I love somebody for forever. Even through the hardest times, you know, I'm really gonna try to be there for forever. And if I can't, and it's for the better of us to literally not be together, then I will do that. And anyone should do that. But yeah, for the most part, literally every relationship I've had has just crumbled into absolute shreds. And I haven't been able to find a single person around, let alone what I could find before, which was honestly settling a little bit. But yeah, I would settle just a little bit because there's so little people around here. Like, you have to settle a little bit. You're not going to get perfection anywhere, let alone in this town. So realizing that, I just wasn't looking for like perfect, but at the same time, I just wanted somebody who treated me fucking right too, you know? I know everything's hard, and that's the whole problem, is that basically being with somebody is just so hard nowadays. Demanding. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. If you even knew the half of it, I swear to you, you would be saying so many more intense words. It's just not good what I put myself through stress-wise and mental-wise over the years to learn my lesson. Basically, you know, I'm not perfect. I am at a point right now where I'm like facing real sobriety. I would say in my life I have been struggling as an addict most of my life. I would say half or more. So I'm like 28, so we're talking 14 years maybe or more, just about. And yeah, I've been trying, and honestly, I've been like hooked to like literally every single type of substance you guys can possibly imagine, and I've got myself off of it all by myself. Either that, a couple times in rehab, but most of the time it was literally in my room on my own. I mean, the dedication that it takes to literally quit every single drug and try it at the same time is like the most curious dedication that I could ever have. And then honestly, I learned my lesson so hard that I've been staying away. It's like you get sucked right into a world that you never even knew existed until it's so large it's the only thing you even knew, and that's addiction. It's like I could go from like being right here right now to literally just like a completely different person all in one day just because of a substance changing me, and like that's terrible. You can't ever act the same on them. You don't feel the same. You don't. Literally every day is an emotional roller coaster on drugs. It's just terrible. I won't wish it on my worst enemies and honestly my best friends of this world. And I used to think, okay, yeah, me and my friends are getting high together, yeah. But at the same time, I mean, for real, I absolutely hate what it did to me. Over time, it literally just made me feel like every single substance I was bouncing back and forth from, and I'm never going to have time for me. And that's still the way that I feel, kind of. I'm still just trying to make things right. It'll take forever. After so many years of literally doing right or wrong, but never in the right order, and then all of a sudden just trying, that's where I'm at. It's been a long time coming to me, just absolutely trying so hard to live a normal life. It's very hard because some people do it naturally, some people do it with ease, some people do it the opposite of that, and there are people definitely struggling as bad and a million times worse than us. Seriously. And that's the scary part about mental, is that it actually gets way worse. So worse. I haven't even seen none of it. I've only heard a couple things, and I've only experienced it myself a few times, and it really scares me every time because it don't go away. So when something just starts repeating in your head, you really are going to be hearing that regardless if you want to or not. How the brain works that way, I don't know where these thoughts come from. It's dangerous because it happens out of nowhere. I'd say left field. It feels like a light switch is turning on sometimes in me. I just feel like I have like mental issues that I just really have left really unresolved, and I feel like I should be heavily medicated, like with like antidepressants and everything and anxiety
meds, but then I go back to literally thinking, it's gonna suck regardless, and that's always gonna make it worse. It'll make it worse before it makes it better. So I just want to stay all natural and do my best. Do my best, you guys. It's really a hard world, and honestly, no matter what we do, we're always going to be either in the wrong in somebody's eyes because of how we're acting, and they don't understand. I mean, how can somebody know exactly what any of us are going through in our minds, you know? And even if we're saying it, that's the real problem, is that putting themselves in our shoes is literally one of the hardest things to do, because their shoes are still stinking too. It's like, ain't no one swapping shoes whenever we ain't even it. None of us are figuring out our own footprints. It's just it's a game of basically trying to stay happy, and like realizing that, like, okay, if you're not going to be happy, you might as well at least try to get through the day positively. Even if it's going to be super bad, I at least try. It's all that I can do. And it only happens so randomly nowadays, you guys. I swear I've been having some sweet, awesome days. Beautiful. This job and everything, it really is just everything that I needed. Couldn't ask for any more, and that's the problem. When there's nothing... It's a yawn. Weird yawn. Whenever you actually... I forget, I actually had that in my head, and even after the yawn, I just lost it. Split second. It's so weird how that happens. I hate it. Oh yeah, this job is literally everything that I needed, like financially and everything. That's what I was saying. It literally is helping me so much. I just gotta make sure I get a hold of this guy. He seems like he's really hard to get a hold of. He does not want to talk about like prices or anything, and that has to happen. You cannot literally do a job for somebody and not speak on prices. So I hope that that's not a problem for him. He seems kind of awkward about it. I've been literally just trying to tell the guy, like, yo, tell me what you want for it, and it's cool. I don't even want to give you a number. And then he told me the whole time, well, just let me know. He just kept saying that. I'm like, well, I'll let you know here pretty damn soon. And I started messaging him, and I couldn't get him to answer me. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to call you here pretty soon. And now I'm at the third house, and I'm like, all right, you're getting called here, like, now, bro. Like, I'm going to start really blowing him up, because I figured out he doesn't want to pay me every time. This one guy paying me for 3 properties and squaring away with those other people later, however he has to do it. And I feel like, you know, that's the one way that I literally want to work, is just going to town pretty much, and next thing I know, it's over with and I'm done. No one bothering me. Yo, Salty New York. Great. Dude, good morning, dude. It has literally been the longest stream. I mean, literally. The longest world record type stream that I have ever been a part of. I ain't gonna lie to you, family. And I'm really about to, like, literally go straight from here, probably, and go and get some of my work done, which is, like, doing this road. I gotta weed eat this road, finish it up, and work my way into this guy's yard, and whatever I get done today is cool. It's gonna start raining around 12 to 1, and I really just feel like the most productive thing for me to do is I'll always be at this guy's property until it's done now. It sucks, because I'm literally, like, tired. I don't want to go in today, but it's going to be nice, and it's going to rain randomly. You're going to be literally disgusted to find out. I mean, it's like 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours, dude. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's been live, brother, like the entire night. It's been live. Like, we are actually chilling for once with a lot of people in chat each time. It's like, sweet. I mean, I don't know if it's just like a turn of the century or something, or really we're just starting to really get some pretty chill people. I mean, it's great. It's great. Honestly, I really appreciate every single one of y'all, man. We're steady holding 5 to 6, 7 people in here, and it doesn't matter to me. I appreciate you all either way. I just wanted you to know that, seriously. I don't look for, like, a lot of people, and literally I would sit here and talk to one person like 20, so it's great. I appreciate it, because I've been trying for watch hours for so long now, you guys, and this is the only way that I kind of figured out mixing in with videos. I still love videos. I love making them. It's just, it gives me a moment where I can sit there and get really creative. And visually, I've been trying to do things different. I'm really going to start hitting different angles of the camera. I'm going to put the camera in different places and walk up to it and film myself. I'm going to try to do that. Try to get things looking a little bit different, weirder, you know? Like when you're watching a video and like people are transitioning back from like full screen to half screen and everything. I like that. Little things like that that stand out to me. I'm trying to do that. It's definitely hard. I tried to download an app to actually like put videos together if I had to, and man, it's a hunk. It is a hunk. It really doesn't like to operate. It really won't work, and it doesn't do what it says it's gonna do. Definitely a lot of things out there like that that literally just want to get your download and don't even give a damn if it works type thing. No updates for the last 10 years. Haven't found anything really bad though. Everything that I literally have on my phone right now is working pretty solid. Everything on the computer seems to be working pretty good. I got this computer like 2 Christmases ago. I told myself that I needed it so bad and that I'm just going to buy it. I had no computer for over 10 years, and I just used a phone, and I thought that was enough. And I actually held myself back too far. Way too far. Because with a computer I can do so much and I didn't even realize it. Like, you don't realize your capabilities until you actually go and explore them. And like you really don't know what you can or can't do until you like do it. You know? Yeah, dude, I can't fucking believe it, dude. I can't believe it. And honestly, I can't wait to see I can't wait to see the statistics. Literally, it's just like the best one we've had so far. I'd say the watch hours will probably be absolutely insane, like probably almost 100 probably, I'm not gonna lie. Literally to have 100 watch hours on one live stream is just a blessing. A blessing. You wanna know, I literally have 2,300 right now. I need 3,000 and that unlocks memberships and everything. That's the first tier of unlock, and then it goes up to 4,000, and you gotta get 4,000. And that's like the full ads and everything. And yeah, I don't think it really even matters. I won't be making money on here for a while anyways, but at the same time, we're almost lined up, y'all. We're almost lined up. I can't wait. Because literally, once I have 3 to 5,000 or whatever, and we're actually able to hit, if I keep consistently posting, it will recommend my videos way further than my audience. I've had it there before, and I went on vacation and lost it. I mean, I was literally, I remember, this is how you know whenever they're pushing you really hard on YouTube. When you go down to your analytics and you flow into the bottom there, it'll say real time. Those real time views are what change it automatically every day. And the more they give you, like say, I like to basically see when the arrow's going up, I like to have a good banger going. I like to basically stay steady so that when that arrow's rising, it's not going to drop. Because if you just stop posting, say you're posting every day, you stop posting, it will not allow you to come back to your views. You will have to work for what you got over again, which is what I've been doing for the past like month and a half. It's literally slowly gaining back what I had. We're even close. I had some videos that were literally approaching like 4,000, 1,000, 2,000 quite regularly. And yeah, dude, I don't complain about nothing, y'all. They can take whatever they want away from me, but honestly, I'm gonna keep my persistence and keep my motivation right here. Ain't nothing they can do to bum me out, man. Don't matter how long it takes. I love this. I love making videos, and I would rather do it for many, many years for free than and learn it properly before I actually get the opportunity. Rather than to have the monetization early and just not be able to make anything, I'd rather have it the opposite way. Yep. Yeah, and I don't really like to focus on that. It's just like so long ahead of the road, honestly. I really think that Even when I get it, I'll probably be extremely excited, but I won't still really be able to use it. You know, I'm not like going channel memberships the second that I damn unlock them and everything. That would just be so dumb. Yeah, dude, I really didn't, and man, I'm not gonna lie to you, it really like changed my life. I can't even, man, it's so amazing what it did for me having a computer. I'd say it unlocked everything that I ever wanted to have. The speed. I was wondering if my internet was bad because of my Xbox. It's not. It's literally the Xbox. I never had to buy any new internet. I just had to actually have it plugged in to the router from here. And it works like a charm. It's so fast. I'm afraid that I'm going to use all my shit up, like data-wise. They do cap you. Comcast and Xfinity and all that. If you go over like 70 gigs per month, I think they start slowing everything down really bad. To the point where it'll start lagging out and everything. I've been waiting to see what happens, honestly. I don't know if it's going to happen. I just know that it's the 11th. I don't think I've barely ever hit a limit on my stuff. And I should be okay. Yeah. Mom asking me what our picture is that I sent her. I don't remember what fucking picture I sent you. Oh. It was this beautiful one. Yeah, look at this, you guys. This is the road that I've been doing. It's so beautiful. Come on now. Why is everything left and right weird now? Okay. Oh my goodness. The trees were just illuminated beautifully. I love those mountain shots. My favorite type of picture to take in this world. I got some really awesome pictures, you guys. Okay, so this is what I wanted to actually show you guys. This is the place that actually has no name that I was talking about earlier. It's called Yucca Mountain. That looks like a military base, doesn't it? The red pin is the start of a mountain. You see how those little lines go from the base into the mountain? You see where those squares and the lines just run into the mountain? Lines are literally running into that red, if you can see what I'm talking about. The red pin, lines are running right past it. Those lines are important because as you can see right here, oh wait, this way. As you can see up here in this general region, you see how those lines and those squares are there? That's military. And then when you look over way where that red dot is, you see a couple of them running into the mountain. They built it into the mountain too. This is a really hidden one, I'm pretty sure. I don't really know. I've never found a name for this. It doesn't have any company name on it. And it literally has every look of a military base in the middle of Nevada. And I know Groom Lake, and I know all the other businesses at this point because I've been sitting here scrolling around on there, and I found construction companies and things that I thought were sketchy at first. This is really sketchy because literally, if you were to see, I gotta go ahead and show you guys this too, because this actually is where it helps me. That's a zoomed out picture. This right here, I got other ones. Oh, yeah. You guys gotta see this. Yeah. Okay. This is the extensive network that I don't really understand. It's big. Like, this is actually all a mountain range. And if you look, it stretches quite far through it, but it don't make any sense. Okay? Look at this. This is on maps right now. If you type in Groom Lake, you're real close to it. That's not Groom Lake, and that's not Area 51. So what is it? And it has straight lines running clearly through the mountain from one side to the other, connecting many of those tunnels, or whatever they are. I don't know, but I'm going to be honest, when you zoom down on it, you guys, they're not buildings. Those are actual marks on the ground. Now, what is that? I don't know what it is. I came across it because here's why I was looking for. Here's what I was looking for. I'll tell you right now. So, Area 51 is quite literally the most important because it's been the blame of aliens. Okay? There ain't been none there for a while. One, they have all these other places that nobody talks about because they don't know the names of them. Even the ones that I don't know are the ones where the new stuff is at. No one knows where it's at. And the only people that work there are people that can't talk about it until they die. And they got to be really scared to say something. But I'm just saying, S4 is supposed to be a completely underground base that literally, from what I understand, has tunnels tapped into the mountain and openings tapped into the mountain that the craft come out of. Bob Lazar said that he literally went there. This was the place back in the day that had all the eye reading sensors first. It would literally, you'd go in the building, walk down a few hallways, boom, 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 8 levels deep through an elevator. Like, and this is in a place where nobody knows yet. It's not on Google. S4 is still hidden to this day. And what I just showed you guys, I can't confirm or deny what it is because there's no name. And it's so extensive and it claims nothing. And all I see is military because I've been looking at these bases, right? And the shapes that I see on real bases like Area 51 and Cheyenne Mountain and Raven Complex and everything are literally the same shapes that I see what I just showed you in the desert. They're very odd circular shapes that go from a circle to a straight line connecting a million other circles, and it's literally on a mountain. And as we've learned, they got no problem making holes in the mountains for their house. So it's kind of fascinating to think about, but how many other, sites exist underground is my fascinating question for the night. Really, how many? If it's not, I think that they actually learned how to do it so well that any above ground base might have got a below ground one. Why not? Over time, the contractors work for them. They got no problem working. They got no problem paying because it's their government's money. And it's like these contractors that work for our government are kind of like snakes, man. But they really, like the guy who basically went over for Halliburton in Iraq, he was literally best friends with the president. And he scored the biggest deal for his company. He owned the company. You just think about little things happening like that all the time, man. Ain't nobody like a Tesla in this world gonna live when people like that exist. Tesla just wanted free energy. Literally, the man just wanted to create free energy, and everybody kept asking him, how do we track this shit? It's too free. So it's terrible. We live in a world where instead of embracing the technology fully, which we'd be 1,000 years more advanced if we did, we've just been hiding it from ourselves. And only a few people in this world know how advanced we are. And I'll tell you guys really how advanced we are. It's thousands. With the planes and the helicopters and everything, we're not supposed to be this far. And on top of that, we're already advanced past the most simple type of things that we were already advanced with. So we're already tens of thousands of years advanced. Nobody can really tell how far we've skipped with these craft. It's the craft. It's the propulsion, and it's the fact that they have reverse engineered it and shut up and killed everybody that damn near needed to talk about it. It was so long ago. It's just crazy, bro. How the hell did we literally go from like superpower to like alien power? We're the superpower, and now we got alien power. And I guarantee you, we ain't the only ones finding these things. I mean, we're definitely the only ones shooting them and trying to chase them like dumbasses, I'll tell you that much. Because these things should always be able to get away from us. Any other country, their jets have no chance against these things. Ours have no chance. So just imagine, and other countries go up against our jets, and they lose instantly. I mean, literally lose instantly. So we are the superpower. We can't catch these things. Think about that. They will not be able to ever catch them either. We are stuck within the laws of physics. Our planes are, our metal, everything moves with the wind. They don't hear a hiss. They're stuck inside of a bubble. And it's literally carrying them at like 5,000 to 10,000 mile an hour. I did the math on the UFO that I saw over my house with ChatGPT. It said it had to be doing 4,000 or 5,000 mile an hour. What goes that fast, you guys? Nothing. Not a single thing. It went from my house to Tennessee in 15 minutes. It's a day and a half drive, more. Flight, many hours. So what I saw that night was never anything normal. But for real, I saw the time stamp from that post. I made it. I posted it when I came home on Facebook. I had a group on there that I was really excited about telling that I seen that thing. And literally I went in there and posted, and guess what? This lady says her neighbor's freaking the hell out right now, and he's seen the same thing that I just seen. And she sent me a picture that he got. It was all grainy. It was high. What I saw was actually pretty high. I didn't realize it. When you're staring at it, you don't think about what altitude it's at. It kind of just feels like it's there, even though it's pretty high. It was definitely above planes and right around star height, I would imagine, but it just looked close to me. It was so big. It projected a circle that I'd never seen before. Perfect. When I first seen that circle come out of it, it was a perfect circle, you guys. And it was glowing white. The only thing that was glowing white initially was the craft itself. It was a very noticeable slight glow. Bright, but foggy. Foggy. All around the circle. It was just a tiny circle in the sky when I first saw it. And then all of a sudden, it protruded a perfect straight line and made a perfect circle right before my eyes. And by that time, I'm calling my mother, and she is absolutely confirming it outside as it starts moving. It actually was just cruising real slow right above my house and hers, and showing off completely for me and her, apparently, or whatever. It was showing me something that it could do, and I couldn't even pronounce it. So think about that. When you see a UFO, if you ever do, it'll likely be a pretty regular scenario. What I saw, I can't even explain. Who it was, what it was. I don't think our government would ever be able to do what I saw in the sky. They can barely fly these things, let alone get full power, light speed power, which is basically when you unlock the entire craft. They're sentient. Like I was saying earlier, I really do believe they are alive, you guys. The UFO ships are absolutely one in their own, and they work with the beings. So when the beings are in there, it's physically at its best state, because it's who made it. That's like us requiring a key to get in. You know, it's the same thing, but somebody else can't get in. We're trying to get in, but we're the only ones that got the key. That's the way they feel. And the aliens really got the key to these things to go light speed. We ain't doing that. They going underwater too. We ain't doing that either. I don't think so. I don't know. The only thing we could do is find an army soldier or a military soldier short enough to get in it, and that doesn't mean he's not going to be subjected to all the radiation and he's not going to come back sick and dead. They don't know. I really don't know what the level of knowledge is on these things. I've heard that people that try to work on the beings at Area 51 have to take turns because they're throwing up so bad. It makes them that sick. These beings are absolutely foreign to us. We can't even dissect them, you guys. And from what I heard, Bob said he was trying to talk to this one girl. I forget. No, it might not have been Bob. It was somebody else, I think. And he actually had a nurse friend. He was an EMS, and he brought somebody to a base that was hurt. They were involved in a crash, and they literally walked right in the base themselves. They didn't come out and get him or anything. And then next thing you know, he's trying to talk to his nurse friend. And she's acting all weird. She comes out of this room, and little did he know, she had to throw up. Like, she was absolutely radiation sick or whatever. I don't know.
All I know is I've heard many stories from people saying, one way or the other, contact with the craft, the bottom of it, or the beings themselves make you very sick. So it's like I don't even want to see them close up to begin with now, knowing that they are radianized and that basically if they get above me, I am effed. Yep. And this one guy, he basically saw a mothership outside of his house one time. From what I heard, there was a story of this guy who saw, the big ones exist too, by the way, you guys, like Star Trek, literally. I've heard of the massive ones actually floating through London, all kinds of things. There's videos of the massive ones on here too. They're not just small. There's literally bigger ships out there that these smaller ones come from what I understand. And what this guy saw, I'll tell you the story and how it reacted to him. And how he reacted. This guy walked out of his house. He didn't know it was above his house. But when he looked up, he just saw a big mass. Huge, right? So, like any curious individual, he goes and gets a flashlight. And he shines it at it. So what does this thing do when he gets shined at the flashlight? It beams him. Microwave his ass raw. And I mean like Red Lobster. Larry the Lobster Red, like. And the next year he spent in the hospital with government agents checking up on him, literally logging his skin progression and his healing because they knew what had happened. They were the only people that knew that he was involved in the crash. Or the fact that he was literally hurt from the being or the crash or the craft itself. And ever since then, I've met a lot of stories of military men and everything, either just getting sick around them or like not being able to handle it. And yeah, they've always had to do autopsies on these things for some reason. They even tried to keep a couple alive down at one of the bases, from what I understand. And not only did it not live, they didn't live. They couldn't communicate with it either, and it was really sad, and it missed its home, and it missed its people, and we kept it here, probably very malnourished, and like, because what are you going to feed an alien? Aside from they just wanted to talk with it, and it just, one day just died without its friends, basically, very quickly. They're almost like sentient. I mean, they really are way older than we think they are, probably, and yeah, they definitely have feelings, I think, and it's a different feeling than we have. They don't have feelings, but they do know what it's like, probably, to see or feel. They've lost people. They've lost people here. Think about that. Our military literally shot them down so often, and we've denied it. We don't ever shoot them down. They just fall, right? That's why I literally had myself asking the same damn question, is how are these things actually crashing so often, and why would they? They're so intelligent. They're not crashing all the time. Let me see what you're saying. Let me see what you're saying, Home Slice. Technology's so advanced here. I know, dude. I know. And honestly, dude, I don't even want to be like for sure, but like, we don't have anything else that would take us to this place of tech. We don't. We even admit it. Okay? And I know they want to implement it into planes, but I don't think they can. One, it won't make any sense why everybody can go so fast now. They're going to slide it in eventually out of nowhere, though. They'll make sure everybody's really ready for it, and next thing you know, you'll just see... I also like to think they use it as a great distraction as well. Like the government. I mean, literally, we're sitting here talking about it, but like, a lot of people talk about it for days and days. If they release one article, that's power. You got to think about that. If you let somebody have that much power, they're going to abuse it. So basically, anytime that they need a serious distraction or a road clear, they're going to send everybody to one place or the other place. It's almost as if, like, you really never know what they're doing. Because you can't get the right answer, and you're definitely not going to be able to see it. People that live beside Area 51 see some pretty cool shit, from what I understand, like fighter jets and everything moving and zipping and whipping it around all day long. I wish I could see that. Closest thing I got is my cousin who drives a Black Hawk. They literally gave him the keys to a Black Hawk, man. Couldn't be any cooler. And he does a flyby here, he literally half sideways. Louder than a mother. And I just like can't believe this. They gave somebody in the family keys to a damn Black Hawk. Makes me proud. If it ain't gonna be me, I'd rather it be my cousin. God bless him. He's literally the one person in our family that just absolutely did everything right from the start. I mean, isn't that wild? How I'm literally the black sheep and there's literally somebody that's the complete opposite of that. Everything in his life has literally been easy and straight dedication. I wouldn't say everything's been easy, but man, he has really had great grades, like, good life. All naturally. I know people that literally never studied a day in their life, and they actually struggle so hard. And then there's people that, like, you know, there's people like me that put time in, I still fail. I literally would try, I get my mom fucking doing all this shit with me, like math, everything, and I would literally not be able to figure it out over days, either because of my stubbornness or just because I was not good with certain things. And now, I'm really just working on my vocabulary every day to try to expand that shit a little bit, you know? It's like, learning a new word really just helps me get out of the funk of basically like saying the same things and getting stuck in the same vocabulary every day. I think that's the most important thing, is to actually work on your vocabulary, how you pronounce things, and like, you know, if you can read fast and faster, you know, it's like, I had literally thought about it before, and like, if I ever had to and I didn't do this, oh man, it would just be so wild. Can you imagine leaving school after like 20 years and then picking a book up after all that, or 30 years? Who has patience for that, you know? It's like, I need patience in general, so you just gotta have them type of things. Man, we've been alive so long, you guys. I really appreciate every single one of you, man. I am gonna have to go do some of this guy's property before it hits 9 and 10 o'clock, or I will not get the majority of it done. Not only that, I think it'll rain by like 12 or 1, and I'll be back home, seriously, just straight vibing, and I'm honestly about done, to the point where like, I got all the hard work done, and I just want to finish it because it's still hard. I'm like straddling this hillside right now, just trying to get like 6 feet up. It's ridiculous, but worth it. Crazy, but weed eating is literally like a full-time job if you do it quick enough. It literally pays the same as like a full-time job, I would say. I'm making like almost $40 an hour probably just cutting grass right now. And in some cases double, depending on how quick I do it. Is that the view from your house? View for where? Are we looking like on maps? Are you talking about the phone? Because that from maps was on the phone. Yeah. And literally like all those lines and everything, I think that's what we're talking about, but yeah, all those lines and everything literally don't make any sense what I showed on there, man. It really don't make any sense how I found that literal whatever it is in the middle of the desert, and it actually looks more live than anything I've seen so far. It's really spread out. Area 51 doesn't even look like that. It don't spread into the mountains like that, and S4 is literally supposed to actually spread into the mountains. From what I heard, they have hangars on the mountainside, and Yucca Mountain is what we were just looked at. Yucca Mountain. And it's pretty much just spanning, I would say, I don't know, it's really hard to find. I literally sat there scrolling around on that middle of Nevada for probably 2-3 hours before I even found that. Can you believe that? It took me hours to actually locate that on a hill. Basically, I think they don't want you to find it. You zoom out from what I showed you guys, and it don't look like nothing but a mountain. But when you zoom in, you can see all those lines and circles and everything, and it really looks like they actually built a base there too. Starting to really get to know these bases by, they don't even need a name on them now. I'm starting to really see things on Google Maps, man. They're going to have to really get blurring again, because this is showing everybody where everything is. Yeah, you got, I guess it worked with Area 51, right? You guys can come and break in, right? We'll shoot your ass, right? Yeah, that's really what they said. We'll shoot your ass. Like, you're cool, right? Just keep on coming. Just keep on coming. They're like waving everybody in. Someone walks in, pop them. That'd be like the ultimate way to show people, like,
won't come in, I guess. Because they can. They brag about it all the time, how they literally tell people, oh, we could shoot you immediately and shoot on site and all this. They have their signs up and everything for that whole area. They seized, I think, 90,000 acres in 1980. Illegally, mind you, from the public, and made it theirs. And guess what? That is now the restricted land that we see on Google Maps. It's fascinating to think about the fact that they literally can do whatever they want for any reason, and they will make it right. And you ain't gonna say it's wrong, even if it means literally hiding things in plain sight directly on in public that have levels below them that we could never fathom what's in there. Some of these mountains out in Nevada hold the secrets to everything in this world, and it is so camoed when you drive by you might miss it. But the person that wants to get in there can flip a switch and that damn thing's open. I like to think that whoever's flying these things really is a short little kid or something. Like somebody that's like not a kid but like a teenager or something. Somebody that's literally short. They're like 4 feet tall, you guys. Nobody in the military is going to be barely able to fly these things. They're so short. From what I hear, literally 4 some odd feet tall, exactly the way we describe it. Dark eyes, gray and wrinkly and old skin. It's just like beat. They are too smart to have muscles. They do not care about muscles at all. Their brain is the muscle. And their weapons. I'm imagining they have really cool weapons. And you know what? I used to think that they were coming from literally outer space. How the hell are they crashing here? Well, it might just be here. In the water. Or wherever, but it's probably the water because they can go right to the bottom of the ocean in a split second. And if that's the case, what else can they do there? All they need is a little base and boom, we got aliens on Earth. And they honestly don't just have a problem with a little base, they probably got a real base. Crystal cities type shit, like everything that we probably dream of, these people, whatever, have it. They have all the resources, and you know what? That's I think the reason that we were even here in the first place was initially just to be the resource gatherer for them. For instance, we're mining a lot of things, and then where does it go? We're mining a lot, and where does it go? Always. Government. But who actually would make a deal with them first? The government. So basically, if the one person that is making a deal with them is also the same person that is like, I don't think they exist. And then at the same time, we're seeing them all in the sky. It's crazy. Makes you wonder what else exists in this world if they do or don't. And really, what kind of world that would really be with us coexisting with them and knowing it. You know? So I've already like to think that the layers, I've seen a couple of layers of what layer is supposed to be which, and there's like 10 plus layers. The bottom one is like, apparently in one of these big bases in a mountain, from what I hear, the bottom one is literally cryogenic freezing, which is what Disney wanted. Just want to be frozen until he wakes up and he's alive again. And there's apparently a mixture of like us and them there. From what I heard, there's actually a place where we're already coexisting underground with them, government-wise. And I actually saw the layout of this. I don't know if I can find it. That's really hard. I can't word it the right way to actually figure out what I want to look for on that one. But there's literally supposed to be a multi-level, just like the 2 other places that I showed you. But this one has dual housing is what they call it. And literally, there's us, and then there's the craft, or there's the beings right above us. 1 level above, and then cafeteria where everybody meets like for a split second apparently, and this is right in the middle of the ground. And apparently it's been going on for many, many, many decades already. I don't know, there ain't no damn proof on that, but all I know is I heard about this place and I actually saw blueprints for it. I don't know what, I can't remember what it's called to look it up, but there were actually like paperwork of the layers deep, and it showed like the cryogenic. It actually gave every purpose of every layer, every level. And there came us, and then there came the aliens, and literally it just basically said like, It's what Cheyenne or Raven Rock would be, but for like a government and an entity down there together. And I do think that's the reason why we continue seeing them and nobody does anything. They can't get him. Why would they try? They know what it is. They do. The government and the military have been dealing with these things for so long, it's fascinating. And apparently some of them are ancient, from what I heard. The first one that Bob Lazar revealed was dug up, which means it was literally an artifact in the ground. And I've heard many stories, conflicting stories about the fact that, you know, Hitler had somebody who could literally build him one, and he was talking about it a lot. And it scared people, because when it ran, from what I heard. It was a bell-shaped object, and quite literally, apparently he had many of them ready, at his will. He had the people to kill ready that looked like him, at his will. He had everything to fake his death and go somewhere else. And from what I heard, our whole for Operation High Jump was to actually investigate rumors that he was in Antarctica. And they sent Admiral Byrd and like half of our military down there. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. When he came back, he said the wildest shit you could ever imagine happened to him. And I mean, he literally said as he was flying down there, not only did they guide him into the place where they were staying down there, they literally came and guided his craft in naturally and landed him at their place. And he said the hospitality was actually real with the aliens for some reason. They actually had a pretty pimpin' place underground from what I understand. From what I heard, it was beautiful. When you're walking through the halls and everything, it just looks like crazy, the architecture, but it's somewhat familiar, but not at all. And then they basically just treated him nice the entire time and asked him questions and literally asked him if he wanted to do anything, and like, you know, they didn't just ruin his life like the government does. The government literally brings people out of their jobs, their careers, like Bob, who was literally working as a nuclear physicist and all this, and literally tell him, hey, you're going to have the job of your life. Come work for us. And then as soon as they do, their life is over. Because they literally will tell anyone and anything against you. And in most cases, they literally said Bob is a liar. He never went to school. He never worked for them. There's no record of it, and they wiped his shit completely clean. It's mind-blowing. You think they could do that to anybody, too. If they don't want you here, you're going to be a nobody, apparently. And that's literally what our government has proven to people. If you have a good invention that has to do with water, fuck off. We only deal with gas and oil. We will kill you. They've literally killed people. So it's like, you know, the guy literally was walking out of an interview. He made a water-powered car, and Chinese investors literally poisoned him that day. And the last thing his brother, who went with him to be safe, heard was, they poisoned me. So it's like, and all these people go dying, literally claiming that somebody killed them, and they still rolled homicide. That's how crooked our shit is. Or still wrote a murder. Or no, a suicide. There's a guy out there that literally they wanted dead so bad. Apparently they left him hanging and fired a shotgun at him and then ruled it as suicide. And that's what Joe Rogan gets hung up on all the damn time. He's literally talking about the guy who was hanging in his garage and was defenselessly dead prior to even being there, and somebody still went and fired a shot at him. You never know who's actually coming to your house to do that type of stuff too. It worries me is, you know, I don't really talk. I talk crazy, but you know, I don't really think it's like gonna get me taken, you know. But a lot of these people end up doing something. For instance, Isaac Cappy. I was literally watching his whole story when I came home from Florida, you guys. I'm sorry I can't end up getting off here. I literally keep talking about shit, but it's like crazy. I can't believe it. Isaac Cappy, all he wanted to do was to protect his friend from somebody who was threatening her. He drove to the place that they were at. Next thing you know, he fell off a bridge. The last video is of him just sitting there, peacefully staring at the bridge, sitting with his ass hanging almost off the bridge, just sitting there. And literally somebody's dash cam catches him sitting there emotionless. He went from trying to rescue his friend to literally going to this guy's campground to then kill himself. And you know what he said like 2-3 days prior to dying? I would never do that. This is the problem with ours. Power is so powerful, you can literally put it on video if you're in danger and you literally want somebody to help you, or not only that, if some shit's about to happen and you think you're gonna die, and literally they won't take you seriously, and on that they'll make you a joke. And that's what they did with him, is basically he was talking so much about everything that is wrong in this industry, like pedophile and stuff like that, and all this junk and jazz. And guess what? Next thing you know, he's put in contact with this guy at a campground out there in Arizona. You guys want to know what I figured out as I was Googling? The campground got shut down very fast. The man who owned the campground, after what happened to this guy, literally closed the entire thing down. And it wasn't a big one either. It was small out there in the middle of nowhere. And people were saying, oh yeah, the owner's really violent and aggressive and everything. Told us to really, F off and everything, all this. And he came and tried to fight us at our campsite and all this. And that's what the reviews were about this guy. And then this one guy is actually going to, investigate this, and he dies. He literally kills himself. It's terrible. And you know what? The people that literally watched it happen can't even say if the most basic detail happened, which is, was he covered with cardboard or not? All these people, this one person drove over him and ran him over. Didn't see anything. People just said, oh, he looked like he was sitting up there. He didn't look like he was going to do anything. All right. He didn't do anything. Who did then? Because the man literally, the last video of him alive is sitting on a very busy bridge, and something put him there. And he wasn't suicidal. And he was literally scared for his life. And he was fighting powerful people that literally wanted him dead. Because his friend was actually digging, his close friend was making a documentary on this guy in his campground. Saying that, and he was tied in. Trust me, they closed it. Why would it be closed for good? I looked it up. I think it's called Green River Campground. I gotta show you guys this real quick. Greenleaf Campground. Check this out. Look at what it says when you look it up. Permanently closed. And I don't really see that too often. How does something get permanently closed that was never really big to begin with? Unless this guy was literally just covering his tracks because of what happened. It was such a big attention grabber on him. He was the last place that guy was saw at Greenleaf Campground in Arizona, and that's the last place that Isaac Kappy was saw at before he literally lost his life. Off a bridge. 2 days before saying he would never do that ever, and to help him. It's just little things like that that we overlook and literally blame everything else. We blame the person at this point, but we won't blame who's actually probably to blame. It's sad, man. You know what? I don't really want to ever have that type of fame to the point where I'm literally worrying about my back. I'm such a big brand that they would rather take me and get someone to look like me, or some weird like that. You never know what kind of plan somebody's got for you. And if you've ever heard from the new rap songs and everything, Eminem literally talking about how they're literally going to come for Drake, Future, all these people, and they will turn on them so damn fast that they were literally in the past tense before they even knew it. Eminem actually said this. He said, Future, they're going to turn on you, or Drake, they're going to turn on you, and Future, you too. You're going to be in the past tense. It's just whatever's running our country is full of entertainment and evil. It's not good, you guys. I appreciate you listening to me. Honestly, I really have some valid thoughts sometimes, man. I can't get over it. They're random, and they go a little bit out of order sometimes, but the thoughts are so valid. It gets me really thinking, and I hope it gets you guys thinking too, because there ain't nothing else out there that upsets me on the fact that we're supposed to have a real world, right? It's not supposed to be completely fabrication. But at the same time, they know
that we can't have a fairy tale and a real world at the same time. We're not listening to the Truman Show while everything is happening in front of us. We already know there's a possibility they're lying to us. And it's just like, how bad? How bad? How often? How many things happen in the news that aren't real, that just are a major distraction and talking point for us to go and spread to workers and across the nation as everybody gets distracted so that somebody else can go do something else worse? It sure seems like the element of distraction and surprise is actually the ultimate key for these people well above us in power. They actually just love using the news and the TV and our own celebrities against us. They'll take them away if they have to. I'm pretty sure that these people make so much money for them, right? Rich celebrities, even if they go out of their way to ruin an entire scenario for themselves, like millions of dollars, and pissing somebody else off, they're still gonna have a really hard time getting past that, I would say. It's like blackball instantly, pretty much, as soon as you absolutely show your colors towards them. If you don't show your allegiance towards like this group of people apparently up there, you ain't making it. And I've come to learn that, like, you see how all these like really famous people either die or thrive, right? It's not, sometimes in the middle, but it's rarely a one or the other. These people are either thriving with followers and subscribers, or they're falling off. And it's like really odd, because like you never expect the world to be that fabricated, you know? But I really do think that it is, because there's like no way for them to actually control every aspect of this world financially, independently, socially, and decide what all the ads are and how you get a deal and who you buy from and everything, and then already overpower us with the regulations after that. It's literally like they want to do nothing but what they do, which is control and live their lives, and we're the ones that actually have to deal with all of the bullshit. It's really hurtful, because all those people have great health care in the Fed. They have great health care, great pay, and they don't got to worry about anything. They can still afford houses. They can still buy houses. They could probably seize them and just go and get them themselves if they're that powerful. They can literally just be like, hey, I'm arresting you. You're moving out. And then take the house. I mean, it's just that much power nowadays. You never know. I just know that really it's something that's out of our hands violently. We can't seem to fight back for anything at this point, and they don't want us to, I don't think. They just want us to sit there and let it happen. You know, I really don't think there'll ever be a day where they literally come for, you know, like guns or anything like that. I really don't think they'll be able to, or metal. I think they'll try in the future to make people give a mass give in and all that, and you know, they'll definitely have a day where they're just like, hey, we'll pay you guys to turn your guns in. They really, for some reason, do not want everybody locked and loaded, even though every criminal on the damn streets has everything they could ever ask for. And I've seen people pull grenades out of their back seats literally as they're being arrested. Like, they actually have everything out there now. Body armor, everything. You cannot say that these people aren't absolutely strapped to the teeth. You know? Really hope everybody had a great stream. It's been 9-hour stream, you know, for real. That's literally a world record, and I am seriously so impressed with this, how great this literally went. I can't believe it. And also, I really appreciate you guys. You guys are my friends, man. I'm serious. There ain't nobody else that I want my friends to be. Like, this chat is it. I can't thank you guys enough for being here this time with me. It really, really helps me. And I hope you have a great Saturday. And I am gonna just pop on randomly whenever I feel like it. You know what I mean? Just whenever it goes. So if you see me live, come and say what's up. I appreciate it. Really hope you have a safe one and a good thoughts, full of day type of day. You know. And yeah, I am gonna get some work done and feel productive and vibe out a little bit. Because if I get this work done, then boom, my next week is going to be easy. Yep. Because if I don't get it done, say I just rolled through this weekend and didn't do anything, oh boy, Monday I'd literally have to go up and start where I'm at now and then work my way through hours and hours and hours. No way, Jose. Nope. I've been actually cruising through this grass and I've been finding out better ways to save my own ass. Really hope you have a good one, y'all. Everybody, appreciate every single one of you who's still here at this early time of the day. We have 3 people still. Appreciate y'all, and I will see you soon. I am Surfing Silver, and this is a long ass stream. Peace out, y'all.